Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, life easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those wits. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work, work today. Work, work today. Work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
I'm a punk chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clique. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clique. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, cause that's how we do. I run this, and I'm gonna do it harder. You ain't my sugar daddy, I don't need no father. Figure it out, that's what we do. Riding around town with my whole crew. Yeah, see me in the club, getting tipsy. Never gonna kiss me. Hell no, a drink will convince me. Got my own money, I don't need you. Out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my
This I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked. Everybody bang bang. Sun a shine and everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down. Keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. Thank you to ESL for making this all happen here, because we've got some of the top teams in the Tier 2 scene, not looking to get into the MPL, but looking to make a name for themselves here at the Pro Series. My name is Gideon Q. This is Mikos as my color for today.
Yeah, we are today going to see three best of threes. We're going to see Philippines versus Indonesia once again. The two nations collide. I think we are going to be here a long, long day, man.
It's going to be stressful. It's going to be extremely stressful, especially since we're coming to the last few legs of this race. And obviously the upper brackets are looking good, but the lower brackets as well are getting a little bit more spicier as the first rounds are completing.
We have GPX on to the upper bracket with Euphoria, ESPORT, and ALVA 8 with GameLab. So, we're going to see a lot more games for today. And on to the lower bracket, we have A8 Esport awaiting whoever going to be strike. Sway Esport, maybe PBN strike.
Yeah, we'll have to see who's going to be knocked down to the lower brackets here. And I don't know, whoever wins that Sway Esports versus PBN strike is going to face off A8. It's not going to be easy, but unfortunately, one of these teams will have to go home. For today's schedule, it's going to be Sway versus PBN strike, Maharlika versus TD, and Tiger Wong up against Error 404.
Yeah, the games is really stacked, and I should say that I'm looking forward to the first game, Sway versus PBN strike, because we have a lot, much to discuss with the new meta as well, with the new shift into the updates onto the items. So a lot more to consider. Like we see, Freya has not been banned, maybe going to go for the meta as well, and Fredrin has been nerfed. I want to see where Fredrin will be in the meta.
Well, I mean, Fredrin hasn't been let go just yet, because if people want to take some gambling risks here, it might be a little late to do so. Adaptation is going to be key if they want a piece of the prize pool. At first place, 20,000 USD if they make it all the way to the final leg of the race.
Woo, 20,000 USD. That is a lot of money to be won by the first seeded. But yeah, we already seen a lot of teams has been shut down in this tournament. We already see the 8th place, the 7th place. Sadly, 2 days, last day, Malaysian team has just, going home.
I mean, that's to be expected here.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody was too surprised after yesterday's game. But hey, at least some of your favorite teams are still going on. They got that free win and they move on to the next round. But now, without any more free wins, it's going to be just pure combat and really trying to press their luck all the way to the very end here. Now, last week, a lot of things have happened, right? A lot of the top picks might have definitely changed with this upcoming patch, but previously 62.5%, 20 picks coming out for just Fredrin alone. We saw a lot less glue after this patch, and not to mention Kaja, still one of the top picks here in the league.
Yeah, Kaja picks is really interesting because of Kaja onto the support with the Divine Judgment can play a lot more into a pickoff that really just gives scary moments for the other, opposition team. So Kaja, rather than being picked, is 50% been banned. So it is either pick or ban. So if you see a Kaja, you try to make a way around Kaja.
I mean, there's no choice. There really is no choice. But unfortunately, we can only show 3 of the top picks so far because Valentina has been raising up in popularity, whether they're in red side or even in blue side. It's still a stressful situation here. I don't know about you, Mikos, but I personally feel that in this upcoming meta, I don't know if teams are going to take that leap of faith. Do they want to really follow the patch notes? Because I feel like most of the meta stuff hasn't really changed.
Yeah, because we haven't seen a lot more pro players because we've seen the meta shift with the heroes will just directed to the pro players. But in terms of Snapdragon, we are looking at maybe a couple more days to just play around the meta. Keep it steady with the old meta here because
honestly, if they followed your theology, I would be all for it. I would have to do less homework, but again, tier 2s are kind of spicy.
Yeah.
We're seeing crazy things like Hanzo as a support or even a jungle being brought up from the tier 2 scene alone. A lot of the MDLs have shown it a couple of times, and I don't know, that's not the only crazy thing that they're willing to do. So who knows whether the Snapdragon Pro Series is going to be any different from them.
I think, yeah, in terms of how the meta will recreate, in terms of the level of pro players and semi-pro, the picks is not going to be so much different, but the level of understanding in terms of that matchup.
Oh, I don't know. It's stressful.
You know,
I mean, yesterday we already saw Leslie, and we saw a max level Leslie, fully item built, spamming her first ability like every, 1.8, 1.2 seconds because she also had endless battle and cooldown reduction. It was a lot of nonsense, but for our upcoming matchup here, this is all on the line. For our very first matchup here, Sway Esports versus PBN Strike, Sway Esports unexpectedly lost against ALVA 8-2-0 yesterday. And again, Sway Esports is known for playing very macroly well.
Yeah, I think for the side of PBN Strike, is known as the team that is good at adapting to changes. We can see from the graph against Evo Esport in week 2, they are completely changed their playstyle and draft. So although a bit lacking in terms of coordination and early game.
But I don't know, when we talk about a team like Sway, we're hoping the best out of them every single time. The fact that ALVA 8 was able to take them out was already a good point, but it came down to preparation, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we're looking for PBN Strike. They're known as a team that is good at adapting to these changes, and we could see from the draft against Evo Esports in week number 2, they had completely changed their playstyle and as well as their drafting strategies.
Yeah, the come and conquer kind of thing is coming in for PBN Strike. So a lot of their fans as well trying to foretold that they can win against Sway Esports, but when that being said, Sway, in terms of drafting, they are also good, but in terms of how 1v1 matchup is kind of really need to pick off at that draft.
Yeah, a pick-off type of composition you're trying to get at. Yeah, no, I agree with it, because when we're looking at Sway Esports, whether it's Hiroski, Gyome, Barbichi, Merps, or even Gio this time, we want to see them look to make those individual plays. We're looking for them to take these smaller skirmishes. Yes, their macro was a little underwhelming yesterday, but today is where it all matters.
Yeah, because they are strongly onto the macro. That the micro will be much more needed versus PBN Strike because of that early composition that PBN could bring. But if Sway could just go for a lot of team fights in that early mid fight, it will be all for Sway games. But I don't know, man, because of PBN Strike, they are so much. I think they have more confidence in terms of the draft. Rather than Sway.
Well, I don't know whether it's confidence or they know they can catch a team like Sway Esports off guard with some of their off-meta picks sometimes. Other times, just old matchups that we haven't really thought of for a very long time. We're very used to what the meta has brought us in this patch, but I don't know, things could change here, and it's stressful. If I was in Sway Esports' position, how are we looking to prepare for someone like PBN Strike?
Ooh, I would say the early game matchup with the early game draft with a team fight kind of composition with the Franco you see with the Ling as well as maybe they want to give for a Farmis or the Farsa in the mid lane. I think if they want to go full on force for the early total, that is a good choice for the side of Sway.
All right, their opponents, Sway Esports, must face against PBN Strike with Nanami, Ritzel Anzai, as and Leone. Now, this team, they are mechanically talented individually. Overall, you've seen a couple of their weird picks, but at the end of the day, they have some form of coordination, which, again, makes these smaller skirmishes that much more impactful.
Yeah, because small skirmishes like PBN Strike, as you can see, their drafts is they have the Karina, they have the Diggy, as well as the Melissa. So if they want to go for 3 versus 1, 3 versus 4, they still can because of the Karina burst damage, as well as stay away coming in from Melissa. And that Diggy, the definition of the Diggy itself, he plays it really, really well coming for Leone. The space that he eats coming in for the opposition side makes the dream come true for PBN Strike. For Karina, it's for Rezel to play maybe a little bit of a comfort zone itself for PBN.
Yeah, and I think PBN also has a bit of a leg up on Sway only because Sway played yesterday, so they have immediate information to work off of and to prepare for this game.
So I think, yes, PBN maybe has one leg up to win versus the first game, maybe for Sway. But I think if Sway had played yesterday, they already has one, I think, intelligent for the current patch for the side of Sway. If they can cope with the patch, I think, yeah, Sway still can have the lead.
All right. Excited to get this game off the road, man. I mean, the lower brackets is where teams have to push themselves. You're already backed into a corner. There is no other answers. There's no second life, nothing of the sort.
This is the last fight maybe they can play, because of if Snapdragon still has more series, then maybe you can just re-list. But this is the only time you can prove that you are the challenge to play into the finals.
Speaking of which, I mean, you know, phase 1 is already done. We're already here in phase 2, and finally the very final phase where we're going to get that top 4 teams battling it out. It's going to be epic. We have a couple of predictions of what it's going to be, but we'll save it for a little bit later. In the time being here, I don't know whether or not PBN has what it takes. I say that with a large grain of salt, because last week I was thinking the exact same thing, and their preparation for those games were looking so different. It almost feels like a completely different team.
Yeah, I think the most interesting point is that Sway is a macro team. For the side of for the side of PBN, they are a micro team. So whoever takes the lead first maybe can be turned around with the macro. But if both of this team can just complete each other on micro and macro, it will be a hard game as well.
It could be hard. And, you know, after yesterday's game as well, after we saw Sway against ALVA 8, where ALVA 8 essentially was trying to control, quote-unquote, the tempo, consistent fighting, off delays, different types of pick angles. Again, you can get under the skin of Sway. We have seen them bleed before. They're not impossible to take down, but I don't know whether PBN can actually get to that level there. But what about you guys at home? Do you know who's going to win the game? Show us your support here at the Snapdragon Match Prediction, and you can cast your vote live on the Twitch chat. Just hop on over, quickly send in your vote, and back off.
Yeah, whoever going to win, is it Sway Esports or is PBN Strike?
It's one or the other. It's one or the other. You can't go for both unless you have multiple accounts, and then I have a lot of questions for you. Don't be that rat. Don't be that kind of person. But at the end of the day, I do think this is going to be a good game regardless, because both teams have very polarizing opposites in terms of the way that they look at the game and style. But I think PBN is a little bit more malleable, a little bit more flexible. They like to be like water. They fit any container.
Yeah, I think if we just trying to just categorize both teams, right? If Sway can play onto, they can take onto the tempo, and they just go for a lot more aggressive tempo. But in terms of PBN, they are an adaptive team. They can adapt into the tempo itself.
Well, I feel like you're leaning more towards them, uncomfortably so. But with that said, what are your predictions? Because here are our ones. I'm telling you, I'm leaning more towards Sway, and I understand why you have a little bit of a leaning towards PBN now.
I just love.
You just
Man, come on. It's PBN, man. If you
is
have a
PBN.
favorite player, then maybe that is your favorite team.
Okay, that's true. I was, harking a lot about Fondier the other day with A8, but all right, fair enough. Let's see who's gonna be corrected this one. For all we know, it could just be a 1-1, and then it's a toss-up. It's a toss-up.
That maybe it could be a remake. I don't know.
Don't you dare!
Oh.
Don't you dare! Don't curse it just yet. Hey, man,
It's just too early.
it's a month of fasting, man. You gotta stay holy.
Yeah, I did not remember I'm fasting.
I wish. All right.
Same as me.
Stop. We're having too much fun here.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, if we are going to see a weirder pick from these upcoming, the upcoming patch, well, I say upcoming, the current live patch here, I would like to see it from PBN Strike. I feel like they're one of the teams who are actually a little bit more thoughtful with their off-meta picks.
Yeah, if we just saw that they go for a Franco, maybe they go for a if they want to go for a glue as well as Frederick, Fedrin is okay. If they are somewhat a centered to a burst damage, they maybe go for Kadita, maybe they go for Leslie they can bring if they want to test out the meta with the 8% kind of damage and 5% onto the ultimate itself.
The
so
reduced
with
cooldowns.
Yeah, you can use the NV for like 3 seconds and the cooldown is 2.5.
Hey,
What does
man, look, if Leslie is worth thinking about, what about Layla? She has a 0.25 AoE stun. So useful. 0.25. That really good at canceling abilities.
Yeah, you can cancel maybe Fedrin ultimate.
Okay. I think that's pushing it. That's pushing it a little bit.
Yeah, she has range, but we have to see how they want to implement that Layla though. We haven't seen it yet in any game.
Well, we haven't seen it in any game just yet. The most we've seen so far was yesterday. We did see the Leslie, but Layla, again, I think a lot of teams are very hesitant. No mobility, no options, but they changed the quality of life for her. Yay! Woo!
Yeah, instead of slow
good.
dash, she has stuns.
She has a stun, and she also has less time on her turn back if she ever wants to kite their opponent. Woo! That's great. Yeah.
Yeah, you stun them for 0.1. You can unit run.
Yeah. Just for 0.1, but that being said, guys, just to let you guys in on a little something, it's important to realize that Merps and Anzai, these two guys, look at the stats. It's looking phenomenal. Like the KDA, obviously for PBN Strike, isn't going to be as inflated as their opponents here, but you can definitely tell by the kill participation that they're fulfilling the same role.
Yeah, and as well, like I said, that PBN, they are so much love for the burst damage with the constant pick-off. You can see the damage per minute is 3,600, despite of Murph only have 2,800. That is not a lot, but you can see the difference coming in for the traits that coming in for Blood Anzai. And the GPN, not so much, only a couple of gold that you can find anywhere, and also for the side of DPT.
Damage taken per minute.
Taken per minute, yeah.
Yes.
I just lost my, synchronization. I don't know why. But yeah, the damage per minute that is the difference.
Yep. I mean, 300 difference overall, minimized damage, but it's so very clear, right?
Yeah.
Azani gets into these fights, his KDA is not the best because of it, and that's why we're seeing his damage taken per minute going to be a little bit higher in comparison to his counterpart from Sway Esports. I don't know whether this is going to make too much of a difference between the two teams because they play very much around their gold lane, right?
Yep.
Gold lane is part of the meta. Gold lane is, basically your core of the entire team composition. Usually they pair it up with 3 tanks, but in tournaments like the Snapdragon Pro Series, that's where it changes up. We've seen a lot of Kadita. We've seen double supports even. Not double supports, double mages. And it's ridiculous to handle. And all you guys need to do is get yourself a Snapdragon Elite gaming processor. When winning matters, you start thinking outside of the box, just like the players here today.
Yeah, you have to buy one, man, because that processor just give faster. It's a faster cooldown like a Layla. Come on, 0.2.
At least it's better than 0.25. That's the big difference. It's not a 0.25 stun, and the animations are cleaner. So I'm just saying, get yourself a Snapdragon while you still can. Now for this upcoming matchup, right? I know you're leaning more towards PBN Strike, but let's talk shop about the draft.
Oh,
What are we looking for here for PBN Strike specifically?
I think if they want to go for, again, with the team fight composition or maybe for a pick-off kind of strat, they go for Digi as well as they want for Hayabusa, maybe a Claude into the goal. If they can get their hands onto 1-1, that is a +1. So in terms of the EXP lane, maybe I want to go for a Batang.
I saw it in your eyes. We were literally talking about this just now. Hey man, if Batang's available, I want Esme. I want to see how much that
That new damage passive.
the new passive, dude. I can't even say it with a straight face, man. That's what Esmeralda really needs. Just extra attack ratio on her passive. That's that's what's gonna make her pop off. But now, let's jump into the draft. Sway Esports on the blue side, PBN Strike on the red side. Let's see what they're actually gonna be looking for here. And I'm expecting the typical bans. I'm expecting the Wan to get taken off. I'm expecting the Joy to also get banned out at some point.
Yeah, I'm just, you know, kind of shocked that Alot gets so little in terms of this patch.
I look, it's not like I work for the developers or anything, but I'm gonna just throw it out there. I feel like Arla is in a good spot, right? Same goes to Farmis.
I see what you did there. No, Farsa and Kaja has been taken away for Sway, and Martis is maybe the answers for PBN. They doesn't want a lot of burst damage coming in for that Martis itself. The Dashmit will not be played for Sway. One more. Yep, doesn't want the Outlaw.
Yep. Don't want to deal with Arla. They got rid of the Martis as well. It looks like PBN Strike are making sure that they don't have that early game that Sway Esports want to actually pull off here. And I think, you know, Sway Esports has done their homework too. They're banning out specifically Farsa. They don't mind that PBN Strike will get access to Valentina or... Oh, never mind. Speaking of Valentina, Valentina's gone too. So that only leaves Yves.
Yeah, they have Yves for the side of Sway as well as the Farmis if they want to. But if they want... if the last ban for the side of PBN is not Fredrin, it's not Farmis, it could be a lot for Sway. If they got the Yves that early side, they already banned the Farsa, they already banned the Kaja. So Yves is not a threat for the side of Sway. So PBN Strike, they want to go for a jumping composition, they want to go for maybe a Grok to just wild charge onto the Yves ultimate. If they want to, they need some burst damage coming in for side of PBN.
I've never heard a dive comp ever been called a jump composition. I'm gonna steal that real quick. I'm gonna steal that. The jump composition.
I'm trying to find words.
No, you're using the correct term because when you're out on the streets and somebody's about to mug you, they jump you technically.
Yeah,
so you're not
dive.
entirely wrong. It's just an interesting way of putting it. But PBN Strike, they ban out the Fanny here, and this is a good option because again, get rid of that early game. It's clear what PBN Strike want to do, but Sway Esports have set this up in a very interesting manner. I think they want to get a early, well, I don't want to say early, but a winning matchup for the Burbs, specifically in the gold lane.
Yeah, I think if they want to go for maybe the 1-1 pick here is really good for Sway, but
Joy is good.
Yeah, Joy is still good with the burst damage coming in, but Sway, they go for the Joy first. Now open side of farm is Fedrin as well as Glue for PBN. It's too much option, man.
I think it really depends. If Sway Esports is okay with PBN Strike being on red side, picking up Fredrin, picking up, like, you know, the typical meta heroes we're expected to see, Farmis as well, I think they might consider actually going for carry. It's a little tough to say because Wan is still open, and I think even for PBN Strike, it's like, yeah, we do want to get the Fredrin, but Wan is just that good.
Yeah, 1-1 can just negate any damage when she used the ultimate, so that is cooler, but 1-1... I would say the range is shorter, but the damage is greater.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they did change Wanwan's ultimate a little bit. You're right, you're right. Let's see whether that's going to make a difference in this game or not. Something to keep for us as well as the viewers out there to keep in mind going into this game. But Sway Esports now, seeing that they noticed Farmis, they noticed the Wanwan. I'm expecting Sway to actually pick up the Yves here, get that strong AoE, and limit the fight to the box.
Yeah, I think that is cool for the side of Sway. If they want to go for Yves, maybe they want to just target down onto the support right now. Because of how PBN, they already have the AoE damage coming in for Farmis as well as the 1-1 single target. But Sway, they respond onto Fredrin as well as Yves. Yves is the main kind of hero for Sway. Fredrin jungle. Now PBN, do they want to go for an early matchup? Because We know Fedrin, yes, is kind of strong and early, but if you invade him, he doesn't have the Fanny already, but they still have the Hayabusa. Maybe they go for a Link, but it's just trying to combo with the Alta coming in for the farmers.
I think there is an argument for Karina here for the side of PBN Strike. We have seen them actually play it before, but instead they're going to go with the Kadita. I think I'm totally fine with that, mainly because Kadita can actually get on top of the Eve, maybe chunk her out enough for somebody in the EXP lane to clean up the mess. Maybe Ling, like you mentioned before.
Yeah, support farmers. Oh, okay, they ban up Melissa though. He doesn't want any ultimates, can just negate any damage coming in for Kadita as well as farmers. So yeah, this is a dive comp coming in for PBN. 100% dive comp as well as Sway. They need some tanky composition. They already have the Fedrin, tank Fedrin onto the jungle. They maybe they want to go for a Kufra, just trying to bring a lot more players for side of PBN, or they want to go for the Franco, just trying to disrupt the strategy coming in for PBN.
I like the idea of PBN Strike's ban so far. They know the gold lane is pretty much done for, so they need to make sure they can take out heroes who are a little bit more difficult to catch, right? Melissa, they get away from me, very powerful tool. Same goes for Claude, the Battle Mirror image, really useful to be able to utilize, and not to mention the changes to things like the Rose Gold Meteor. Even the component gives you a shield that gives you movement speed. That's kind of crazy.
1,800 shields, man.
Look, it only gets better from here, and I can't wait to see some of these mechanics being abused later in the game. But Sway Esports, they're thinking about the EXP lane, right? The glue, they're making sure, oh, PBN Strike looks like they want to dive composition. Let's get rid of Lapu Lapu as well. I think PBN is going to be locking Edith. They beat me to the shot. I was thinking either Grok or Edith.
I think, yeah, it is good for Edith to play for the side of PBN because they have the defense, they have the damage coming for Edith as well. But now the picks coming in. Iritel, wait. Are you sure about this?
That's so funny.
I don't think so, because yeah, we have a couple of glitch into the system.
Look, I'm okay with Iritel. Iritel has access.
Oh, the Saber though.
Yeah, has access to at least the sprint. The Saber, I think that's really bold. That is very, very bold. And there's a good chance that Joy might not go into the EXP lane, could go into the jungle. Same goes for Saber. He could be going into the support or the jungle position. It's a little tough to say.
But I think if they go for okay, I just want to say that if Sabers goes into the support role, he can play a lot more early game. But in terms of EXP, you cannot dash an Esme though.
Yeah, I think PBN Strike want to be able to actually have a front line at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
They want to make sure that the EXP lane with this Esmeralda in it eventually scales for the hyper late game, and at least you can shred away the shield from Eve's ultimate, allowing the rest of your team to maybe one-shot her. I don't know. There's logic behind it for the side of PBN Strike. The Saber is what I'm very interested in, because Saber is great with the 3 sweeps, taking out like squishy targets. I'm guessing that they want Saber to farm the Kadita as much as they can until they can basically one-shot the 1-1, but 1-1 has counterplay.
Yeah, 1-1 still has the dashes, still has the damage, and also the ultimate. In terms of farms as well, Saber cannot kill it. And the Kadita, if he saw a Saber coming into the mid lane, he just go ult, just, you know, just hiding in the bushes.
Yep, and that's why in this lower bracket round 2, match number 1 between Sway Esports and PBN Strike, the name of the game is to jump your opponents, be careful, and try not to touch grass. I'm gonna just say that. Try not to face check it because it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming in for Sway Esports as well as PBN. We saw a lot more, a lot kind of composition, and the Edith is the jungle for the side of PBN, and Sway, they go for jungle. Still Fredrin, same old meta coming in. Early dive.
Yep, and Geo on that top side actually shares the wave with Hiroski just to make sure he hits that level 2. I'm very curious now because Saber's making his way down to the bottom side of the map while Leone is going to move towards the purple buff.
I just love how Karita just going for the purple buff in that early matchup. But in terms of Sway, they know that early they had a couple more damage, but in terms of burst damage, that is not enough.
It really isn't enough. Now, here's the funny thing. Joy doesn't necessarily have a shield anymore unless you time it correctly. So I think Hiroski might actually have some counterplay here against the Esmeralda if he purposefully minimizes the damage and says, you know what, I didn't need the shield anyway, I should be able to win out these trades. I'm not even sure about the interaction, I'm not going to lie to you.
But in terms of how many seconds that he needs to proc the passive, it's kind of hard for the side of Joy itself. But in terms of versus an Esmeralda, how many damage can you deal in this early game just scare off an Esmeralda?
That's the thing. I'm not 100% sure, right? The matchup has definitely changed the dynamic, and there's something that PBN Strike knows that we don't. And hopefully we get an answer to it here. Gyome showing up on the river crab. They know that the turtle is nearby. Bloods is having a bit of a rough time as Irithel is outranging her for the time being with the Queen's Call. But let's see. Ryzel on top of it already. Nanami trying to look for openings. Proxying the waves. Leone, he finds one on top of the friend. Rough. And the rest of the team backs off, takes the turtle. It's totally fine. Geo now under attack here. We don't see Azlani actually proccing that last weakness point. Unfortunate, that would have been a kill.
I think I love how PBN Strike just have the confidence and the patience coming in that turtle fight, because when we saw Karida, we know how much damage she had in that early matchup. Nanami, what is she doing?
I think they're trying to get an early recall out of the Eve. Yeah, I mean, that's going to force Barbie Chi to recall, and now without any mid-lane pressure, they have full control over the purple buff.
Yeah, it take a lot, but Leone takes on Geo on bottom side.
Hey, yo, that's not supposed to happen. It's supposed to be the other way around, and it looks like Geo was caught without his ultimate while Leone got his first.
I think, yes, Saber onto support can work versus a Karida, but in terms of level 1, level 2, and level 3, up to level 4 for Karida, that is not a question for the side of, Saber. He needs to be more tanky than that, because the burst damage coming for Karida is no joke, man.
Yeah, I mean, both Kadena as well as Saber want to do the same thing. When they have their ultimate, they want to affect the side lanes. They want to look for picks. They want to get ahead as fast as possible. And I think right now, Merps is in a really good spot. He also has the Purify just in case PBN Strike attempt to go for that big Wombo combo. 3 members, and the 4th is on the way as well. Fredrin is here to actually stop the Edith, but can they actually deal with the numbers advantage? Merps refusing to give up on his turret, now realizes that this is a dire situation. Barbie Chi is nearby, and now PBN Strike is getting to farm free gold plates here. As Bloods continue to get ahead. Oh, Leone fights it! Gets the Petrify into the rough waves. Doesn't even have to commit to the Breath of the Ocean. The taunt comes through from Gyome, and Ryzel gets the stand confidently against Barbie Chi.
Reinforcement, man.
Oh, drops the box, cancels it early, but the reinforcements are coming in. Hiroski is nearby. Topside is going to get shoved in, but again, so many resources expanded down for this bottom side.
Yeah, PBN, they know what to do. They take a lot more gold onto the bottom side as well as kill with Leone. That Kadita has a lot more damage. Oh, there goes for Geo.
Well, he wants it, but again, Geo has no reason to be there. They actually go for the lane swap here. Irithel actually taking a lot of damage on that top side. Merps is kind of low, but Nanami has done his job. Cleared the wave, managed to chunk out Merps, and now Turtle will fall into the hands of PBN Strike. Ryzel on this Edith jungle is looking great. Triple sweep used in the mid lane so far. Ooh, instantly punishing. Couldn't get the rough waves off in time. Esmeralda with falling Star Moon hits nothing, but PBN Strike maintain the tempo.
The composition for Sway is currently working for the side of Sway itself. Now the question is, how in the hell that PBN Strike been taken away Leone into the mid lane? She has the ultimate though. Doesn't have enough time to just pick up the ultimate, just want to burst down onto Geo. But in terms of damage, yes, Geo already has the damage for Assassins, but PBN, they need to realize that Nanami is not going to be tanky anymore.
Oh, Nanami's in trouble, gets caught by 3 here, and they're even committing the triple sweep, forcing Nanami's Purify. Doesn't matter though, the kill still falls into the hands of Sway, but topside getting attacked here with Bloods looking for a kill of his own, but Merps can't do much. Flicker coming in for Chenko, but Ryzel can't connect on him. Merps gets to live, but tier 1 falls into the hands of PBN.
The communication coming in for PBN does not connect. One flicker coming in, but no, Bloods just think, oh, we want to take down the target on top side. We want to play some space. But yeah, the other members said, oh no, we want to take this kill. But in terms of how PBN plays right now, they are not onto the par with the damage coming in for Sway. They have 2,000 gold lead, but they are losing bit by bit in terms of momentum. Sway already has PBN play on their name.
Oh, they find the kill, the pickoff instantly happening, but then can we see the second part of this as they immediately find one back? Vengeance already popped by Choi so far, a little low, but gets stunned up. Ryzel does not miss his stun, but is trapped within the real world manipulation. Call Altar to save him, but he's so tanky. Gets back into the mech, gets the triple kill too, and buys a Sky Guardian helmet to top himself back up.
Sway plays like PBN. PBN X let Sway. They switch up their tactics coming in. PBN with the team fight. Sway plays a lot more onto that Saber pick. Sway takes the good kill with the burst damage on bottom side. In terms of PBN, they know the team fight has been forced with the Call Altar. Can play a lot more time onto that bottom side. Takes the double kill, make it possible.
Triple sweep, almost securing the kill on Tachenko, but it doesn't kill just yet. 2v1 down on bottom side means this tier 1 will fall, and Merps has to pay the price. Bloods continues to get ahead, but here comes Joy. That's a third dash. Does he have the fourth one? Yes, the fourth is already expanded with the ult as well, but with the extra bit of movement speed and magic resistant armor, he gets to walk away.
He needs to walk away. Because now the question is, how does Sway want to realize a couple more? This is why I say
he's fine. He's fine. He's holding it off for as long as possible. The real world manipulation, but here comes Chenko with the Call Altar to turn that ties. The Nami is low, and Merps has only a little bit of a health left, but it's just enough to pick him off with the temp HP. They continue to press their advantage forward here as Bloods. Anzai might be able to turn this around. Ryzel trying to tank as much as he can. 1 HP, still alive. Hiroski can't secure the kill immediately. PBN Strike walk away with a 2-for-1 trade. They might be able to get one more here. Gyome? No, he gets to live.
Yeah, I think that is unfortunate for the side of PBN when that buff, they can go for the orange buff as well. But how, in that mid lane team fight, Ryzel just go for, hey, you want to go for ultimate? I just go for a yoink. Takes a couple more damage, but no, PBN, they know what to do. They can revolve, adapt into that Eve composition coming in for Sway.
I can't wait for us to have an interview with Ryzel and just being going, hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing? Looking good on that. Edith right now, super far ahead as well. Let's not forget that I wouldn't have expected Edith to be in this current position. Edith obviously doesn't farm as quick as something like a Fredrin, but with the 6-0 lead that he has, like he is going to be winning pretty much everything from here on out. Now, the team wants to start pressing their advantage, currently with a 5k gold lead in the bank as well, 2 levels up. No, he's gonna get out. Joy's fine, right? Joy's fine, right?
No.
Joy's fine! No, he's not! Hiroski gets cancelled out here, but he's trying to buy some time, and I don't know whether Sway, PBN Strike want to keep on committing to this, but Sway will get first position on this Lord. They only have 3 members, though. I don't think it's going to be enough. Mid lane is getting shoved in.
Yeah, I think they have the information that Sway, they trying to go for the Lord first, but PBN just, this may be maybe a trap coming in for the Sway. They go for the Lord first, but a couple more damage could be seal the deal for the Lord. In terms of Sway, they can pick off, they can take it on Nami for now, but if this a trap for the side of Sway, it would be game.
Yup, Leone finds that trap, jumps onto the Saber, instantly picking him off, and that is some revenge for earlier.
That is a good kill coming in for Leone, but in terms of how many damage, I don't know how Hiroski will be given a lot more damage, burst damage coming in, but the new passive as well. But Blood still have the damage, and go for the off.
Oh, and he even runs back into the enemy side. He didn't want to bring the crossbow of Tang over the Yve, and I think, you know, at the end of the day, good decision making. You don't want to end up hurting your teammates, but PBN Strike now taking this tier 2 with the Lord pushing on their side. Esmeralda down on bottom as well. Let's see. They take this inhibitor. Things are going to be slow for now, but the high ground defense from Sway Esports should be enough.
In terms of high ground protection, yes, they have the Eve, they have the Irital, but in terms of 2v5, in terms of dive composition and the team fight could be bring for the side PBN. Sway, they need to force something out. They need Geo to take away maybe Leone, maybe Ryzel.
Oh! Speaking of Geo, Leone finds that pick. It was a good attempt. Leone with only a sliver of HP, and now it's a 4v4. Falling Star Moon already connects onto 3. The mini stun is enough as they start running through with the Call Altar. Nanami finds a double as well, and the inhibitor is down with the Lord knocking onto the Crystal. Gyome is trying his best to hold off. He's he manages to find one, but Hiroski is all by himself, and it looks like the damage isn't enough as PBN Strike take game number 1.
I'm sad I just jinxed Gio though.
Look, you said he needed to try something, and he was like, you know what, Mikos? I'ma do it. Check this out.
Check this out, game 2.
Game 2, man. I mean, you got to give it to PBN Strike. Really genius way of actually handling the draft. A couple of weird picks here and there. And what are your thoughts about it so far?
I think PBN with the farm is on the support plays really well, but in terms of Sway, how they cope with the with their support as well. Early game, not so much, but in terms of they have damage, I think it could work. But if they swap a little bit of a hero fight.
I don't know. I think the most surprising thing was when Anzai decided to go for it. You know, I'm going to take the Edith jungle. I'm going to make this work. I'm going to make it my own. And you can definitely tell he's just as tanky. I would make an argument he might be a little bit tankier only because of his level advantage against Gyome on the Fredrin. But as soon as he gets out of that suit of armor, my goodness, he's able to sustain for a good amount of time.
But I think none of the members of Sway with the damage that can one-shot Razel though, because of that tanky, farm from Razel make it possible inside of PBN Strike. But in terms of how positioning and also damage, also goal, laning, I think Leone maybe deserved the MVP in game number 1.
Ooh, that's a good shout out. I would say either Leone or Chenko, because I think without Chenko, again, a lot of that early to mid game would have looked very much into Sway Esports' favor. Like, it's not easy to get away with these things, and especially with the 3v3s and 4v4s. Again, the call Altar actually saving a couple of his team members from turning into free gold.
Yeah, I think I just said that Leone may be the MVP. I just trying to change my answer. Maybe Bloodscan, but in terms of his KD is 0-0-10. He just has assists.
Bloodazani is probably looking over to his boy. Rizel is like, look at me. I'm the support now.
I think Blood just want to fix his KD, man.
He just wants to rearrange his stats for the rest of the Snapdragon series.
I need to just, upscale onto Murph a little bit before going to the finals.
Just a bit.
Yeah, in terms of how PBN Strike in that early matchup, yes, they had a lot of momentum in mid-game in terms of damage that Gio currently possessing at that moment. I think with the Malefic Roar as well, that point when they find, I think when they find the Karida, they find the 1-1, it's going not to work for the side of PBN. But in terms of team fight, it's all PBN Strike.
Yeah, I think PBN Strike, what they did really well in comparison to Sway Esports, even though the compositions are somewhat similar, is the fact that they managed to control that mid lane, right? We're seeing that Barbichi is either way too late to these overall team fights, and that's all due to the mid as well as the roamer working together, clearing up those waves, and then immediately rotating to the side lane to initiate that fight, if not beta fight for Sway Esports.
But I think for the side of Sway itself, they know the burst damage coming in for the Saber as well as the Joy could make it work. But in terms of how they executed it, Saber onto goal lane, Joy and get EXP lane. That early game does not work because of how the burst damage is separated into 2 lanes. But when they push Irritel on top side, Joy and Saber on the same lane, that is when that Sway has the momentum.
Yeah, difficult momentum to actually deal with our MVP of the match going over to Rizel Anzai. Give it up for the man playing Edith jungle and making it work. He may not have the highest DPM, but are you surprised that his GPM was looking at 693? And I'll tell you right now, it definitely didn't come from his jungle.
Yeah, it's definitely going for the kills itself and as well as the assists. But GPM, the damage, I think when it comes with Edith, the damage you give, yes, is a lot. In terms of how you take some damage as well as a lot because of how tanky Edith is. And I think the rotation coming in for Rizel itself, it just overwhelmed Hiroski at that point.
Yeah, and especially once he got that level lead, he knew for a fact that Gio was not going to be able to keep up with that sort of tempo, and I think they pressed the advantage really, really well. PBN Strike, it looks clear like they've done their homework, and more importantly, their preparation has been extremely key in this match.
Yeah, their homework. I think the most interesting part is when before the game, the pre-game stats is we say Sway a little bit more macro team. PBN is kind of a micro team. In terms of that game number 1, it's a switcheroo.
Yes, they did actually decide to switch it over a little bit.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's a little different because when you're looking at competition, you're looking for the best. You're looking for how do you kind of overcome your opponent, right? And people are switching over, of course, to Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. Don't you want to be part of a team? If not, better yet, an organization where they decide whether or not you're going to get to that next level, where winning is their priority. Snapdragon has got you guys covered. And with that, if you're looking for a phone that has that same processor, maybe consider the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra.
Ooh. I happen to hold one of these.
You happen to hold it?
Yeah.
Does it fit in your hand? It doesn't fit in mine.
It fit in mine.
Darn it, lucky.
It
Big
fit in
hands.
mine, but you know, when you hold something that is so precious, it turns into Golem.
Don't do the voice. Don't you dare do the voice.
I'm going to be honest with you. When I said Golem, I just didn't remember the voice.
Yep, because he's trying to unleash the beast here with Monster Energy. Just in case if you guys don't know, some of our sponsors are making sure that they're covering our energy consumption and making sure that we are unleashing the beast, whether in-game, on cast, or whether you're just going out with your daily lives. And don't forget, if you want to top up some diamonds, maybe consider Kashi Shop. They've got some of the best discounts so far and best place to actually get your game top-ups. So go to www.cashishop.com quickly while you still can, because some deals may be ending, others are coming up.
Yeah, because if you want some skins, you have to buy it on your own. Don't be like me, asking a friend for help.
It's not a real-life situation, by the way.
Yeah.
I wish. But with that being said, enough of the funnies, and now to talk shop.
Okay.
BBN Strike currently at match point against Sway Esports. And again, I don't know, when you're thinking of adapting and you, weirdly enough, switch identities, what
Okay.
do? Do you just go back to playing Comfort?
I think in terms of how mid-game has evolved at that matchup, is that how PBN just want to adapt to the draft for Sway. Because I don't know how, but if you want to adapt into support kind of, Saber support, it's kind of hard. It takes time to just adapt. But meanwhile, at that point, when they push away Sway and Irtel just cannot cope onto the bottom side, they lose a lot for that 1-1. So he just pushed Irtel on top side, has to dealt with Esmeralda. Yes, Irtel has damage, but in terms of mid-game, Esmeralda is tanky AF.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Something to keep in mind here. She may be super tanky, and yes, she scales, but at least she had a little bit of changes in the patch notes. That extra damage is what, that extra attack ratio, that's what gave her the advantage over Joy.
The winning matters.
When winning matters there.
Yeah. I mean,
Next patch notes, we're seeing Esmeralda with a little Snapdragon processor in her.
a new Snapdragon skin.
Ooh, hey, yo!
Hey.
That'd be kind of fire. That'd be kind of fire.
If you want it, just top up your diamonds with Kachi Shop.
Yep. PBN Strike now on the blue side with Sway Esports on the red side. We're seeing the first couple of bans coming in, and I think Sway Esports really smart. Get rid of that Farmis. Farmis just bailed PBN Strike from some really tough spots.
Yeah, I think the Farmis, yes, is a heartache for the side of for the Sway. But in terms of how the draft evolved in that game number 1, they banned the Farmis. Maybe they want to ban the Edith. If they ban the Edith, it will be a Frederick Open. Will be a Esmeralda again. But in terms of how Sway just want to provide the bans for itself in game number 2, they need to figure out what kind of advantage they want to have. Is that still early game? Maybe they want to go for a pickoff again, try to work things out with the Saber support. But I think if they want to substitute one kind of hero, maybe the Joy is not needed in terms of the draft coming in for Sway. They will maybe go for like a tanky. They will go for Barats onto the EXP. Still okay versus the Esmeralda. PBN Strike, still the same ban. They doesn't want for the Martis as well as the Fanny. Last ban, maybe they want to ban for, they want to force out. They want to force themselves the Karida.
I don't know. Ooh, this could be a this could be a bit of a tough one here, right? Because again, we're seeing that Sway Esports is purposefully targeting specific heroes, right? PBN Strike, they're still going on with the same draft that they did in game number 1. They're focusing down on the early game heroes, but Sway Esports, I think they've adjusted their plan a little bit, right? Take away the pickoff, get rid of Farmus as well, and that means that a lot of these meta picks are going to start falling through the cracks. We're expecting Joy, we're expecting Fredrin, like you mentioned before, but more importantly, Sway Esports aren't shooting themselves in the foot this time. They have access to Valentina, so no matter what PBN Strike want to do, at least if it's ultimate orientated, they can steal it away, or at least mirror them.
Yeah, if they want to steal the Valentina, they can, but they have to realize that 1-1 is still going to be in the hands of PBN. So it will be the same kind of composition for PBN unless it doesn't have the farmies as well as maybe with the Kaja could not be fitted because of the bans itself. So Fredrin is open again, and they have the Saber if they want to. So open up the Valentina and onto the support role if they want to force it out versus the 1-1. Maybe the Grok, maybe the Kufra could be taken away for this pick number 2.
No, I think they're going to stick to the meta right now because they don't have to show it just yet. If PBN Strike want to say, hey, I'm going to show Kufra right now, that could be great for Sway Esports because now they can start thinking, hey, maybe I can actually steal away the Kadena once more and look for these pickoff strategies. If not, take a page out of PBN Strike's book. Hey, give me the Saber. I'll show you how to actually do it, even though you guys won. Taste your own medicine.
I think in a million years, man. But if the PBN just want to show how the Sabers we're going to make here, but I think if they want to pick the Saber for PBN, I think they need to just force out the Fredrin for the side of Sway. The Fredrin is too tanky for that Saber. They can take the Valentina, but the Valentina still has the ultimate to just run away a little bit and just copy away that Saber. So PBN Strike, if they pick Saber, I think that is not a good choice in terms of they still has a lot more in terms of pick number 2 and number 3.
Yeah, not to mention that Farsa this time actually is going to be able to go through the draft, but this... Oh, no, they don't want it. All right, so PBN Strike are focusing on the side lanes this time. They don't care too much about it. They have the flexible pick in Kadena who can go in both support as well as mid lane roles, but Glue is really important because it's telling Sway Esports, hey, I need you to be able to play somebody who has DHS at the very least.
Yeah, in terms of how the same kind of composition that PBN is trying to bring, they go for a team fight. But in terms of Sway, they have the Claude, but I think I didn't see Barbichi in this kind of matchup.
Barbichi has been, looks like he's been subbed out for break even. I mean, Gio was doing kind of all right in the last game, but I guess Barbichi not feeling too well, or if not, giving an opportunity for break even. I'm not sure who's going to be playing the mid lane as well as the support role. They could have swapped it around a little bit because break even is usually the dedicated support. But we'll see in a little bit as Sway Esports decide to get rid of the Eden, showing respect where respect is due.
Do you think that Sway just, you know, bring break even in game number 2, just want to break even the score?
Don't do this with me right now. I
It's
already
superstition, man.
have to deal with Staffa during MPL. I don't want to have to deal with you two as well
Hey.
with these sick dad jokes.
You know, at least I can feel it.
ooh, I'm balling up already. All right, so Kufra gets banned out here. Good shout from the side of PBN. Strike Sway Esports on the other hand. What are they leaning towards too?
I think Sway, they want to lean onto maybe the... I think the Hayabusa is still one of the good bans for Sway because they already have the Karida, they already have the 1-1, and also the Glue is too much tanky for the side of PBN. But in terms of if PBN wants to go a lot more tanky, maybe a Kai Jungle could evolve for the side of PBN.
I suppose. Yeah, I do think that at least with the Akai, it's not that bad. At least you have some form of counterplay when you're fighting for Lords or neutral objectives in general by pushing Fredrin to make sure that his you are able to actually retribute first before the Fredrin. Xavier actually getting taken off. Rather interesting.
Huh. I just trying to find the logic, the most 100% logic in terms of Xavier because of PBN already has the Karida. They already have magic damage for the side of PBN.
I mean, Kadena technically is flex because she can go into the support section. My guess is that Sway Esports wants PBN Strike to maybe show a Farsa, show something. Give the mid laner lock-in so that Sway Esports can at least last pick what their EXP is going to be.
I think, yeah, for the side of... I think PBN also knows that if Karida versus the Valentina into the mid lane, maybe a little bit of a missed pick coming in from the side of PBN. But if Sway force that Karida to be into the support role, I think maybe they have something that can play in the mid versus Valentina. Lapu Lapu has been picked here, and in terms of if PBN bring up the Forza too much magic damage, they can play into the mid game power spike. In terms of Lapu Lapu here, it would be hard for the Forza to just keep up with the damage. But Kadida as well, it can burst down the Lapu Lapu, but it takes some time.
Yeah, it does take some time, and I think PBN Strike need to lock. Wow, they banned out the Phobius. All right, I guess they were that worried about it, but I do think that PBN Strike probably should lock in the Grok here, right? Grok doesn't seem that bad. You need to separate the back line from the front line. You're trying to look for a disengage. Lolita's also really good. I'm noticing that Lolita has been banned out. Usually she gets banned out within the second phase, but not this time. Instead, they're going to double down on Farsa. I am sad.
Hey, why you want some defense if you can just burst anybody down?
You know what? That's true. That's true.
This is the true DNA of PBN. Hey.
We went into the hyperbolic time chamber. It's 2 million years in the future. I got what I was looking for.
Saber pick again in game number 2. Break even steps up into the matchup. Sway Esports. Game number 2 again with the Saber. I think. Yes, burst versus burst.
Come on.
Whoever burst first is going to win the matchup.
Come on. I do think that Leone does have a bit of an advantage, especially with Petrify. He did it one time, and that's how he survived the full commitment from Geo in the last game.
Yeah.
We might get to actually see it live this time rather than off screen. I can't wait. I'm excited for this one. Kadena versus Saber all over again.
I think it's going to be a hard game for the side of Sway if they want to break even in game number 2 to just force us into game number 3. PBN Strike, they have the momentum, they have the initial winning priority, but in terms of Sway, let's see what they can do in game number 2.
I'm not going to let that slide. I hate it here. PBN Strike on the blue side with Sway Esports on the red side. And once again, we shouldn't be seeing too many interactions, but I think Sway Esports have kind of adjusted, right? Instead of sending Saber into the side lane straight away, they made sure, hey, let's stick around the mid lane, get that first push, and make sure that we can actually cover our jungle and side laners at the same time.
Yeah, because of how Sway, if they want to play a little bit of a damage, but yeah, it's going to be for the side of Sway as well. But in terms of how recent history coming in for Razel itself has a kill participation of 68. That is too much. More than 50% for PBN Strike. So if PBN Strike, they know for a couple more damage they had, Sway maybe needs to look out more.
Yeah, and Leone, he's already level 2 compared to Geo, who just hit it as well. Not entirely sure where the EXP differential started coming up here, but Leone trying to hit onto it, but Merps, he's in trouble. He gets stunned up, and now with a level 4 Karina ready to run her down, Battle Mirror Image is going to bail him out of that situation. This is why Claude is the Swiss Army knife of marksmen.
I think, yeah, Swiss Army, all right. But I just love, okay.
He's dead. He's dead here. Oh no, he's still alive. Wait, hold on. The execution doesn't go through, but Kadena is able to get that last auto attack in. But they do find the trade back. Leone dies, but topside Nanami gets punished by Kiyomi and Hiroski.
More than a trade for the side of Sway. They got a free give as well. Bottom side, yeah. With a better strike.
Okay, look.
Hey, a Farsa versus a Farsa, man.
Look, break even, he's just warming up here, man. He just got subbed in. The poor guy is like, he was stretching his fingers like, okay, I won't miss the next one. I won't miss the next one.
Hey, it happened in the classics, man. Farsa versus Farsa. You better rest right, you just flew away.
Dude, I don't even touch classic anymore. I don't even touch classic.
Hey,
I don't know what you're talking about.
I just want to messing around, man.
All right, that's fair. But Chenko is in trouble. Bravest Fighter already threw in. Oh, doesn't even need the damage reduction. Just commits to the fight, but Nanami is here. Slam pushes him aside. The knock up into the rough waves onto Gyome, and Break Even just stands there and watches in horror as he is helpless to do anything about the situation.
Confidence for the side of Sway to go for that purple buff as well.
Oh!
Flickers comes in.
Break Even secures the kill. Feathered Airstrike might take him out. No, he can tank it. He can tank it. What a Chad. Look at him. He tanks it.
No, Bloods.
Oh, Bloods is nearby. He wants to pull him out too. Feathered Airstrike just to try even the tides. He knew he was dead, but at the very least, he's not giving the gold over to the gold laner.
Yeah, I think this is maybe a curse for Blood itself. In game number 1, doesn't have any kills. Game number 2, only focus on to the turret. You can see how the laning for the side of Bloods is he's a construction worker, I think, because of that. That tower will be taken away a lot, but I think...
I'm sorry.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Dude, your vocab is great. I love it. But the triple sweep already going to securely kill onto Farsa, who's struggling to find an opportunity for herself to actually get out of these. But Roski continuing to control this top side against the Nami is doing great. He's a level up. He can force the waves. He wins these 1v1s now.
In terms of damage, yes, PBN has a lot, but oh no.
Oh, Leone missed, and now he's out of position. Rough ways to get him out. Do they commit to this?
No, I don't think so. It doesn't have any more objective to be, trades for the side of PBN as well as Sway. If they go for that team fight in that kind of position, they cannot push down bottom lane because only 2 minions left. They cannot go on top side. They doesn't have total foresight at 20 seconds. So that is a win-win for both sides because it does not commit into such a mistake.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. There was no objectives to really play for, and more importantly, Sway Esports just don't have any resources. Barely had their ults. They go for the full reset. They managed to get the goal played, but now, just before the action was about to happen down in the goal lane, what's going on? Break Even still alive, but the Rough Waves already committed through. Leone still alive, but Break Even outplays the situation still, as Bloods isn't able to get that last weakness point to proc the crossbow of Tang.
There's no weakness for the side of Sway right now in game number 2. PBN's just praying till they can fight with the damage. But in terms of how the fight takes away on bottom and mid lane, plays really good for Sway. They're just swaying away their rights onto that team fight. But PBN, they still have much more magic damage. In terms of physical, they only have Razel and Bloods to just be played in this kind of matchup. Yeah, I think, a couple of items could just negate any damage for side PBN. They need that team fight. They need Nanami to just play with them and wait for that 1-1 to have a hyperbolic in terms of damage.
So they just need time here. And Sway Esports is trying to not let them get that time. But the lead that they have, I mean, they're only 800, 900 now ahead. It's a very small lead, but they got 2 turtles under their belt. Third turtle is going to ensure that they have a very clear EXP lead. I mean, look at this, right? We're seeing that Break Even, basically a level ahead of Shenko. We're also seeing that Hiroski is a level ahead of Nanami. And even Geo now actually scaling up, level 7 compared to Leone at level 6.
Yeah, this is the first time I think that Sway has an upper hand in terms of gold. 1,000 is not a lot, but it surely feels in terms of items and damage. They could be bring Leone.
Oh, he touches grass. Oh wait, no, it cancels the Rough Waves. Break Even gets the live, and now Feathered Airstrike stolen, turning it around in the counter engagement from Sway Esports. Guillaume clutches up.
BBN. They thought they can take a lot more damage. Leone, game number 1, you have the momentum though. Game number 2, I know, this is Sway turf. Break Even takes the game leading into the game number 2.
I love it. I absolutely love it right now. Nanami trying to zone away Geo. He knows that Break Even is nearby, but he doesn't have enough damage to 100 to zero him just yet. But Sway playing for these objectives, right? Objective focus. Bottom tier 1 is gone. Sway Esports will also take the turtle too with no contestation.
This is not the window that PBN Strike can open up because of how Sway already have a lot more upper hand in terms of if you want to kill down the Federate, you need to force down the jungle. You need to play it as aggressively as you can and just force out these stacks coming in from Fredrin. But in terms of how PBN is so back away from the leads that Sway had, it could not make it.
Oh, once again, Leone outplays the situation, manages to get the Rough Waves off in time before that triple sweep completed. And Geo, a little sad about that. Probably wishes he took a Petrify himself, but Flicker is just too good for him, especially on a Saber.
Valentina top side.
Oh,
Kadita.
Yeah, Tri-Brush. Kadita. Wait, she's alive. She's got a sliver of HP, and even Break Even, he already utilized his ultimate as well as a Flicker in that engagement. Hiroski with the bravest fighter sees an opportunity, unable to capitalize on it, so Nanami will have to pay that price. Sway, are they just going to let it go?
Yushchenko takes 1 HP, man. He could just live that all of the regions come for the side of Nanami, just trying to force away that objective. But in terms of PBN, right? Okay, just give to Yushchenko, just protect mid. We go for a reset and just wait for another objective. PBN, I think they didn't know what to do. They need to wait and wait for Blood Anzai. Get a lot of movement speed, just skip away, but Mer's been taken away on bottom.
That's what you want to see coming in for PB and Strike, looking to find these pickoffs here. They finally find a hole. Leone opens up the map, but does mean that Break Even takes away the rough waves. This could be extremely dangerous here. If they find that Terrify, they might actually go for the one-shot triple sweep to ensure a good setup by Break Even as Gio takes him up. Break Even now zoning off Chenko as topside. It looks like it's still holding on for now. Gyome able to cover the bottom as well. But now Chenko doesn't get hit completely by the rough waves, but Hiroski flickers forward, secures the kill, and they back out.
Oh, I don't think that he's going to be back away a lot, but in terms of how the Lord has been here, maybe the inside of the way they need to go, but in terms of PBN, they cannot force it down. They have the damage for Blood, but they cannot go for a retreat onto that Lord.
Oh, Nanami, he's going in for that information. He sees that he can't do anything, but he does pull one out of position. The rest is way looking to back him up. The setup is there. Break Even finally goes down in the Blazing Duet, unable to chunk out Nanami.
I love in the terms of how the Blazing Duet has been involved into how much damage with shields have been given, but in terms of this is reconciled outside of PBN.
Almost securing the kill, but Merps is still alive, and Hiroski is going to get right into the front of it. Triple sweep is going to chunk out that glue just enough for Hiroski to secure it. They trade 2 for 1, and Hiroski in a 1v3 tries his best with a crossbow of Tang to put him out of his misery.
That re-engage coming in for Sway, a split second they had a kill, but in terms of PBN, they know the cooldown is there, they need to wait, and that re-engage coming in for PBN as well.
Oh, you're so greedy, Leone! He tries, but Gyome does it again, cancels the rough waves.
Leone could not be left alone. That is some bold move coming in for Leone. PBN just got the lead, man, and then they throw it away.
I mean, look, the Lord is already pushing on. Leone is getting desperate. He knows he has a shorter death timer than everybody else because he's been dying quite a bit. But now, tier 1s are falling. Nanami in the middle of it. Can he actually pull a proper target? No, it's going to be Appraiser's Wrath who takes him out. And even the backline is getting attacked. His Burps is already dead. They find that kill to Arlo. Crossbow of Tang to turn the tides as Rizel is still alive. A 2 for 1, but Saber looks for a triple sweep. Takes it back 2 for 2. Nobody is safe on this map.
That Saber, you need to look out. Yes, you have the damage for Blood Anzai, but in terms of that pickoff coming in for Gio, yes, he messed up in game number 1. But game number 2 is not a possible way for the side of Sway, because how Gio just go on top side, just, you know, I just want to farm, I just want to push a little bit, just follow the momentum that Lord brings on bottom side, just, you know, 50-50% with the lane. But in terms of that first damage that Gio has.
Oh, Leone keep. Oh, that's such a feels bad moment. Leone in the Ocean Oddity gets terrified, which pushes him out of it. And just before the wall, doesn't even get over it. Talk about bad timing.
That, I think, much more like a desperate move coming in for Leone, because we know that maybe is it a strat coming in for PBN, because Leone is level 10 rather than all of the members of PBN is 11 and 12. Level 10, yes, you has a couple shorter kind of revive that could play for side of PBN Strike. Yes, you could just give away that Kadita. If she can burst anybody down, it could be okay.
It could be, as Hiroski goes into the middle of 3 people after a conceal from Gio. He's left to rot by himself. They're not committing. Oh, they committed. They feathered airstrike, but they do give the kill over to Bloods. But mid lane, wait, mid lane's in trouble. Break Even actually gets on out of there, but he's chunked out the enemy jungler already as the rest of Sway Esports take the objective for themselves. Break Even holding the line single-handedly as the backline getting attacked by Nanami. Gyome now here to start peeling against Yochenko. They walk off 3 for nothing. They get the Luminous Lord, but PBN Strike have all 5 of their members alive.
Like I just said, Gio is the #1 person that you need to kill for the side of Sway. You take down Gio, maybe Hiroski next. There's a blazing duet here.
Yep, is Blazing Away going to get much? They chunk them out even more. I'm thinking that Sway Esports is trying at the very least.
Hey, you need Radiant Armor as well, man.
Yeah, Radiant Armor is going to be highly valuable here, but I don't know. Looking at the composition for the side of Sway Esports, like hopefully they get it sooner rather than later because they need not only a Radiant Armor, they need to get an Athena shield.
Rose gold for the side of that Claude. Double shield.
Oh, that's a good point.
Mechanism, though.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Well, so let's have a look at his items right now. Does he actually have it? No, he doesn't even have the mat. Oh, instead he just went straight for the Athena shield. He's not going to go for the Magic Blade to get that extra bit of spell vamp as well as that fat shield with movement speed. But I think this should be enough to protect him from a one-shot from Leone. I could be wrong about that because I do see a Genius Wand. I do see a Magical Penetration Boots. I think he's going to eventually build into the Divine Glaive.
Yeah, in terms of items, yes, you need. They need something that could play away with that Karita. But in terms of how PBN Strike, they are going for a stalemate here. Who's going to go first?
You're so brave, Yome. He takes it for the team, goes down, gets taken out by Rizel, but that's going to be a huge ultimate coming out from Leone as they find the trade back. Hiroski gets one, finds the rough weights in the back line. Feathered Airstrike takes out Break Even, and now Merps, he's got nobody to peel for him. Gio is done and dusted. He's backing off, doesn't have his ultimate as well. 2-for-1 trade in favor of PBN Strike, and now full commitment as Hiroski is trying to clear this wave to protect mid-tier 1. Alpha Chad movement, willing to give up his life for tier 1 mid lane.
That is one bold move coming in for Sway. A crucial moment for the side of Sway. Do we want to save this tier 1 tower? That question is yes. Someone just die on that team fight because the PBN Strike, they are on a mayhem here. They need a kill. They need some objectives to just push away minions to just go into the hands of Sway because they only has one tower in their hands. That is something that PBN is showing that game number 2 is not the likes in game number 1. They had a lot more confidence, but Leone, did she want to go for a burst damage in terms of how like she did in game before this in that mid lane?
I mean, PBN Strike had like what, a 5k gold lead? Now they're actually at a gold deficit, a 1.3k deficit in a matter of fact. And I think Sway Esports just maintaining this lead against PBN Strike towards the later stages of the game. They're going to be very comfortable here. Oh, Nanami doesn't have enough magic resist. Break Even absolutely demolishes him. But Leone, he tries his best. Break Even, he's still going to be going down. Execution straight away. As we do see it, Gio's trying his absolute best. He's going to be walking from the flank here. Merps ends up dying to the Feathered Airstrike. It's too late. The timing is missed. And now Sway Esports are scrambling to get out of there. Hiroski falls down to the crossbow of Tang, and Gio, still with his ultimate, did not make it in time.
They had the idea for Sway, waiting for Gio on the backside. Just want to kill the far side, maybe Leone. But in terms of how PBN saw the Saber in that mid lane, they just commit, 100% commit onto the front line, giving the kill one by one. It takes 3 onto the accounts, and this lot will be in the hands of PBN.
Oh, Gyome, he tries to steal it, but walks into 3, instantly dies, didn't even get the Appraiser's Wrath down. Instantly PBN Strike, they've woken up. They're done with this gold deficit, now with a gold lead at a time where it doesn't really matter, except for Leone, of course, who still needs items, but everybody else is basically full build.
I think Leone plays Karita just like how you play Diggy though. You just die and just repeat itself, just give more information where Sway is.
Is this the feeding Kadita strat?
Is this hoping that you lose but win the strat?
Look, I think PBN, I think especially for Leone, he's looking to be proactive on the map, and I think, you know, PBN Strike are okay trading as long as the gold lead is too far ahead. But now that they've actually reclaimed it, they're taking one inhibitor. They're looking to end this game on that top side. Right, Cell almost gets sent all the way back to the fountain. They're trying to end this game, but it's not good. The backline gets attacked. Gio already chucked out, stopping the Feathered Airstrike. Sway Esports still with all members still alive. Nobody has died just yet, and finally Gio dies to Yachenko. But that's going to be, wait, mid inhibitor? Are they going to get mid inhibitor as well? Nanami isn't going to walk up. Nope, nothing here. Only one inhibitor achieved by PBN Strike. Sway buys themselves 5 more minutes into the game.
If Sway plays this threat again after this with the team fight, I think PBN will have an upper hand here. Because the same kind of threat the same kind of strategy that PBN could use. You just 100% goes in onto the front line and makes the win for the side of PBN. But that conceal itself for Geo nearly make it for the side of Sway.
Nearly. Oh, break even. Almost getting hit by that third one. That would have
Doesn't
hurt.
have any minions though.
Bottom side, I mean, they're just going to force it, right? They only have 2 minions there. They're able to open up the inhibitor. Lord isn't spawning in anytime soon, honestly. So Sway Esports, it's going to be a little bit difficult to walk out of their base, but PBN Strike, it looks like they're not going to gatekeep them just yet.
A little bit late for the side of Sway. They want to go for the high ground defense coming in, and they need to rely on how Geo trying to go for that conceal again. I think that kind of strat, it works, but in terms of how consistent you do it, could maybe give a lot more information for the side of PBN, because he does it a lot of times. Yes, it's worked for Sway, but in terms of how you want to find Yuchenko, it's kind of really hard, because if Yuchenko already have full items, but if he just go for a immortal, I think it's going to be really hard for side of Sway.
I mean, it's already really hard, and I just noticed that Ryzel, he's going... I saw him building the full damage build, but I think the scariest thing is the fact that he has Blood Wings, and Blood Wings has been changed a little bit here. They give you this fat shield that has, what, a 30-second cooldown, if I remember correctly, if you're outside of combat, that replenishes and doesn't disappear as well.
It's going to be really hard here, because of this is the ultra late game that you have been mentioning.
Oh! Instantly break even. Tries to go for the one-shot on Leone, but Leone has been scaling up just enough. That's such a big pick-off for the side of PBN Strike. And Blood, he's walking for it. Yome, you're so far ahead. The triple sweep finds one in Leone as well, but Yome ends up dying. Crossbow of 10 coming out from Bloods, and this is why everybody has been banning out the Wan. Just too good. Wait, is there any way? Bottom. They can force it on bottom.
Yeah.
Claude, he's recalling here. It's going to be a 2v4. Let's see how they play this out. Do they have the ultimate? Gio has the ultimate, but now the flicker for Nanabi instantly with a feathered air strike from Yuchenko. Puts him out of his misery as well. And that's going to be Claude 2 also going down. That's going to be a GG. Well played for Sway Esports. They couldn't do much about it. PBN Strike take the game 2-0.
Wow, PBN. As I suspected.
As I suspected. Well done with the predictions here. Big change up of game plan for PBN Strike and Sway Esports. Just could not adapt fast enough. Had a solid game too, but wow, that ultra late game, man, that's rough.
The longer I realized that if we saw what happened in game number 2 and game number 1, PBN switched the DNA, but Sway stick to it.
Oh, dude.
They have the same tell.
I mean, look at this, right? Sway Esports, they fixed up their early and mid game, right? We can all agree on that, but PBN Strike, they made sure that they were trading at off times against Sway Esports, making sure that no matter what they punish, or no matter what gold or EXP that they got from PBN Strike managed to mitigate it by 50%, 80%, 90% sometimes.
Yeah, I think the game plan, I think the playbook itself for the side of PBN, I would say for Sway, the playbook for Sway itself, they just change onto the chapters. But in terms of PBN, game 1 and game 2, they changed the book.
They did. The covers are different, everything. Yuchenko was playing a solid game here, but I don't know. It felt like Yome kind of lost his direction because PBN Strike were thinking outside of the box in the ultra late stages of the game. And that's the thing. Both teams were playing with their pickoffs here. Yome on this Valentina was playing like a Kadita. And PBN Strike was making sure they could actually look for these big punishes. And Gio, unfortunately, just does not scale in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, because that is a saber. But I will give you, I'm trying to be honest though, but Gio gameplay has lived in that matchup because of how the position, he positioned himself far further than his teammate, but in terms of how fast he can reach that team fight is so much to be praised along.
I mean, I don't know. It's really tough here because, again, you would have expected the score 20 minutes into this game to be 26-18, where Sway Esports were leading for a majority of that time.
And the first time as well. Sway just go for a lead for the first time today versus PBN. And at that moment when we saw how Leone already had a couple bad movement, I think Sway just unfortunate enough not to just punish more for side of PBN.
Yeah, oh man, it's tough. It's really, really tough to see. PBN Strike played it well. They trade it when necessary. Look at the hero damage. It's so neck and neck. And even with the damage taken, a majority will be taken by Sway. Even the total heals, but goal per minute from Ryzel, still 745, keeping him afloat, even though Sway were throwing everything at him.
Yeah, I think to be fair though, PBN has a glue though. So 100k, maybe a glue itself.
Yeah, that's also possible. But I would say that Break Even though Break Even wasn't playing glue, he was dishing out damage here. 5,156 throughout this game.
Yeah, fair. But I think side of PBN, yes, they had a glue. In that early matchup, we saw how Sway plays really good with that momentum. They aggressiveness they go for that early game. Glue cannot play, but in terms of that late game, after a couple more items and as well as position with the damage that Glue can provide, makes the game for side of PBN.
Yep, let's give it up for our series MVP. From PBN Strike, it's Ryzel Anzai. Give it up for him, man. Again, I haven't seen a Mage Karina in so long. It's great that he whips it out. He's just one-shotting, absolutely demolishing the Claude in this matchup.
I think the downside for a burst magic damage Karina is you can burst anybody, but anybody can burst you as well. Because you can see how, when Karina takes down Claude, in terms of 1 second, she cannot run away because of all the members of Sway just burst her down.
Honestly, that's why I'm thinking that the Bloodwing's playing a very big part here. That shield keeping, Ryzel alive a lot longer than he should be. He's escaping situations where he's like, what, 1 HP sometimes? That could be the difference maker at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think the wins coming in for PBN is really remarkable when they choose to, just switch it up a little bit in terms of their composition and make Sway, just a little bit swaying to the side, and Sway has been knocked out from this tournament.
I can literally see the gears turning in your head when you came up with that joke.
You're the one that used Break Even like 10 times in one sentence.
That's a good point. But for our upcoming match, it's going to be Maharlika up against the Drift. Our next matchup is going to be a very spicy one with both sides not willing to back down from the fight.
Ooh, Maharlika versus the Drift.
The royalty, man. They're royalty for a reason, and hopefully we're going to see a decent game out of them this time.
Yeah, a little bit of a royalty versus a Drift.
I hate it. I hate it. I can see it in your face as well. All right, but with that being said, we're going to go on a break. It's going to be a little bit longer this time because for our Muslim friends out there, it's time for them to actually get a meal for the day after this long day of fasting. Hopefully, you guys at home will take your own breaks too. Grab some dinner, grab a snack, because when we're back after 20 minutes, it's going to be the next matchup. We'll see you then.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
In my prime, you follow me, dog, and I make it. I pump too much iron in my grind. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, I showed it right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime. No room on stage for no amateur pop star. Me and my clique don't fear. Trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end. I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy. You make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you'll tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost, man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience, I think it's time. The man of the year, so you're right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, nothing. So I'ma stand up. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking, yeah, my ish, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Steady be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that, yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall, stand tall, stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall, stand tall. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Few will rise and many shall fall, but a real conqueror will stand tall amongst them all. Hey, boom! Put your lighters up, represent it where you're from. If you're a child of Zion, marching forward till thy kingdom come. To all the old and the youngster, if nobody can put you under, stand up then if he's a fighter, show them you're ready to conquer. Make them know that you're a conqueror.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Do.
Repeat after me.
Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, and put in work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work today. Work today. Work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
Ha, I'm a punk chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, cause that's how we do. I run this, and I'm gonna do it harder. You ain't my sugar daddy, I don't need no father. Figure it out, that's what we do. Riding around.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we're already back for the second match of the day. It's looking real good here. My name is Getting Q. This is Mikos here at the desk to keep you guys comfortable for the time being, and hopefully you guys have already gotten your meal like our boy Mikos here.
I'm full and stuff, and I'm ready though. All right, let's get serious.
All right, that's good to hear, because this upcoming matchup is going to be quite interesting. I don't know, when we're talking about Maharlika and as well as the Drift, a lot of words start coming into my mind. I'm thinking about the way they play the game, the way they want to be aggressive.
Aggressive, yes, they can for the side of the Drift, but in terms of how Maharlika plays, they won against BBNS. BBN. Yeah.
Yeah, they did. They did. And maybe they have an opportunity to actually take out another Filipino representatives themselves. Who knows? Things are changing up here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, and it only continues to get better from here on out. And I don't know, it could be one of those things with the patches changes. A couple of the items have been abused, making that slight difference, but who really knows where or what direction they're going to take this time.
Yeah, after the patch we saw today, we have a Saber support with full damage in terms of the first matchup, but Yeah, I don't think in game number 2 is seeing Saber again.
So, it could be one of those specific topics, but just in case you guys don't know what's going on, let's give you a bit of a recap here. Starting off with Maharlika Esports. They're obviously the strong team from the Philippines. They managed to sweep PBN, strike in week number 1, and put up a really close fight against GPX in week number 2.
Yeah, I think in which is now the most favorite team in the Indonesia region that can see why CY performing again in this series.
Yeah, and it only gets better here because when we're thinking about Maharlika Esports, they were the favorites, right? They were the absolute favorites to try and win the entire thing. But competition only gets tougher and tougher, right? Teams have started to adapt really well to Maharlika, and now we're already seeing them in these lower brackets. It's not exactly the best position to be in.
Yeah, the Drifts, on the other hand, did win against Yusun trial in week number 2, which is the most anticipated team in the Cambodia region. Is this an underperform from side of Yusun trial?
Well, it could be the fact that, you know, the Drift is just too good at playing around Farsa. That's the thing. I feel like the Drift has definitely adapted to this meta a little bit better, and some teams are going to be doing much better than others. But Maharlika, let's see their lineup here with CJ, Kelvin, Daizo, CY, and NAX.
Yeah, I think I love how CY plays really well in versus GPX before this. That the draft itself from Maharlika, they complement each other with the burst damage, with the team fight composition. It's just we see in match series number 1, we often, you know, ask about how we want to differentiate the micro and macro. But in terms of Maharlika, the strongest team that we had, unfortunately going onto the lower bracket, but they are somehow the I would say the balanced kind of composition they had, micro and macro.
We're not expecting them to come out with any weirder picks this time around. But I don't know, when I'm thinking about the Drift, they're definitely coming in as the underdogs, right? So the one thing that we know about the Cambodia as a region, right? They have solid mechanics. They are hyper aggressive. We've seen CU soon play both sides of the same coin. Hyper aggression, a little bit more controlled. The Drift, on the other hand, this team can get scary. There's so much potential inbuilt into them with Tong, Starboy, Rich Swag, Amruki, as well as Fuji.
Yeah, I just love how we saw this kind of matchup, Philippines versus the Cambodia, that they are the same kind of DNA. I would say the early aggressive gameplay coming in for Drift, and also Maharlika, and as well as the other teams that coming in from Philippines as well as Cambodia. So the question is, who's going to win the early game matchup? Team fights maybe, or pick off going to be the number 1 stats here? Because matchup number 1 is all about pick-up. Team fight may be the second, but in terms of how we want to play onto the Fedrin after being nerfed, as well as could we see a Leslie again? Could we see a couple of Farsa to be played, and maybe a Valentina to cope with the Farsa damage?
Look, you're hopeful if we're seeing Leslie all over again. I doubt it's going to show itself, and I think Fredrin is still relatively good, even though they did nerf his taunts damage, but that's not where the majority of his big boy damage comes from. It comes from that Appraiser's Wrath. And I don't know, Farsa, I feel like it's going to be a staple in the tournament as a whole for the Snapdragon Pro Series, but we'll see. We'll see. Yves has becoming a little bit more popular. It really depends.
Yeah, Yves, with the ultimate itself, you can manage to just give, or you just conduct wherever you want to be with that damage itself. But I just love how the side of the Drift, they go for a burst. You can see itself, you have the Brody, you have the Lolita to play a lot more kind of CC to just cope with the burst damage that Brody had.
Yep, if we're looking at 2 specific players, and the more that we talk about Yves and Farsa, Daizo and Reach Swag come to mind.
Yeah, only Valentina is one that will be differentiated coming in for these both, you know, icons in this Snapdragon Pro Series. In terms of KD, it's not much. Only maybe assist could be one that could be, you know, trying to force it out. But in terms of the damage, it's 1,000. 1,000 is the difference. Maybe not a lot, but in terms of team fight, so much outcome.
It's significant. It's really significant that the damage taken per minute coming from a player, coming from their mid laner, from Maharlika, is taken so little. It just means that, yes, our overall kill participation is generally, yeah, we're going to be around team fights, but it's clear that the Drift are more aggressive, and they like to get really really messy when it comes down to these team fights, right? As much as they can, throw as many things at the wall until it breaks.
Yeah, because of how we see how the drift, when they throw it all into the front line, I think Maharlika is the one responsible to just take a lot from the front line and just spread the members of the drift, trying to make a couple more, you know, into the possession side if they want to go for the 1-1. Maybe just defend that 1-1 in that early matchup, just go for that ultimate pick.
Yeah. Just in case you guys are wondering, you can cast your own votes on the Twitch chat itself, so go on over there and cast your votes, because even between me and Amigos here, we're kind of a little separated on the topic, because I don't know about you, but I'm feeling that, you know, Maharlika, they're taking this seriously, you know, they can't just be giving away so many of these games.
I think you will be much more disappointed on me, because in this kind of matchup, because I've seen Maharlika play, and I believe this is the way.
Really?
Yeah,
you
I believe.
Oh, okay, okay. You're not giving, you know, the drift a chance?
I think, yes, they could have the chance, but in terms of how early and aggressive they play, in terms of team fight as well, they throw all over into the front lane. And when we saw in match number 1, when that Saber goes onto the back line, maybe the drift need to see that happening to just prevent what happen for the team. Because Maharlika could make it happen.
It could be. It could be. The weirder picks have been coming up pretty hefty, especially in our very first series of the day. This could be the entire theme for today as well for the other 2 matches. But let's have a look at our predictions here. And it looks like it's both me and Mikos on the same side for Maharlika. Let's see whether the drift is able to prove us wrong, just like the upset we had in the very first best 3.
In terms of a lower bracket before this, I'm still 100% right.
Well, let's see. Let's see whether or not you're going to be right, because right now Mikos is unleashing the beast with monster energy. I saw him chug it down just now. Absolute monster in him. He is ready to go for this game. So if you want to unleash your beast, go check out www.monsterenergy.com and go see some of their other products and other flavors that they have in store. But with that being said, what is the drift required to do? What's the secret sauce that they need to beat Maharlika, or at least take a game out of them?
I think the first thing that we need to realize and we need to understand is that both teams played early aggressive. Early aggressive, force it out into maybe a force into jungle. And if the drift want to go for, okay, we don't want to play aggressive, we need some tanky initiator to play in that early matchup with mid lane. If you want to go for the Yif mid, might as well go for the Kufra or a Grok in that support role.
All right, that's something to keep in mind for this upcoming draft as well. I don't know. I feel like teams after yesterday's patch, they had some time to actually go through it and start that theory crafting as well. We didn't get to see Grok just now, but we did get to see a lot of Joy. And I don't know. I feel like, especially if you're in Cambodia's position or for the Drift's position, high mechanic heroes is something that they like to actually do. So if Joy gets let through, we'll see, but it depends. Are they on blue side? Are they on red side?
I think that's just most interesting part is when if Maharlika is strong for 5v5, might as well for the side of Drift, bring Yin in.
Ooh, that's a
just
good
isolate
point.
one off for Maharlika.
We'll see whether or not Fire Miss is going to be shown by Maharlika, but let's get right into it. The draft has begun with Maharlika Esports on the blue side, the Drift on the red, and this is going to be quite stressful here for both sides. Remember, this best of 3 is extremely important. Winner is going to move on.
Yeah, the winners will go for the next stage. In terms of Maharlika, right now they ban onto the Kadita. Kaja is still open. Maybe the Drift wants to ban it out, because we saw how NIX plays the Kaja play really, really well. In terms of how EXP lane could be played here, maybe the glue for CJ. We saw Arlot played by CJ last week. They did really well in terms of early game. Maybe a little bit of a late rotation, but that late game itself speaks for the result. Yeah, but the Drift doesn't want to see Arlot in that kind of matchup.
Yeah, again, I've been going through this theory that teams that ban out these heroes believe that they are strong. If they were on the opposite side and they had the opportunity to pick it up, they would absolutely do so. So keep in mind for the upcoming drafts that Arlot is definitely a key point for these teams. But I think Maharlika is on the right idea, right? Ban out that ban out specifically this Kadita, because the annoying thing about Kadita, even though it's pretty good in the meta right now, when you give it to a Cambodian team, there's always always a chance that you see Johnson paired up with it.
Oh, hey, it works though.
It works though, but it's kind of annoying at the same time.
But yeah, in terms of if they want to give the Kadita as well as the Johnson, but Maharlika could, I think maybe they want to force down the Melissa pick.
I think that's a good idea as well. I think Melissa is rather annoying to deal with, but we'll see. Now, the fact that Kadita's gone, I don't expect the Drift to actually pick up the Johnson unless they have like a combo mechanic with it. Valentina gets banned out here, so it looks like Maharlika are leaning more towards a mage opener.
Farsighting.
Wait, we're actually not seeing Joy come out as well. Is the Drift even considering banning out the Kaja?
I think, yeah, if they doesn't ban out Kaja, because I saw last week when Maharlika, if the opposition side want to ban anything, you can ban. Because when Maharlika really serious about, when CY played really well in terms of goal lane, they brought the Harith.
That's true. They do have more options, deeper pockets, and the Drift decide, you know what? Let's open up the entire draft. Let's ban out the glue. Let's make sure that the meta picks are still available. Maharlika Esports, do you want to start off with the traditional Fredrin, or do you want to get some power picks? And power picks were selected.
The Kaja been picked by Maharlika. Open up the Fredrin as well as if you want to go for the Faramis pick here for the side of the Drift.
Farmis doesn't seem too bad. I do think Joy has lost a lot of its value now that Kaja has been locked in by Maharlika.
Yep.
And I think it's really good. They're thinking ahead of time. What else is open in these matchups?
Martis. Oh.
I mean, that's the Drift. They like to be aggressive. Martis loves being aggressive. He loves playing for the early game. He loves going for early kills at level 4. We do see the Farsa get picked up as well.
I think how Maharlika, they had an option to just take Farsa, maybe the Kaja, but in terms of how the Drift played with the momentum when they bring out Outlook 1-1 and the last ban is the glue. So I think Maharlika just wants to, they want to force out the Farsa first and hoping for the Drift to ban away the Kaja, but in terms of how they've been played in the hands of the Drift, they take the Kaja. They doesn't have Valentina to be played in mid lane, and now they have Kaja as well as Joy. So they already have the mid lane, support Kaja all the way from Maharlika.
Yep, some really great setup coming out from the side of Maharlika Esports. Like you mentioned, first picking Kaja means that, hey, Joy isn't that good for the side of the Drift, but eventually, when it bounces back, that's when Maharlika can start taking these power picks. Now, the Drift themselves respond with the Brody, so now they're looking to draft and attack the opposite side of the map. Mid lane control is going to be pretty important, so I think Maharlika Esports really need to start considering, hey, what's going to help that mid lane? The Drift, on the other hand, they're thinking about it too. They're taking out that Harith. They want to make sure that the gold lane is a oppressive and also a winning matchup.
Well, I love the ban on Franco here because that Franco, if they give it to the Drift with the pair onto Brody, I wouldn't say that Kaja could live. Maybe just force out away the flicker, but if when you use the ultimate, will just get blocked away from the side of the Drift. In terms of, as you said, Maharlika forcing out to enforce mid lane as well as the Drift. So they have the Farsa, long range, they have the Yves, as well as mid range to long. But in terms of the supports currently, they doesn't have much more tanky. They doesn't have, for the side of Maharlika, they don't have the gold laner just yet. They force up, maybe they doesn't have the Brody, maybe for the Claude to be picked, but now been taken away by the Drift. So they have the Beatrix. They doesn't have 1-1. Maybe they can go for
Lunox? I'm thinking if you can play Hara, there's a good chance that Lunox is going to be pretty good too. I think the Maharlika Esports understand their composition is designed to be very selfish, right? They want to make sure that Yve's ultimate is never going to get cancelled. So they took the Kaja. They also made sure to ban out the Franco, both of which actually have a very unique mechanic in the game. And the only two heroes that have it, which is suppression, any kind of CC, any kind of like CC immunity, just does not matter as much against it.
I think if they ban out the Atlas, I think Melissa is a good pick here for the side of Maharlika though.
Yeah, Melissa is that's actually a very good shout. Melissa is not that bad. The only issue is that she doesn't outrange the Farsa, and Martis can push her out of the get away from me.
Yeah, I think Getaway could just redact the ultimate coming of Farsa as well as the Brody. But in terms of dealing with the Martis, I think that Martis only can, disrupt the position of Maharlika. They have the range, they have the damage. they can dive as well. But the Kufra pick here for the drift, I kinda has some suspicion, but I think, you know,
Alright. Grok probably might have been the better option here. I will say that Maharlika kind of locked themselves in on their support pick with the Kaja, so they don't have much choice about that, right? But they do have the EXP choice, which was also taken away. So now they don't have a very clean way of actually stopping the feathered airstrike other than the real world manipulation edges of the boundaries of the box, which actually have that stun. I think the drift very smartly taking the Kufra, making sure that, hey, even at least if someone gets pulled away, Kufra can look for that counter engage and something might happen. Maharlika Esports lock in the Lancelot. I like the damage, but I feel like their team has enough damage, so it's probably going to be like a tank a lot or something like that.
Yeah, I think tank Lancelot is quite good for Maharlika. We saw it last week for the side of Maharlika. I think the only two options left for Maharlika, if they want to bring back the Lancelot tank, or maybe they go full-on damage like Hayabusa composition with Maharlika. Because if they can kill Brody in that early team fight, it could be a big for the side of for their side. So they can kill the away Farsa with the Shadow and as well as Brody. But the drift, they had one hero that hard for Maharlika to deal with, and that is the Mortis. Mortis has much more damage, has the disrupt, has the upper hand in terms of physical damage, and Maharlika needs to find a way to just deal with Mortis.
Yeah, I think it's all about timing, right? As soon as his, anti-CC is down, instantly, I'm expecting Maharlika to punish him. Esmeralda gets locked in for the side of the drift. Esmeralda being a very old soft counter to the Yve. Yve's shield comes up, no problem. Esme loves eating it up, but I still think it's going to be a tough matchup regardless here as the drift getting comfortable in position to play this match out.
Make it to hero could, hard to kill for the side of Maharlika when they had Kufra as well as Martis with the damage and Esmeralda. We saw Esmeralda with the adjustment onto the passive, made a game for the before series, but now the drift, they need to show that Esmeralda is back on the meta.
Yeah, let's see whether or not it's going to actually work here. Again, at least we get a little bit more data to work with. Before we start jumping into the game, it looks like, we've got some things, the teams that need to settle up with. We're not going to miss too much of the action, so don't worry. In the meantime, we can have this little discussion about the Joy into the Esmeralda. Because again, not many teams are going to be looking to expand their hero pool, so they're always going to be playing what they previously know, Joy and as well as Esme, both of which have been in the meta for a very long time. Esme in particular.
Yep.
And I think it's a simple hero, doesn't have to worry too much about it, but the interactions against Joy are rather interesting.
Yeah, I think if Joy with the new passive is not giving shields and you need to proc it, I think it's too fast just for Joy to just versus an Esme. But in terms, we saw a matchup with Joy versus Esme before this. That Joy is having a lot more trouble because of the health that Esme has, and as well as the shield that Esme could, steal away. But in terms of how, before this, from Joy and Irital just swap lanes to make a game for the side of them, but a little bit too late.
Yeah, well, let's jump right into it. Maharlika Esports on the blue side with the drift on the red side. Keep your eyes out for Daiso and Reach Swag here as they try to make plays of their own as a majority of the stats leading into the favor of the drift. Reach Swag. Down by bottom side, we're already seeing a bit of an interaction here. Esme already put down to 50% of the HP, but CJ doesn't want to forcefully push the wave, forcing him to actually recall. No, he sticks around. He will use the regenerate as the rest of the drift actually looks to attack this orange buff, but Kelvin still gets it away. Can they punish it? And it's going to be Tong here to try and disengage the team. The flicker being used by Reach Swag as he comes on in. Thorn Rose as well as a puncture getting first blood onto Fuji, unable to run away, and another flicker coming out from Reach Swag.
Maharlika, like clockwork, they know the drift is going to invade their jungle on bottom side. They just clump up 4 men on that jungle itself, make the kill and give it to that Lancelot to help Kelvin have an upper hand in terms of jungle. And we saw Maharlika, they are wide awake
They are, but Fuji dying that was really unfortunate, and big battle spells have been expanded as well. With 16 seconds on the clock for Turtle, they're not going to have these key resources. Kelvin, he's going to tickle Fuji for a little bit, but immediately, both teams looking for position for the upcoming Turtle.
Maharlika played really well in terms of early game because the drift, they are so much knownable that early aggressive is too much of a powerhouse for the side of the drift. But in terms of the drift, they played it really well the early game. But unfortunately, Maharlika, a little bit early on that kind of evade.
They were faster. They were faster on the rotation. They were able to punish the correct targets. They managed to kill whoever was low without trading anybody back. And I think that's the important thing. For now, we have to take a quick pause here. Not sure whether there's some technical issues actually happening for the side of Maharlika, but once they figure that out, we'll jump right back into the game, so don't go anywhere. In the meantime, I do think that these early interactions coming up from the drift, you can see the idea, right? They expect for the initial invade. The side laners are ready to move, but unfortunately, at this stage, the side laners are not strong. Esmeralda is not in a good position. I think they probably should have played on their strong side with Brody.
Yeah, I think for the side of when the drift has a specific DNA, they want to go for the invade. Yes, they want to go full on capitalize that the using of Farsa as well as Martis in that early matchup. Because yes, Martis has a level 4 damage that is so great, as well as the burst damage coming from Farsa. But in terms of I think they kind of missed onto that rotation when the rotation coming in, because they did not check on that purple buff when that Lancelot already finished and the rotation Lancelot onto the bottom side.
I think they did actually get that information. We did see Kaja actually interacting with Fuji in the river, and I think that was more than enough information. If the support is hovering around this side, there's a good chance that the jungler will be too. But let's see, Starboy, he's going to have to coin flip this against Kelvin, who's able to kind of puncture on in towards that turtle side. Who's going to win this retribution? It's going to be Martis here, as the Drift now continue their attack for their airstrike coming out, taking out as much damage as possible. That's going to be ANX already down, but we're also seeing an attempt coming out from Joy, who picks up a kill onto the Starboy, and now the counter engage is too strong. Esme finds her own kill in the Joy, and Lancelot is still alive despite it all.
That is a good game coming in for the Drift when the damage itself... Oh, okay.
No, I'm rookie. Can he actually make it through? I'm losing my words. That was too close for comfort. Way too close for comfort, as Rookie is going to get pulled in. Wait, and no way, dude. He whiffed it. He whiffed the lightning bombs. He didn't pull him in the right direction.
I know. Maharlika seems like you're missing bits by bit, chipping away from their confidence right now. The Drift, they're getting luckier in terms of how Maharlika makes a lot of mistakes. Yes, we saw CJ on that bot side total fight. CJ could deal much more damage, and the dashes played it really well. In terms of versus Esmeralda, that is where the full stops comes in. When Tiong played it really well.
Oh, they find the Kaja instantly taking out a Starboy, decimates him with control over this top side. The Drift are going to control the space. CY and Kelvin are going to have to work together to clear this wave to minimize the amount of damage. Bennett's rage comes on through the Thorn Rose in a weird angle, but now he's stuck. Puncture gets him just enough distance, but not enough for the torn apart memories. Well done. The Drift able to get another kill.
I think Maharlika, they just leave Kelvin alone trying to punch at the backline of the side of the Drift. Only he is available at that team fight. So when the damage just want to connect, but just can't, because Kelvin is alone. Doesn't have any backup some sort coming in for maybe Daiso or CY. That is a problem for the side of Maharlika. Their communication is not on par with the Drift. They had much more petroleum coming in for side of the Drift.
I really hope those technical issues that Maharlika was happening here didn't affect them. I guess not. Kelvin able to steal it away. Fuji finds two of his own as the rest of the Drift actually pounds onto Daiso and ANX. So much action here within the first 4 minutes and a 1.3 goal lead for the Drift.
Yeah, Martis is one of the problems coming in for the side of the Drift. 3 kills with 2 assists. Only one, bodies coming in for the side of the Drift. Drift have 6, but Maharlika, they try to cope with the energy on the bottom side. One more CJ.
He can chase him down. He's got the extra movement speed, and unfortunately, for Reach Swag, he tried to just hover over the wall for as long as possible. But CJ, he played it well. He played it real well.
Yeah, that is some quick joy right there, because of the damage as well as the true damage has been pulled over. For the burst damage pulled over by Joy in this current patch is so much to handle with, and lots more problems to be dealt on the bottom side.
Yep, if he lands it perfectly, if he lands those dashes perfectly, he's able to get a bit of a shield, including extra damage, and not to mention that his ultimate actually gives him spell fam if all 4 beats are hit perfectly. Fuji, does he? No, he backs off. He's not going to let loose just yet. He knows that there's a numbers advantage for Maharlika on this top side.
They can't go for the dive just yet because 40 seconds for the total itself, and Farsa is not near them at that moment. So Rizwag, I think they know that Farsa is in that bush. In terms of Maharlika, they're trying to find a way, but this is not the right way.
No, it's immediate pickup onto ANX, and he tries his best to open up the map, but without any support, they don't find a trade back onto the Drift. And the Drift, they are getting these kills, but we're not seeing the heavy punish that we would like to. And this could be it right now as Reach Swag gets into position and Tri-Brush. That's going to be tier 1 top side, immediately broken here. Oh, I Am Rookie quickly flickering out in time before the real world manipulation connects.
Yeah, I think that is the nice flicker coming. Okay, Joyce comes in with a couple more damage. Trying to proc the ultimate. I think Maharlika could steal this, but Starboy a little bit early there.
Yep, and the snipe comes on through. Fuji might be in some trouble here as Kelvin tries his best, though he's holding up his Thorn Rose to try and dodge. He finally uses it. Puncture is already down, unable to close the distant. Reach Swag disengages the rest of the team and able to find a pickoff onto CJ, who is low, trying to attack Fuji in the back line.
I think side of Maharlika, they are currently just respond to whatever the Drift has been doing, and it's a bad thing for the side of Maharlika because they cannot find the Drift as well as their momentum in this current matchup, because the Drift, when they go for objective retake, they played really well. They know how many damage. They just watch out for CJ that played much burst damage. But the Maharlika respond on top side.
Oh, Reach Swag just ate the whole Nibiru's passion. He thought he was out of it, but visually he looked like he was out of it, but unfortunately his life total had something else in mind. But now in the mid lane, we do see Kelvin finding 2 people, Starboy, and noticing the information that he has, goes back in to try and make something happen to take this Little Wanderer away, and gets it.
I'm trying to think of how Maharlika just trying to find out this matchup currently, because of how the Drift, they know how to catch the members of Maharlika. Only the problem is how Daiso as well as NIX is the person that they target has target on their backs for side of the Drift. Because of NIX, 3 times will be taken away. You see how what happened when the Divine Judgment on top side doesn't even connect. It is a problem. But Kelvin?
Oh, he nearly died there. Fuji might have been able to pick him up, but the Thorn Rose and Puncture out of there. Kelvin just toying around to set things up for the rest of Maharlika to actually pounce on them. A quick combo with a real world manipulation puts him out of their misery. CY ready to pounce and take this game back. Mid lane now under attack, but look at the quick rotations towards Lord.
I think they don't know that my Esmeralda is still there. I think if they have the damage from Maharlika, they need to go with the Esmeralda right now because of the damage as well as the sustainability for Esmeralda. It's too much.
Oh, I Am Rookie taking so much damage to the torn apart memories. Keeps CJ alive, but Starboy, he might 50-50 this. He's gonna go and try. Who gets the Lord? It's gonna be Maharlika. And Starboy, can he get the Decimate off in time? No, he's used it a little too early. And finally, a shutdown coming in as Maharlika bring back the gold into their favor.
Too much ambition coming in for Maharlika. They know they can take the Lord for themselves. But no, they had an X been taken away with that team fight alone. Bringing the Drift take 1 versus only Maharlika get 3. That is your problem. The Drift, early matchup, so much impact. In terms of mid game and late game, you're going to see a problem here.
Yeah, and Maharlika are only going to scale harder and harder. And with this very first Lord, let's see how much Maharlika Esports is able to press that gold lead on their side. I mean, the Drift, they were getting impactful kills, yes, but they weren't able to punish. They weren't able to get more resources than their opponents. And now Lord is going to be knocking down that tier 2 here. No commitment from Maharlika just yet as bottom side gets staggered. Mid waves haven't reached just yet, but Maharlika are just pushing the Drift out of their jungle to ensure that this mid tier 1 falls.
That is a good possession gameplay coming in from Maharlika. They just shut down the top jungle to just enforce the tier 1 towers on bottom side, and the members of the Drift, they cannot go in without the members. Well, there goes in.
Oh, Fuji, he finds 2. Feather Air Strike to combo with it. Real world manipulation to try and buy some time for CJ and turns it around with the help of Nibiru's passion. Fuji dies, a 2-for-1 trade, but Starboy gets to live, and the same goes for Tong. They're still alive. Oh man. That could have been the turnaround of the century.
I think CJ played really well onto that Joy. The couple of dashes is played on the hands of Maharlika. In terms of that team fight, yes, they suffered a 2 loss despite the Drift only have 1. But Maharlika, they're trying to force the table around. They still has the couple goal lead, but the Drift is not going to go down that easily because that late game, they are waiting for the Forza as well as Brody.
Yep, they want them to have a lot of damage on their sides. And Brody has been farming pretty heavily throughout this game. He may be level 12, 2-1-1, but he's been farming plenty hard. CY, on the other hand, has been a big combo enabler for Maharlika to clean up the messes that have been made. And more importantly, can scale a little bit faster with the number of kills that he has. The additional gold is helpful.
Yeah, it is just kind of unfortunate for the side of the Drift. Been caught up on bottom side your tongue.
Yep, Esme is still good though. The Frost Moon Shield's going to keep her alive as she regenerates the rest of her HP. But the Drift, you can see, as soon as Esmeralda got attacked, the rest of the Drift now take position in the mid lane. Fuji might have just found his target. Kelvin tries to get away, but honestly, he's playing tank a lot, so it's not as valuable.
Yeah, I think Fuji could just go for a commitment on that Kelvin pick here with the ult coming in. But I think if they go for one pickoff from the Drift, the members of Maharlika could just run them down from the backside. When we saw Daiso as well as CJ on the back line of the Drift. So that is not a good position for the side of the Drift when they want to force the team fight coming in from Kelvin. But I think the Drift, they are scared right now because they doesn't know how many damage the Maharlika could give, and as well as how Brody could cope with the damage.
Yep, and now we see that. Oh, great pickoff coming in from Kaja. We do see the empathy come out. Nobody gets hurt here. 50-50. Once again, Kelvin in the middle of it. Kelvin versus Starboy as they try and go for the retribution battle. It's going to be Fuji who takes it away. Brody dies in the back line as Reach Swag is forced to get out of there, but the real war manipulation has done its job with a double kill on their side. They continue to press their advantage as Lancelot chases Fuji around, knowing that they can actually get an inhibitor despite the fact that the Drift has taken the Lord. Let it walk on through. Kill the mid lane. Kelvin stop Fuji from actually coming back. Tong is going to come back up just in time to try and protect the crystal. He's got to clear that way, but against 4 people. Falling Star Moon, he's already used it. Fuji ends up dying at the same time, and now that's just going to be game. Maharlika Esports taking away 1-0 against the Drift.
I'm speechless because of how that team fight. Yes, the Drift got that Lord, but in terms of momentum and the manpower, is the hands of Maharlika.
They won the objective, but they lost the war this time. Maharlika making some really good decisions. They were aware of the wave pushing in the mid lane. They were aware of how many kills that they got, and they pushed them all the way back. They realized they had so much footing that they might as well just end the game.
Yeah, we saw how Esmeralda in that early and mid gameplay could make a fuss in that matchup, but in terms of that, if Kaja is still on the opposition side, I think, you know, anybody is a threat coming in for the side of Maharlika. I think it got lucky from in terms of how Maharlika sensed the danger coming in for the attacks of the Drift. But how the jungle matchup here, I say we have to see Kelvin versus Starboy. Starboy won a lot in terms of objective steal.
Yeah, he again, Starboy has been doing work, but unfortunately the Drift has been losing out on these bigger team fights, and it's super annoying, right? Like in these final moments, even though he won that Retribution coin flip, Maharlika Esports just had too many members and ended the game just like that.
I think it's possible for side of the Drift when they bottle up that late game composition when yes, we saw maybe Season 2 or Season 5 that Esmeralda is the one to open some vision. But in terms of dispatch, at that kind of, you know, squishy momentum that Esmeralda had, I think it is a bad idea to open some vision instead of that Kufra.
I mean, she's trying her absolute best here. I mean, you can tell that unfortunately for Tong, like, it takes too much time. He's got like 4 items already built on top of him, but he doesn't have his 5th item, and that's when it becomes such a struggle when you need to be maxed out on items before you feel like you're an unstoppable force.
Yeah, that point coming in from our league up played really well with the late game potential in terms of how the Drift early game domination is so big, but that late game they bottle up just hard for them.
It's tough. It's tough, especially with the early game going over to the Drift side. Maharlika, on the other hand, notice that we do see Daiso actually going for the Necklace of Durance. He understands that he not only needs the anti-heal, but the good thing about Necklace of Durance is that it gives you, the build path has changed, and now it gives you a little bit more mana regeneration, which is great, especially if you're already like, I want to spam my abilities. I got the Enchanted Talisman for the extra bit of the cooldown reduction. I just don't have the mana to keep on doing that, and I don't want to have to buy Demon Shoes every single time.
Yeah, I think it's proven that the mana regen coming in for Daiso is working for them when the only time that Daiso goes back into their base is when he dies.
Is when he dies or if he's low. There's really no in between for this. But look at this hero damage coming out from Maharlika Esports, just overwhelming on their side. At least a 50,000 differential.
Yeah, I think the total heal as well coming from the Drift has been overwhelmed with the damage taken for the side of the Drift. Yes, we saw that the momentum that the Drift brings in that early matchup is so much like when they know this game is their game, they don't want to win this. But in terms of how the position has been put for Maharlika, as well as the understanding the matchup onto where is the phase of your composition, played best in that game.
Yep, let's give it up for Maharlika Esports to see why, having a solid game against the Brody as well. So much interruption, but his team has got him covered. And when they needed CY the most, he made sure that he was putting enemy players into the dirt.
Did really well, and with the bans comes for the Drift just neglect the hard gameplay for CY. That is some good gameplay that being bring by the Brody. In terms of Brody, did not play too much with the team fights, but when the team fight happens, he played his role.
That's where we saw the big difference between the two, right? Brody was trying to win out his lane, but CY had a bigger vision in mind. But with that being said, honestly, you guys, we couldn't have such an awesome game without the Snapdragon Pro Series for our Snapdragon Pro Elite Gaming here. When winning matters, you're going to be looking for any excuse. Oh, maybe it's my phone, maybe it's my microprocessor, but Snapdragon Elite Gaming, they have no excuses. When winning matters on the line, that's when you need the best products as well as the top-of-the-line technology. Just like the Samsung Galaxy S21 Ultra, a perfectly sized phone. Sorry, S23 Ultra. Man, I was too off there. It was just, they're just pumping these out fast. The next one is even bigger, better, badder. My brain is in the past.
I know why.
Why?
Because we're getting older and that.
You can't even commit. You can't even commit to this one. We're getting older was the best line you had there because we're gonna be unleashing the beast right after this with Monster Energy. With the you go to www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. You can get yourself some of their other products. And I heard, the Monster Energy White is a particularly fan favorite, if not amongst the casters, some of the players too. And in case you need to top up, you're like, I'm a couple of diamonds off. Check out Kashi Shop because they've got some great deals for your game top-ups. Go to www.kashishop.com and check out what they have to offer for you.
All right, so before that, if you say the white one is the most favorite, right? I think I'm on the side of the pink one.
Oh, you like the pink one? You've tried the pink. Okay, this guy knows his Monster Energy drink, and all you had to say was, we're getting too old? Nah. We just didn't get his flavor. That's all you didn't get. All right, with that being aside, we need to talk shop once more. The Drift, unfortunately, they had a really good idea coming into this game, but they're unable to actually provide it during the mid, especially the mid game, right? We didn't even get too far into the late game before Maharlika ended it.
Yeah, I think, okay, first of all, I need a couple of minutes because of how Maharlika, when CY played, it's not the Brody, it's the Matrix. When we post analyze, we said, yo, he played the Brody. I think, if you remember from here,
yes. Don't worry.
They do really well. But in terms of how Maharlika, I think their position onto that team fight is really well, and the Drift doesn't have any access into the backline to find CY. Maybe they want to find Daiso is fully guarded in terms of how Starboy as well as Reach, they cannot go in. It's been blocked.
It's blocked off most of the time. It's difficult to find these entry points, but Maharlika, I think what they're really good at is the decision making of what to give up in terms of resources and where they can start attacking on the map. The Drift, they're really good on their execution, but unfortunately, they need a little bit more foresight into what is actually important in this game.
So you want to say that when Calvin missed Retri, 1 Thriller and 1 Lord is the give up kind of, objective.
That's when you call it quits. It's like, okay, I lost the boys. Let's get back out. Let's save our resources. Let's not go too far with this. And eventually, Maharlika came to the point where we finally won that. We didn't get that retry. However, we are winning this war. We can press the advantage. Maharlika is thinking about these things constantly. Having that foresight is really important. Just like this draft. The Drift being on the blue side, Maharlika on the red side.
Yeah, they just goes on ban for the Joy, which in game number 1 is really annoying when you had access into the back line. Just when that last team fight on that Lord itself, yes, Drift got that Lord, but in terms of how Joy played by CJ, it's just giving the hard time for that Farsa. Farsa couldn't damage onto that Feather Airstrike in terms of how CJ is zapping left and right at him.
Yeah, and not to mention also for CY as well. He puts CY down, sorry, not CY, but instead he puts I Am Rookie down to about 1 HP. Manages to get away and survive, but that's a very dangerous position for a gold laner to be in, especially if you're playing a marksman. You're super squishy and you need all your life if you want to try and clutch out a fight or even a situation like this.
Yeah, it's too bad that the Drift had to fight that Joy played really well, that CJ is on farm, but now the question is, yes, the Drift banned out Joy. What is the hero that could replace Joy on that EXP lane? Maybe we'll want to see Lapu Lapu again, maybe, and Esmeralda over the side of Maharlika. Karina, Glue, as well as Valentina be taken away. Fredrin is open, and also Kaja to be taken by the Drift.
Alright, so the Drift is going to be opening up with Kaja here, with the bans that we're seeing. Alright, Maharlika, they're going to be locking in the Farmist. They want a team fight for sure. And I think the Drift need to start considering their options about AoE at the end of the day. Since Valentina is already gone, Maharlika have 2 options. They can either take away... Oh, they're taking Grok, expecting the Drift to actually pick up the Farsa. Alright, so that means the Drift is going to get Yeve this time.
I think for the side of Drift, they need to steal away the Farsa as well as the Fedrin, because Maharlika already played this Farmist Grok as well as the Fedrin. So if they go for Martis, yes, he can just jump over the wall, but in terms of that wall charge to be played by that Grok, it's too much of a damage. We don't know yet if that Grok go for support or maybe full damage to Grok.
It could be flex, to be fair. I understand where you're coming from here, but I think the drift at the end of the day, having Farsa is going to be a big detriment, especially it gives space for Maharlika Esports to actually throw Grok into the support position to cancel out the Feather Airstrike. So I think it's just safer to play the Yee, but instead they go for the Lapu Lapu. They do want to ego challenge this. This could prove to be a little dangerous. I think for Maharlika Esports, they never wanted to get the Yee anyway because of the Kaja, so you might as well double down on the Farsa. I like the way that Maharlika Esports positions themselves in the draft.
Yeah, because of Maharlika, they had a common type of draft that they want to do, but when it comes to rotation and it comes to, you know, whoever been picked first, they just want to mess that out for the drift. Yes, they got for the Grok as well as the farmers. Yes, hyper picks. They bring out the Beatrix first. When CY played the game number 1, played really well. Now, Maharlika banned onto Eve. AoE damage. Next, maybe the Farsa be taken away as well with AoE damage. So if Maharlika could just eliminate all AoE damage coming in for the side of the drift, it could be much of a game for Maharlika. Now, Melissa has been taken away. Getaway is not going to protect the drift, so it is looking good for Maharlika.
Yeah, we see the Akai ban, the Lancelot ban coming in from the drift. Rather interesting. So Maharlika are still trying to play flexible. They got rid of the biggest threat, which was the Yee. I would assume that would mean that Grok would go as the support, but they still want to hold up because Farsa isn't gone just yet, and the drift hasn't shown what their mid lane or gold lane is going to be just yet.
Yeah, it still has the Claude to be picked here for the side of the drift. Still had the Melissa has been taken. So if they want to go for a hard side lane, could okay for the side of the drift. But I don't think that iRookie could pull it off because still has the Brody again to be played here for iRookie.
I don't know. It feels like Maharlika, and especially when we see CY actually play on the Beatrix, he looked like he was pretty good. That even the solo kill that we did see from I'm a Rookie, who actually clutched it out again, it was just one auto attack difference.
The drift, whoever gonna be the last pick hero coming in for the side. They have the Martis, Lapu Lapu, whole huge damage as well as the Kaja support. Mid lane, want to bring something that is quite of the crowd control that we saw with the patch coming in. Maybe maybe still has the Farsa. They want to be baited away by Maharlika. Maybe Eudora has been buffed a little bit. Yeah, I think they will not go for Eudora. The Farsa is a really good choice for a certain trip. But in terms of what happened here, Maharlika already picked the Ruby, Flicker, Ruby as well as the ult. It's going to be a hard time for Farsa.
Yeah, regardless, Grok and Ruby are both going to be gunning out to try and stop this Feathered Airstrike coming in from the drift. Maharlika Esports need to finish off their composition with a jungler that is of use. Fredrin is still available. Does it matter though? I mean, Feathered Airstrike is already great. They're scared to get pushed away. I mean, he's a reliable tank jungler, but I mean, arguably, I would argue that Ling is also a pretty good pick here, but Kaja is such an annoyance, such a nuisance for Maharlika Esports.
I think Hayabusa is still okay though for Maharlika.
It's still a bit tough. As long as you get like hit by any kind of CC as an assassin, you basically just die.
So the possibility is they go for a tank jungle. No.
Oh, all right. They're gonna go with the Karina this time around. All right. Huh. I'm guessing it's going to be full magic damage. No, or is it going to be tank? We'll see once we get back into this game. Depending on what that key emblem is going to be, we'll get a bit of information off of that.
I think the argument is if you can't see it, you can't CC it.
Look, it's just the silhouette. It's not like it's purely invisible.
I know, you don't know.
Oh, well, let's see how this matchup is actually going to progress. The drift currently a point down as Maharlika are on game point. So, if they want to play their A game, now is the time.
And it's to bring something into the game itself, because the drift, if they lose this matchup, they are going home as well as members from the match number 1. It's going to be really tough for them to wait for the next season.
All right, let's get right into this here for this lower bracket round 2 match number 2. Maharlika 1-0 against the Drift. Hopefully, they're able to try and close this out, but the Drift aren't going to make it easy. After their early game we saw in game number 1, maybe with a bit of refinement, they can get away with it.
Oh, I just saw when we are going for a loading screen that CJ is the one on Ruby, but in terms in this in-game, that CJ brings the Grok on, you know, EXP.
You mean CY here. But I think overall, it was to be expected, right? Nothing too out of the ordinary. And we do expect that, you know, as we see that the overall stats are looking good for him. These team fights, the Drift, they are rotating fast. I'm a Rookie getting some good damage onto Kelvin. But coming back to your topic onto CJ on this Grok, right? I'm surprised too, right? Why would they decide to actually put him into the EXP lane? It's not like the matchup is too difficult, and I'm pretty sure that with Ruby, it might as well would have been a sandbag anyways.
Yeah, I think if Ruby versus the Lapu Lapu, it could make more sense because of how Ruby needs that level 4 to just live into expectation versus Lapu Lapu. But in terms of Grok, he has much more kit to just play as a support rather than Ruby to need to play a little bit of a, you know, a holdback game to wait for the ultimate to be offline. So Maharlika, they must be an explanation to this kind of switcheroo because they still have their confidence in game number 1. So yeah, why don't we check it out? What happened with this kind of matchup?
Well, personally, I believe that Maharlika are thinking, you know what? If I have Grok in the side lane, I'm able to push faster than this Lapu Lapu. I'm going to be able to move first. Similarly, like if it was Benedetta, they play the exact same way. I clear these waves, I instantly rotate, and see if I can make that difference. Now, top side is where the gold lane is. Nothing's going to happen there. But Kelvin, as well as CJ nearby, Tong is going to jump on top of him. Can he actually pull this off? He tries to ult into the middle of all three, but now the farmer saves him with a call altar, and Maharlika takes away the turtle as they turn around this fight. Reach Swag is trying his best with the Feather Airstrike, but my goodness, Starboy went down so fast.
This is maybe the first time that Maharlika wins on that team fight coming in for the Starboy. That retry coming in for Starboy. A little bit late here. Maharlika plays it really well with that wall charge coming in for CJ. I think for the side of Maharlika, they had much more confidence and control coming in for that objective retake. Drift, they had they played aggressive early, but I think they need to hold back a little bit because Maharlika is expecting them.
Oh, let's see how much they do expect here. Fuji gets pulled back by the Shadow Stampede, but again, no punishment. ENX isn't going to flicker for it. But we're seeing that top side. I'm a Rookie. He's not going to get much done here. And Kelvin, he knows he can get this kill, but Daizo flickers forward. Oh my goodness. Kelvin, understanding how much damage this Brody is doing, sets it up for Daizo to dive.
Daizo. That dive made really well in terms of how. I think the problem is the Drift, when they are not ahead, I think they don't know what to do to just cope with the energy that Maharlika could bring here. That the Drift, they still has the chances to just play it a little bit slow in terms of they need to far up, they need to funnel any kind of resources into the hands of I'm Rookie. But I'm Rookie been caught out at that top side is not a good way to deal with coming in for the Drift.
It really isn't. And I think, you know, now we're seeing CY getting his gold advantage. He's got that Blade of Despair in his hands. He's willing to go for these 1v1s. Fuji tries to make the play so far, but the Feathered Airstrike comes in a little later, and it waits for the call altar and he's trying his best to disengage the rest of the team and set up for CY, but it's going to be Kelvin who gets hit. They move back. Nobody dies after all of that. 3 battle spells, 4 ults being used. Nobody dies.
That is unfortunate for the Drift because they are fully committed in that team fight in that mid lane. But Maharlika just really going for the turtle push here. It takes one objective, they take on the team fight.
And now they continue to engage. The Wild Charge already pushes Starboy in an awkward position. He's only level 6. He's so very low as Kelvin chases him down all the way to the ends of the earth and finally picks him off. And now he's got the entire jungle to himself to reap the rewards. And Age, don't do it. Don't do it. And AX, you can definitely see him thinking about it. He had his ultimate. He wanted to pull somebody in, but he knew, all right, everybody just wants to calm down for just a hot minute.
Yeah, I think the countdown moment is really needed for side of Maharlika because the drift, they are crumbling too much.
They have way too much. Reed Swag tries to fly on out of there, but ends up dying anyways to the lightning truncheon of Daiso. And Tong all by himself, unable to get the damage reduction in. Time gets locked down as Fuji falls to the hands of Kelvin too. I'm a rookie. He's nearby, but I don't think he's going to be able to get away with anything here. With so many members already down, he's still hovering just in case he could do something. But he knows that a dive is imminent. Top tier 1 is under threat. Where in the world is their marksman? Clearing out that mid lane as they do a cheeky lane swap down to the bottom side.
Maharlika, that team fight for the purple buff. Maharlika doesn't need CY to be with them. That burst, constant damage from Maharlika is not needed because of the 4,000 gold lead that Maharlika currently possess. Is too much to be dealt with from the drift because they cannot go for the Fuji still. They cannot. Iron Rookie has no armor penetration left. They just killed down CJ, maybe in IX. It's too much to be dealt with for the drift. They need to find one. They need for that ultimate coming in. They need that divine judgment from Fuji to isolate one member from Maharlika and just stay with not continue that team fight. Bring that momentum back for the drift.
It could be hard though. Wait, CJ getting some good damage. Power of nature followed up immediately after the wild charge. One-shotting I'm a rookie. You cannot disrespect Grok with a high and dry. He does so much more damage than you would imagine.
That is a good slap coming in for Grok. He's just gone.
He's just gone, and NAX actually finds one into Reach Swag. He almost gets pulled back by the Shadow Stampede, but this purple buff, look at Kelvin. He is already level 11. The Starboy's level 8. This early game is done and dusted, and Maharlika are making sure that they don't make the same mistakes as before with a 6.9 that's about to turn into a 7k gold lead. Kelvin is farming in enemy territory. He's barely going into his own jungle anymore.
Yeah, he gives all the resources for the side of Maharlika jungle into the hands of CY. When CY joins the team fight, CY is going to be unstoppable. That is the point for Maharlika. In terms of what happened for now, Maharlika, when they go 4-man fight, they leaves away CY on the other side of the map. Maybe the drift with a conceal, they can find CY. Just farm one person coming in from the side of Maharlika could make
a rookie. He's so done for.
He's gone.
There's nothing he can do. He was so close to getting the recall off, but Kelvin cancels it just in time there. No, the drift, they're falling apart here. It's so tough when you don't have the gold on your side, and especially this early on into the game, Maharlika are snowballing out of control. Looking for a snipe here, doesn't connect, but they want that turn 2.
They want it, they get it maybe because of how they played a little aggressively. Because the drift, I think they need to find a way that doesn't have any answers for that possession that they hold right now. Because the drift, anything that they tried, conceal. Now we're talking, but yeah, the problem with the drift is not going to make it.
Look, I mean, everybody on the side of the drift are not very high level. Like, they only even out against ANX, and that's a support from the side of MHRLK. It's not good. 9k ahead, there's no way that Maharlika can throw away such a lead unless they truly blunder.
I think the moments Maharlika played too confident, they dive onto the tier 2 turrets for the side of the drift. That moment when the mistakes happen, it's the point for the side of the drift. But now Starboy is alone here.
Yep, he gets pulled away into the Shadow Stampede, and straight away, the I'm Offended doesn't even need to connect, but Maharlika, at this point, there's nothing, they can't do any wrong. The drift are just too far behind, and Starboy, only reaching level 10, makes an attempt to steal away the Lord, but it just doesn't matter here. The rest of the members of the drift are just backing up, making sure that they can take any kind of gold on this map.
10,000 gold lead. Does it even matter anymore for the side of the drift? Maharlika, one clash coming in. If they can catch down Fuji, it's a good plus for the side of Maharlika. But the drift, I don't think that the damage they had as well as the sustainability for them could, manage to just repel the attack from Maharlika. Lord and mid, the members is on bottom.
Oh, instant wombo come on the bottom side. Nibiru's passion shreds through the members. CY is so far ahead. They have no waves. The Drift clear it off just in time, but the second waves are about to collide here, and Maharlika need to decide where exactly they want to take. These inhibitors are free, and if they're going to start it off with mid lane, Swag could use the feathered air. He still doesn't. He already hasn't gotten back it yet. Now topside is going to fall. Maharlika get to walk with everything as Starboy tries to delay and stagnate. They find the initial catch onto CJ, but Namiro's passion comes out. They find the trade instantly. Tom flickers away to safety. Fuji can only do so much. Feathered airstrike to deter the rest, and Maharlika Esports only lose one. They still have an 11k goal lead with 2 inhibitors under their belt.
It's still the lead for the side of Maharlika. We expect that Maharlika forced the team fight on bottom side. The Drift could, you know, take 1 or 2 kills. They take down CJ. That is a good point. But the Drifts could not, you know, reduct a little bit of the goal lead coming in from Maharlika, because none of the resources could be taken away for the side of the Drift. They doesn't have possession onto their jungle. The mid has been taken away. Not enough space to be played.
Oh, Kelvin just runs into all 5, taking out the Brody, and now the rest of the team gets to walk at them for free. Daiso disrespecting a double kill already. They get the reset into the call altar. The I'm offended onto Fujipo, running away to pull them. They don't want to give it over to Maharlika as they find 2 more. Starboy all by himself, can't do anything. Wild Charge puts him back down, and what an exciting, clean game coming out from the Filipino representatives. Maharlika Esports take it 1-16. GG, well played.
Maharlika again, they prove they can win game number 1 as well. Game number 2 with the clean sweep and one-sided game to be played by Maharlika. And again, they showed us that they are one fierce opponent to be dealt with any other teams that could face them in the lower bracket after this fight. So the question is, could Maharlika still has the momentum if they want to go to the grand finals?
I think they can make it all the way there with the performance that they just put on. They are telling everybody, hey, we do make mistakes, but we are still a cut above the rest of the competition. I mean, look at this. Maharlika basically farmed the rest of the Drift's jungle. They couldn't do anything about this, even though the mid-tier ones were still there, these purple buffs. This was such a huge turning point for Maharlika because this solidified the fact that, yes, the Drift have no control of their jungle whatsoever.
Yeah, I just love how Maharlika played really well in terms of this last fight. Calvin is so much tanky, and he's been saved by the call altar many times. But the Drift had the moment, had the chance to just shut down Maharlika. They just can't. Daiso, with the position he put himself, just saved Maharlika again in this tournament.
Yeah, he's trying his absolute best, but I mean, I gotta give it to Starboy. No matter how hard he gets punished, he still makes the attempt. Maharlika, it's unfortunately just better today. And wow, what a convincing game number 2. What a shift in pace compared to game number 1.
I just love how Maharlika played, because I saw it last week and they showed it again this week. So I just convinced that the draft, the momentum, the skill set, the mindset as well, maybe we're seeing on to the champions.
I suppose, but I don't know. Maybe, were you a little worried, especially after the performance of game number 1, or you were like, that they do this all the time?
Hey, we voted 2-0 for Maharlika though.
True, but I didn't expect it to be in this fashion.
To be honest, I saw it last week.
Well, the Drift tried their absolute best, but Maharlika, as you can see, just an outstanding victory coming in for them. Me and CJ playing his best, getting his free solo kill onto Brody. I Am Rookie, who's just having it rough, getting attacked so many times. Like, I Am Rookie understands he is strong as a Brody, but unfortunately, he just disrespects the space, walks into MHRLK, and they make sure, they let them know, you can't walk up that far.
Yeah, I think the speed that Maharlika provides at that match, at that point, is too much to handle with for the side of Drift. Yes, the Drift has momentum in that early. I think the problem for the Drift is they can't play like confidently like 5 minutes into the game. They know, okay, we have the damage, we can win this, but it's after 5 minutes, it's all whole lot of stories, man.
Yeah,
They just crumbled to the ground.
They really did. The foundations, we saw the cracks in them, and Maharlika just exploited as much as they can. I mean, they played towards the strong side of the map as much as they could, especially since they had Grok on their side. The invades were very obvious to happen. The Drift, unfortunately, unable to provide the same amount of value. They just don't have that foresight just yet. So well done to all the members of Maharlika Esports, but there can only be one MVP, and obviously it's going to CY. He had a tough matchup in that Brody, but he made sure he made it look easy.
Yeah, the Master Farmer coming in. Maharlika, when they had most of the possession, they 4-man gank anywhere from the map and leave CY onto the backside. Just farm and farm and farm. Just want to secure the late game potential for the side of Maharlika and played it really well. That last fight, when CY played most damage, make it a game for Maharlika.
Yeah, they're looking so good right now, and they can only get better from here on out. So congratulations once again to Maharlika as they continue to move on in the rounds, and our hearts go out to their opponents, the Drift. Only time will tell how much they're going to grow within the scene, but it's always a good showing, and especially in the Tier 2s here of the Snapdragon Pro Series. But our upcoming match, we've seen this before. History repeats itself once again with Tiger Wong up against Error 404. Will this be another epic comeback? Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, an epic comeback, you say. It's going to be really hard because we saw how Tiger Wong played really well, but, you know, in terms of 404, it's going to be really hard though.
It can be. Expect some weirder picks. Expect teams to play a little bit more standard. It's going to be tough to say, but for the time being, hopefully that you guys are going to stick around to watch out for this matchup. And don't worry, it's going to be a good long break. It's going to be 20 minutes, not an hour long or anything. Your time. When we come back, again, Tiger Wong against Era 404. Stick around for that matchup as our final series of the day to close out the Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll see you guys then.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
And I'm out the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
You got problems, just let them go. Tonight I kiss, then get a new lease on life. And the party real live and the DJ live with the neon lights. And then I had to start bumping the guns and telling me about something that he just don't like. Listen, homie, I ain't here for that, and ain't hearing that, and ain't really in the chitter chat. You get to talking out of jibber jab, then I'ma hit you with a bit of jab, and you been feeling every little bit of that. So back up, this is not your house and not your table, homie, this is not your couch. Too cool, but trust I am not no slouch, cause I will knock all the taste right about your mouth. It'll get real crazy, the party pumping, music intense and your heart is jumping. So you may wanna head to your car or something, you don't wanna be the one getting stumped for nothing. I be turning up in every single place that these people try to invite me in. Don't start problems, but when they start with me, they gon' have to come fight me then. I just wanna see you put your hands up to the ceiling. If you see a hater, tell them get up out they feelings. Tonight I wanna party, put my feet all in the couch. Please don't make me come and slap the taste about your mouth. If you got problems, just let them go. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. Don't just make you wanna go and start a fire. Don't it make you wanna dance? Then hit the floor, make you throw your hands and drink some more. We tearing up the club until it close. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control.
Call the Babylon, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it. Now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to lap you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown, that's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
Put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we want it up, put it on.
here. I ain't got no room on stage for no amateur.
with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end. I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy. You make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost, man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, so you're right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down yet for nothing. So I'ma stand up, the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it all. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. And once again, we are here at the caster's desk with me getting cute as well as Mikos to take you through our very final best of 3 to round things up for today.
Yeah, we have Tiger Wong versus 404, the last series. It's going to be really hard game because of both of this team is on the last brink. Because of whoever loses is going to go back home and prove whoever going to go for the next stage.
That's just the brutal reality of the lower brackets. And unfortunately, they had their opportunities to get into the upper brackets, but there were just better teams out there. So let's recap what exactly happened between these two teams prior to this very moment. Starting off with Tiger Wong. Is definitely one of those preferred teams in the lower brackets alongside with Maharlika Esports.
Yeah, they had a lot more aggressive gameplay and conscious that they can play to battle out Maharlika as well. But in terms of how they fight for eSport, it's a little bit decisive when it comes to game number 1. And game number 2 as well, when Tiger Wong eSport played really well to bring the game into even kind of grounds to play it on game number 3.
Yeah, and I think, the biggest thing that's missing from Tiger Wong is the initiative, right? They play a little passive when they're up against teams who are looking to control that tempo. It's something that Tiger Wong is very clearly uncomfortable with. So let's see how much preparation they actually put in this game against their opponents, Error 404. And even in those previous weeks, Error 404 is an early game-centric team, and that's to be expected from a lot of these Cambodian teams.
Yeah, I think for the side of 404, when we saw a lot of skirmishes has been played and snowballed into the uncontrollable lead. In addition to this, if versus Tiger Wong, I would say also lose to Euphoria Esports in a similar way fashions, who is also strong in forcing early game fights.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When we hear about Arrow 404 versus Tiger Wong, immediately we're thinking about that previous matchup, the biggest comeback we've ever seen so far in this tournament. So maybe Tiger Wong Esports this time around have a plan with their players. It's going to be Rexley, Gungun, Rinzis, Safril, and Daddy Dude.
Esports to draft a more aggressive early game, or they will stick to the comfort team composition.
I think they're going to play to their comforts. I feel like they know what they want to do in the later stages of the game. They just need to come up with a solid early game plan to actually defend themselves against the Cambodians.
Yeah, I see a lot of teams that played a defensive early matchup tend to lose a lot of confidence when in terms of mid game. But if they want to draft like a late game, just believe on 1-1. Maybe a farm is to be played with that team fight. I think it could be possible for Tiger Wong.
It could be one of those things like a switch, like how we saw in our previous series with Maharlika Esports. Even though they lost the draft in game number 1, as soon as they hit their power spike, you saw the kill switch just go off and immediately start rushing them down all the way to their crystal.
Yeah, I think that is how Maharlika has been, programmed to just adapt whatever damage you had at that time, just make use of it full on. But side of Tiger Wong, they lose a lot. They had a mid-game composition. In terms of how they want to shut down the game, I think that is the main problem for side of Tiger Wong.
So I'm guessing it's mid lane dominance. The supports are going to be really important for both Error 404 and as well as Tiger Wong, because they are the ones who kind of set that tempo, that set that control, can manipulate these waves, can actually bolster the side lanes, if not get mid-prio. And I think Tiger Wong, they understand it macroly. The question is, are they going to play responsive? Are they waiting for Arrow 404 to make that first move, or are they the ones who are going to preemptively set up for it?
I think most of the time Tiger Wong just rely on Daddy Do They Do to play it as a Kaja and try for the Divine Judgment to just steal away any members on the opposition side to just make a mistakes for them. So if they want to force it out, they need that Kaja so bad, as well as the glue for Rexley.
Alright, that's something to keep in mind for this upcoming matchup here, because next up, their opponents, Error 404. They fought against them once, they were able to overcome them, but Error 404 only hits back with vengeance. It's Natsu, Lord Riki, Denzo, Force Secret, and Yamikaze.
These 5 members from Error 404, even they lose down against Tiger Wong, but the spirit is still there. Aero 404, same similar kind of composition, mid-game power spike. They still love a lot of power picks like a Kaja. Maybe they want to go for a full defense like as we see. They go for Estes and late game potential for the Bruno itself. Despite if Aero 404 brings out the late game composition, it opens up for an early aggressive for the side of Tiger Wong.
Yeah, I mean, their drafting is basically around their gold laner. They want to make sure that he actually has some presence from every stage of the game. But then again, Aero 404, especially after this patch, who knows? They could be coming up with even weirder picks so far. I mean, just look at the compositions they bring out every single time. You know that they want to play aggressive. You know that if they don't want to play aggressive, you see the Estes come out. They play hyper defensively, go for that Ube, make sure that they focus down on the one thing that they are really good at, which are team fights.
Yeah, team fight is so good for a side of your Aero. But in terms of I think the problem is when Aero 404, they go for the team fight composition, they still has that mentality when they go for team fight as long as possible with the Estes pick as long as they want to. But if Tiger Wong bans out the Estes, 404 needs to find a way to just swing away whoever going to replace Estes on that kind of composition.
All right, so if without that Estes, do you think they're going to get that same kind of impact in towards the later stages of the game? It's hard to say, especially when the EXP laners are going head to head here. Let's have a look at those stats.
Yeah, damage per minute for the side of Natsu a little bit more large than Rexley in terms of how Rexley is playing Grok. And we see Edith as well as Glute trying to play Disrupt against the composition of whoever going to oppose them. So that is Rexley most vulnerable. Most power position when he goes onto the back line. In terms of Natsu, goes on to the team fight. They have the Fredrin, Yuzong with the Black Dragon just inside of that team fight, be in the middle of that team fight.
Yeah, I mean, his damage per minute is through the roof, but more importantly, we're seeing big differences when it comes down to KDA, kill participation, very separate, and it feels like for the Tiger Wong squad, I'm guessing that the overall KP is pretty high just because they like to play for that macro, right? They're not going to take these smaller skirmishes as often.
Yeah, I think that is possible beside of Tiger Wong. If they want to go for skirmishes, they can because that is their powerhouse. But they need to force Aero 404 to play that skirmish. If don't, Aero could play much more defensive and just hard to penetrate from there.
Well, it could be hard to penetrate, but which team are you guys at home supporting? Is it going to be Tiger Wong or Aero 404? Because you can make your match predictions and cast those votes in the Twitch chat. So hop on over to Twitch, join the chat, cast your votes while you still can. And that begs the question this time. Where are your predictions? I'm curious to see. We haven't shown it up on screen yet, but maybe I can prod you. Which team are you leaning more towards?
I think most of the time I love what has been doing for Tiger Wong though, because of how they can adapt into mid game as well as the drafts. So I'm leaning for Tiger Wong in this matchup.
All right. I've seen Tiger Wong play a couple of times. Yes, they are a little bit more hopeful. However, there are some things that are lacking with them. Are there more things that they are doing better compared to Aero 404? I would say that's why I'm leaning a little bit more into Tiger Wong. So both me and Mikos are 2-0 for Tiger Wong in this upcoming matchup. We're happy to be wrong about it. If Aero 4 has a better statement, we're going to have to see them prove it in game.
Yeah, I think the problem that needs to be fixed for Aero 404 is that when they are too centric into the late game phase, they force down the Bruno super late game. They force down the Estes too much predictable movement. That yes, Estes give a lot more health, but when being picked up, that is not a good sense for the side of Aero.
Yeah, you know, they're looking for the strongest early game possible. They're looking for immediate impact. And we're talking about immediate impact. We got to talk about the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra here, where you can share the epic and level up your own game. So if you're looking for an Android phone that does the job but has so much more to provide, consider the Galaxy S23 Ultra.
The camera, man, is so good.
I feel like everybody is just like, man, that camera, it shocks you whenever you open it up. It's like, oh yeah, we're looking for other products. No. Check out the S23. It will change your life. So for this upcoming matchup, are we expecting Aero 404 to play more teamfight centric against Tiger Wong? Focus down. They have the micro. They just need the macro to make sure it all comes full circle.
I think if they want to shut down Tiger Wong, they need to go for full macro at that first team fight at the first turtle.
Okay.
Because of how the first turtle spawn is not a good spot for the side of Tiger Wong, because Tiger Wong needs that mid-game power spike, at least at the third turtle or before that Lord has been spawned. So if Tiger Wong could press or just keeping comfortable before that Lord spawn, it would be possible for side of Tiger Wong.
Alright, so we're going to have to keep an eye out for the side lanes and as well, more importantly, the supports between both sides, because they're the only ones who can really start affecting who makes that first move. It could be some of the matchups, but we'll keep an eye out for that when we jump into that draft. I'm curious to see who's going to be on blue side and who's going to be on red side, because it feels like red side has been having a bit of an advantage so far.
Yeah, red side advantage is a good way to say it, because of how many games has been won by Maharlika as well. In that red side, Tiger Wong start off on the red, Arrow 404 on the blue side.
Dude, it's the other way around. Tiger Wong on the blue side, Arrow 404 on the red. Don't worry, I got you covered there. Wan is going to be the first ban coming up for the side of Tiger Wong. Very understandable, but usually we would expect to see it on the red side.
1-1 ban? Yeah, because of how the first ban tend to be maybe a Farmis, maybe a Kaja to be first to ban. Maybe Tiger Wong really need that Kaja to be played by Daddy Doody Do, because of how Tiger Wong resolve around that pickoff that Daddy Doody Do provides for that team.
You know, that's a good point here, and we do see the farmers get banned out for the side of Tiger Wong Esports to ensure that whoever gets picked off doesn't have that extra bit of temp HP to keep them alive. Now, I don't know whether Era 404 is aware of this. They have to consider a couple of the options, and more importantly, where are they going to prioritize their draft? They have the counterpick options just because they are on the red side, but do they want to get rid of the Kaja, or do they start off with something like Valentina? Oh, they have done their homework. Kaja, gone.
Yeah, Daddy Doody Do now opens for Grok and maybe Euphoria to be played by Tiger Wong in terms of banning on the Kaja on third ban. So Arrow 404, they really need to think this. If they want to ban onto the Fredrin, maybe want to go for a R-Lot ban. I don't think Tiger Wong will ban down the R-Lot, because of we've seen Rexley play R-Lot pretty well. But either way, they lost that game. It doesn't even matter. But R-Lot is pretty on the sweet spot right now, because the damage, the healing, as well as the movement ability that R-Lot could provide.
You know what? I agree with you. I would like to see Arrow 4 get their hands on that R-Lot, especially with the style of play. It really suits them. However, Tiger Wong Esports, we're not seeing them ban out the R-Lot as well. And it's not like we haven't seen Rexley make an attempt for it. And he's been playing tanks for... Maybe it could be a denial for Arrow 404.
Yeah, maybe they want to go for either way a glue pick coming in for Tiger Wong. For Rexley, in terms of glue, Lapu Lapu, or maybe Esmeralda has been played a lot today for Rexley, but glue is the first one to be picked here for the side of Tiger Wong. We saw this, we know this might be it.
Yep, you called it instantly. Glue gets taken up. Now, do we see the Arlet coming on from Error 404 and paired up with something else? Oh, Arlet has been banned already by either side of Error 404. Rather interesting. I guess it's one of those situations where they actually telegraphed it, but that means they have something else in mind. Are we expecting to see the Edith? Are we expecting to see maybe consideration of what the mid lane should be? And yes, we do. It's going to be Yves locked in almost straight away.
I think the Yves as well as maybe the Fedrin could be picked here for side Arrow 404. But I think if they want to go for an Estes, this is the point. This is the time to go for Estes, but Barat is the first one to be picked here.
Okay, they're thinking ahead.
First pick.
Yeah, they're thinking ahead. They expect Tiger Wong to actually pick up the Fredrin for themselves. And even if they don't decide to pick up the Fredrin, Assassins are generally weak against someone like Barat. When he is fully stacked, there's just too much HP to actually get through, especially once he starts proccing that Rampage and stomps around. Tiger Wong Esports, they get a marksman that can abuse DHS in that Claude, blind picking it into Arrow 404, and we see the Fredrin get locked in too.
Yeah, the Fredrin as well as the Claude been picked up by Tiger Wong. Esports still, they doesn't have the support just yet. Instead of Tiger Wong, they still have the Grok as well as the Kofra. But when I see Barat, I just want to know if the support, they want to go for maybe all kind of style like a Boxia support though.
Ooh, a Boxia support? I don't think that's going to happen just yet, unless maybe if Glue was switched out for Esme, there's probably an argument for it, or maybe if we did see an Estes, but even then, Estes just out-heals through that damage, through that anti-heal, or at least heal mitigation. Now, Era 404, they need to finish off their last pick here in the first phase. They could opt to be like, hey, we can throw a marksman now. We can basically try to mirror them and start punishing later on, but they're going to think ahead still with a composition requiring a Lapu Lapu just in case Tiger Wong picks up an artillery mage, which could be banned out here in the second phase.
Yeah, Farsa really need to be banned by Aero 404 right now. Or maybe they want to go for a much more kind of control mage. Intermittently, maybe they won't go for a damage. Lunox ban here could also work for the side of Aero 404. But in terms of team fight right now, Aero 404 has a lot more AoE damage with the Lapu Lapu ult as well as Yif and Barat. So if Tiger Wong does not commit into the AoE chances that Aero has, Tiger Wong still has Glue. Yes, you has a lot more healing, but in terms of the AoE, all of the split will gone in an instant.
I like where Era 404's head is at. They're utilizing the full amount of time in this ban phase. They knew they were going to ban out Farsa, but they're thinking ahead of time. What are they going to pick? What are they going to start banning out? As Tiger Wong Esports has done their homework, getting rid of the Estes to ensure, hey, since we don't have access to artillery mages, we won't be able to sustain the full brunt of Era 404 if it does come down to a 5v5 clash.
Estes out, Farsa as well. So I think Melissa is still okay for the side of Aero 404 if they want to pick it. In terms of ban, mid lane, couple more damage, maybe a Lunox as well as mid lane into, I would say not much, but I think Eudora could pick by Tiger Wong.
That's bold. That's really bold. That's really bold if you I disagree. I don't think they're going to go for the Eudora. If anything, the Xavier, I think, is going to be like, by far the safest one. But I'm just so surprised that Valentina didn't get picked up by Tiger Wong at all. Because, again, they could have been looking for Melissa, but instead they wanted to actually go for that blind pick into that Claw, knowing that the Yves is going to be stagnant when the real-world manipulation is out.
I think what happened before this, the matchup number 1 that we saw Yves use the ultimate, is still that Fredrin and Esmeralda just walk into that ultimate, just nothing happened, just yeet it up back.
Yep.
I think that's the moment for Tiger Wong if they want to go for it. But I think they already have the glue. They doesn't have the support just yet. If they go for the Grok pick here, I think the Yves and also the Barats will have a lot of time to be thinking about if they want to go for a team fight or not. But if the Grok been picked, I think Barat can just eat him up.
Oh my goodness.
They still have healing, man. They still have healing.
No!
The Florian.
No! Alright, I definitely thought, you know what, you were on the right path. I was with you because I agree with you that Grok would have been great, but Era 404 refused to change from their ways. We want a team fight, we want heal, we're gonna get it whether you like it or not.
Yep, this time Tiger Wong might as well go for the Franco pick.
I mean, if they go for the Franco pick, I don't think it's that bad at the end of the day. At least you can pick somebody off. But I think
up Florian, go full on fight.
I feel like Aero 404 are going to double down on their marksman. If they lock in the Melissa, I don't think it's that bad. Oh, but Tiger Wong lock in the Grok for themselves. So even if they do get Melissa, there's a potential, there's a good chance that it's going to get punished by a wild charge.
Wow, the wild charge. Tiger Wong takes down the Grok. They have the Xavier as well. But in terms of Aero 404, they still on the combination of healing and the brute force coming in for the side of Aero. So Florian, Lapu Lapu, Yves, as well as Barat. Now the last pick here doesn't have the jungle just yet. They cannot go for a low jungle or high adaptive jungle with high damage. I think if they go for a Kai jungle, it's still okay for the side of Aero, but they're
so
Nathan. They bring on the Nathan.
They're so greedy. They're like, okay, we didn't get Claude, but we don't have a battle mirror image, but I know somebody who kinda has a battle mirror image. So they go for the Natan, and I think this is just so outrageously greedy for the side of Arrow 404. They could have gone with the Melissa, and I think it could have been totally fine there. Arguably could have gone for the carry as well if they wanted to make sure they had a little bit more mobility. But I think at the end of the day, you know, Arrow 404, they're not changing from their original game plan. Even if they don't get the heroes necessary, the prime heroes, they still have that plan B to push out this healing team fighting composition.
But I think if they go for the Florin here, Florin doesn't have the same kind of healing output that an Estes has, so they need to play really, really safe in this matchup number one, because Florin still has the AoE damage, but not the range that Estes provides. So Arrow 404, this game, maybe be defensive for Tiger Wong. They need to shut that down before the Florida has more items.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about that disrespect, right? If it was just a traditional 1v1 between Xavier and as well as Yve, it definitely would have been more in favor of Yve. But if we're talking about the EXP lane, Rex lane as well as Natsu here, this is a pretty boring matchup. I mean, nothing much is going to happen until level 4, and Natsu just needs to make sure he doesn't take too much damage overall. His fingers must be really big.
That miss.
Look, his fingers, Natsu's fingers are gigantic. Let's just assume that for half a second. He probably isn't using the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, who has a super wide screen. That probably wouldn't have happened.
Man, that segue, I cannot add anything to it.
Yep, don't bother. Man, that
just shut me down.
Dude, I'm gonna admit it. That's really sad for Natsu. He's not going to have his flicker, but it's not like he's gonna need it for the time being. However, I am curious because we don't get to see Florin too often here, and especially with Yamikaze, who's very good at his timings with his heals. I want to see whether or not it's gonna work.
I think it's a really bold move for Arrow 404 because of they bring up Florin with the first pick in the tournament as well as the Barat. So this kind of bottom side here,
Yep,
couple more damage.
Find one. Natsu is too low. There's no, and I mean, if he had flicker, he could have gotten out of that, but his fingers are just way too big. Again, pick up the S23 while you still can. S23 Ultra as they start immediately invading into the enemy jungle here. Does he have Retribution? Yes, he does actually have Retribution. Lord Riki, unfortunately, does as well, but still gets stolen away. Can't really do too much about that. Now the mid lane is getting pushed out at the same time, and I don't know, Yamikaze cannot compete against it with no priority whatsoever. Tiger Wong has first dibs on this. Oh, Xavier drops his ult at the same time instantly with the Daytona's welcome. Daddy Do Daytona ends up dying, and wow. That's okay. That's a lot of healing. Lord Riki was healing through his ultimate, with his ultimate, but also with the Florin.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a lot of heals coming in for the side of Arrow being played. But in terms of how Tiger Wong coped with that attack onto the retake total, I think Daddy Do They Do played it really well in terms of just zoning the members of Arrow on that side. But Safriel,
yep, he's low. He understands he's lost a number of these trades, taking way too many skill shots, but he's cleared the wave, and now he gets to get... Oh, he doesn't get canceled as well. Denzo just a pixel off from canceling it.
Yeah, Tiger Wong, they're still ahead of in terms of goal, but been chasing around here. 300 gold just played away for the side of Tiger Wong. In terms of, I just want to point it out, you said that Natsu just not needing his flicker from time around, but after you said it, 10 seconds after that, he died on bottom side.
Look, the man shouldn't be fighting without his flicker, okay? You know, that's the basics. Those are the rules, you know? For Secret, on the other hand, he still has all of his abilities for the time being. I mean, he doesn't have Inspire for now, and that's probably how he won out his trade against Safril. But now that he's back to full HP, let's see whether For Secret can do it again and force him to recall.
Want to go for on top side. Safril a little bit early here to give a lot of damage, just clear on top side. Wow. The members of Tiger Wong just rally on top side as well. Era with a couple more retaliation.
Yep. Oh, the entropy already being used by For Secret. Tiger Wong might have an opportunity. Here as the Blazing Duet should come back up. There's only 20 more seconds until the turtle actually comes up.
Yeah, they need to force it out because Tiger Wong, like I just said that. the objective retake is really needed for Aero 404.
Oh my God, he's dead.
That
He's
damage.
dead.
Down the shadow.
Whoa! Whoa! They even committed the Xavier all as well to ensure that death. He did not want to use the Appraiser's Trap, but now for Secret, seeing the 4v1 situation, he is up on top side. He backs away from the lane, but Tiger Wong has their eyes set on this turtle. Natsu's thinking about it, but it might not be a good idea as Lord Ricky is just a small dino boy and can't really do too much about this. Has to stack. Gonna use the Daytona's welcome, but into the Blazing Duet. Nothing much that he can do is Safril zones out Denso. Instantly, Lord Ricky is in so much trouble, but tanks it through thanks to the help of Yamikaze. Can he save him from the last bit of HP? Yes, he does, but on the opposite side, Safril and Dani Dudedo also get destroyed for Secret. So low, trying to dodge the slam from Rexley, and they find the trade back. That's a 1-4-2 in favor. Oh, Natsu, he wants it. He wants to make up for the mistake he did earlier. Rexley already losing his globules in the split, but Aero 404 end up coming out as the victors of that trade despite not getting the turtle.
This fight, the prolonged fight, is the fight that Aero 404 really needed because of the Florian pick, because of the heals that Aero 404 has. The team fight is on their hand. Tiger Wong, they need to full-on commit. Like you just said, he doesn't want to go to Appraisal and that kill on mid lane. Yes, for that team fight in that particular space, but Tiger Wong, they knew they doesn't have enough kind of heals to just cope with Aero 404 composition. They doesn't want to go for a team fight. They need to pick off one by one.
Oh, Aero 404, such good movements across the map. They basically saw the information, saw where the supports are, saw where the jungler was heading towards to, and Tiger Wong Esports were opting to actually go for the quick lane swap. Aero 404 are ready this time, and they don't get caught off guard. So now, this is just going to be, it's a null factor. Nobody's really going to get too much off of this, especially with Turtle coming up in about 22 more seconds.
Still, Dani Dudedo still has the wall shot. He can go on to the team fight, but the towers will be taken away. Not much of an initiation can be doing by the Tiger Wong because they are still in the defensive state.
Yeah, and Aero 404, they siege down bottom tier #1, and with Turtle coming back up, I don't think they're going to contest this anymore. They know they don't have the ultimates to actually fight this through. They can use Lord Ricky as a way to kind of slow things down. If he can get a steal, that would be the most ideal. But let's find out. The rest of the team, their ultimates, the real world manipulation is not up, and Daytona's welcome does not connect. He's walking up. Can he take it? No, he does not. Fredrin has it, and now Tiger Wong have an opportunity to punish, but Dani Dudedo is too low as Gungun gets pushed back in by Lord Ricky. Ooh, so much damage, and now it's going to be the Executioner and Safril with a Blazing Duet, finding one, and the second picked up by Rins.
Natsu in mid.
Oh, he lands it! Natsu lands it on top of Safril. Poor guy, doesn't even have a battle spell to save him.
I feel bad for Natsu though, because he's been hauled away for Resley. He's just sliver with the time to just go on to the mid lane, try and find the way. Aero 404, they really need that 5v1 fight. This is what happened with Tiger Wong, find a 1v1 fight. That is somehow in the brink of Tiger Wong Esports. 5v5 is all Aero 404, but when it skirmishes Tiger Wong all the way, that team fight in that mid lane with the damage coming in for Safril makes the living for the side of Tiger Wong.
I don't know, considering this Florian, like, Florian should almost never be by herself. She needs to work like a Raphaelia. She needs to kind of just hover around with Natan as much as she can, if not with the rest of the team. And unfortunately, with the way that Tiger Wong is playing right now, they have that 2k gold lead already stacked against Aero 404. And I don't know. Personally, I believe they can walk into the enemy jungle, but they have to play on their strong side.
I think there must be a reason why none of the members in this Snapdragon Pro Series play down Florian, because the Florian really needs some sort of help. They push out the ultimate with wall charge.
Oh, look at that combination. Natsu holds strong still, but unfortunately, Rexley isn't able to get the slam in time, but he does hand the kills over to Safril on a silver platter here, while Aero 404 on the bottom side of the map will collide with them in the mid lane here. Let's see if there is going to be a 4v4. It might be a bit tough without Lapu's damage, and yes, Aero 404, they just zone them off, make sure that Tiger Wong can't walk in on this Lord for free.
Yeah, the only problem coming in for Tiger Wong is that they cannot deal away with that Lord Ricky coming in with that the defense coming in for that Barrage is too much to be handled with.
Oh, real world manipulation. They try to steal it, but no. Barat secures it. And now Arrow 404 are trying to back away with the help of the Yves ultimate, but it's too late. Blazing Duet picks up one for free. And Arrow 404, despite getting the Lord, they lose a member in for Secret.
Tiger Wong could not even trade because of the heals coming in for Florin. That moment of time when Arrow 404 just commits into that Lord pick, it's good for them, but in terms they trade one members for that Lord, I think it's okay to push some lanes. But in terms of Arrow 404, they are great when they're 5v5. So if they want to go for a team fight, they need to wait for Secret.
Like it's very clear that Tiger Wong are trying to burst them down through that healing. They know for a fact that Yamikaze has an AoE heal in the ultimate, but it just isn't enough, and it's only a one-time use. So if they can get it out early, it's very ideal for Tiger Wong in the long run of a team fight. Let's see how they play this out. With Lord and Power minions being staggered, I think Tiger Wong are just deliberately just cutting off these waves, and Arrow 404 cannot contest.
As you can see how Daddy Doody Do played really well in terms of possession. Just want to push away Lord Ricky. With the information he withstand, he gives a lot more attention for Sofrail as well as Gugun Shashiro to play it where they want to go. They want to siege on mid, they push on top side with Rexley forcing on the T2 turrets, and Rexley really needs to run away from Lord Ricky as well. They just bait out the ultimate coming in for that Lapu Lapu. So in the meantime, Arrow 404, they cannot force that team fight because of that ultimate coming in for Lapu Lapu is still on cooldown.
Yep, they need to have all the ultimates, all the dawning light, but the heal saves him! The heal! Oh my goodness, Yamikaze. Now, it's not about the team anymore, it's to keep me alive.
Yeah, because of how Florin is, when they need that healing, they need to force Florin to be alive. But that moment of time when damage been pulled away from Reigns, no ultimate has been pushed yet.
And now the real world manipulation is already out. Natsu expanding the bravest fighter. But now Rexley comes into the side. He gets locked off. The split is going to force him under the turn. But the same can be said about Barat, who ends up dying. The Daytona's welcome not enough. And unfortunately for Yamikaze, the Bloom won't keep his teammates alive. Dawning Light empowered this time to cut this wave with the infinite extension to quickly cut it down. Bot tier 2 falls.
Yeah, tier 1 will fall into the mid lane as well. The members of Tiger 1, they need for re-engagement.
Oh, for Secret, no! He doesn't get the entropy off in time, and Yamikaze ends up dying to the Appraiser's Wrath one more time. The taunt as well, instantly taking out Lord Riki. There's nothing he can really do about this at the end of the day.
One by one has been picked off coming in for Tiger Wong. 4 kills have been taken away from the side of Arrow 404. They are crumbling down one by one. The members of Arrow 404, they cannot go inside of the base of Tiger Wong. It's so hard right now because of Arrow 404. They need to rely on Lord Ricky Barat with that defense as well as the sustainability and wait for that team fight to proc. But Florin is the main target. No healing, no problem for the side of Tiger Wong.
Yeah, she's basically a free kill. She has no way to kind of, protect herself other than heal. No mobility options. It's not a Matilda. It's definitely not a Matilda, so she can't get in and out of fights. So I don't know. This could be a mishap coming in the draft for Arrow 404 as Tiger Wong with their 8k gold lead looks to end this game.
Daddy Doody Do on the side here, trying to find a wall charge and to connect here. They want to siege onto the tier 2 towers in mid, giving the potential for Sofrail to push bottom side here, leave Lord on top side. They can siege 3 lanes simultaneously because of Arrow 404. They need to focus on one lane. 5v5 is the strong point. The stronghold is mid. So if they cannot go for the 5v5 team fight, Tiger Wong could penetrate the base without having one team fight at all.
All right, they're synchronizing the waves. They're staggering it on purpose because they want Arrow 404 together and try to bait out that ultimate as soon as possible to maybe commit for this dive. And now, Rexley, he shoved it out pretty hard, but no, the next waves are already going to make it through staggered, and Tiger Wong unable to get a good synchronization. They're just making sure that top side has a fat wave. 2 waves combined with that Lord as it slow pushes top side. Mid gets destroyed. Bottom is going to be next, colliding at the same time as top. And here we go. It's a 4v5 on the top side as Rexley zones out the rest. They get the inhibitor turret as Denzo drops down the real world manipulation. Not getting a lot of value out of here, but Tiger Wong understands they got what they came for. Now to back off.
the minions coming in for Tiger Wong is not the same time to just push 3 lanes. They're gonna catch out. Arrow 4-4, this is the time they go for outside push, trying to find a way into the jungle, push away the members of Tiger Wong.
Oh, the wild charge, it connects onto that Florin, but again, no, onto Forseeker, but he's able to survive thanks to the help of Florin. As the rest of the team comes on through, he's trying with the Inspire, but ends up getting out of there and dying to the Appraiser's Wrath. It's going to be the Blazing Duet that chunks him down. Yamikaze can't run away except for Flicker, 1 HP, miscalculation, but Dawning Light to try to secure. Nope, the Fountain keeps them alive. And the rest of the team will now start pressing their advantage down on that bot side to try to get to break at the very least the inhibitor. Natsu is going to be using the Bravest Fighter to clear up the waves, but mid inhibitor is already down and he's left all by himself, taunted and naked and afraid. Can't do too much about it as the Dawning Light takes it. Mega kill going over to Safril.
The heals is the point for Tiger Wong. If the heals has been pushed, Tiger Wong will go for a full team fight because of how if Florin could just heal 5,000 health, it could be a point where Tiger Wong, okay, we deal more damage, just want to disable the healers all the way. So Arrow 404, they need to realize that the heal is making the bait for Tiger Wong. If they can't not take a team fight, they just lost all of his towers, top, mid, and bottom. It could be something that Tiger Wong is pushing away. This is a win for them.
It could be, but Arrow 404, they have a chance to turn this back. It may be a 10k goal lead in favor of Tiger Wong, but if Arrow 404 is able to delay this Lord long enough, they might be able to get their next item power spike. Yamikaze with the Dominance Ice already. Dawning Light gets the information. They know they're coming from the top side as Dade Dudedo position himself to cut them off as soon as possible. Tiger Wong will get this. Rexley, he's trying to zone them out, but Lord Riki's walking up. Daytona's welcome resets the Lord as well. Lord Riki should die here. It's going to be the doll that comes on through. The heal is done. Appraiser's Wrath chunks out a majority as the Blazing Duet is untouched and nobody can stop them. It's going to be a full wipeout. Natsu able to run for his life. Can he get out of there? But Gungun Seishiro says, no, you're stuck here with me. Tiger Wong, GG, well played, takes game number 1.
The fall moment for the side of Arrow 404 when they are forced to defend a split push coming in for Wesley. That is a good kind of composition coming in for Tiger Wong. A 5v1 fight just happened to be split away for Tiger Wong.
So brutal here. I think Arrow 404 made a mistake in that draft. That Florin is just not good enough. The heal feels nice, but as soon as it drops down and the length of these fights, Arrow 404 had to make a decision at that point. And the AoE from Tiger Wong was enough with the Blazing Duet alone.
Yeah, they had the idea to just replace an Estes with the Florin. Yes, has the same outcome, but the application of Florin versus an Estes is much more a different kind of composition because Estes has wider range. Florin still has only an AoE that is small and everyone could get it, but only one time only instead of just all the way healing coming in for the Estes. This is where we see a couple of members of Arrow 404. They need to back away because they lose one member. It's too low health. And Florin could not do anything. Yes, you have stuns and you have slows, but the heal is what needed for Arrow 404.
Yeah, and it's really, really tough. I mean, they tried their absolute best, but at the end of the day with Safril, like, these choke points are huge kill zones for Tiger Wong, making sure that if Arrow 404 wants to back up, as long as Tiger Wong controls these entry points, Arrow 404 have no opportunity to get the space back.
Yeah, the problem is for Arrow 404, do they need to stick with the Florin in game number 2? If they want to force down the Estes first, Tiger Wong played a really good game, convincing matchup, played a little bit of a aggressive 4-4 with the 5v5 fight, but only a mistake in that early game when Natsu just, you know, happens to use his flicker, cannot just survive onto the first turtle, and it's going to be something that Arrow 404 really needs to realize. The game number 2 is not just a team fight, it's the mechanism of the game itself.
Well, but that wraps things up for game number 1. At the very least, we did get to see the Rose Gold Meteor purchases from both sides, from both marksmen as well, but it feels like it just benefited Safril way more because he can get in and out of fights with the Battle Mirror image in comparison with the Entropy, which only switches position one time.
Look at how the hero damage has been dealt with. Tiger Wong is 268,000 damage is too much. Yeah, as I said, if you can heal, we can deal much more damage than you heal. So Tiger One, that is only the point that Tiger One could push, but damage taken as well is so much to be handled with 404. Total heal, still, Tiger One has a little bit of a near kind of heals. But do you think that Florin is not a good cut for that team fight? Because
yeah, absolutely not. I think Florin's base damage and overall numbers are extremely low. I think, you know, if you are playing a Florin, you're making sure that your gold laner is going to get ahead. But our match MVP of this game has to go to Gugun Seishiro. I mean, he is just farming the Florin. She has no way to escape other than to utilize Flicker. And as soon as Seishiro is on top of him, he's basically dead.
Yeah, that is the gameplay coming in for Gugun Seishiro. I think the damage taken per minute as well as, you know, a little bit of a high end because 8,000, but gold per minute is all about to say 714 gold per minute. That is so much to be taken away from Gugun Seishiro.
Yeah, the crazy thing is that Fredrin is actually technically out healing the Florin in a lot of these situations. Like, crazy enough, like you would imagine that, you know, Florin, the healing hero, quote unquote, would be able to do enough, but it really doesn't.
Yeah, I think the healing coming in for Florin has been wasted a lot when it comes for Donlilek coming in for that Xavier itself has been pushed a lot. Not for a team fight, but for individual purposes.
If we're talking about individual purposes, hopefully you guys at home have been enjoying the series so far. So once again, we have to thank all of our sponsors for making this happen. And obviously, the Snapdragon Pro Series, it only makes sense that we have to thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Like, come on. When winning matters, you need to have the best microprocessor in the world. And if you don't have one, you're just slacking for yourself, especially when you want to win those games. And if you're considering an entire device, maybe consider the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. It's huge, and not to mention it's got a phenomenal camera on top of the fact that it really helps you share that epic with everybody else. The Galaxy S23 Ultra are on the market already, making sure that, you know, if you ever want to share a video, look at the video at the same time. You don't have to turn your phone too much. Not to mention Monster Energy Drink for unleashing the beast within us. Go to www.monsterenergydrink.com/gaming and look for some of the deals and maybe try out some of their flavors. And our final sponsor to make this all come one full circle. If you want to top up your diamonds, check out kashishop.com and look at some of the greatest deals. And as well, if you're just missing a little bit of diamonds, you can just go and top it up with Kashi Shop to maybe get that Natan collector skin.
Yeah, go check it out. Now, back into the draft and game here. Game number 1, Aero 404. A little bit of a doubt they've been given when they go for the Florin game.
Yes, yes.
They want to go for first pick Estes though, because that is one of the heroes that they really need.
I don't know. I don't think a first pick Estes is ever good. I mean, let's really think about this, right? First, well, at least first phase, sure. I agree with first phase pick, but I definitely think that, you know, Florin could have been switched out for Grok in that particular position, and I think they would have absolutely crushed the draft. They need to stop thinking about sustainability and start thinking about the ways that they can engage, because they left it all up to Barat, and we saw Barat really struggle to get onto the pit. Look at the poor guy on the dyno has to walk through hail of fire to get to his objective, and even then he barely made any distance.
Yeah, I think the Barat itself, yes, he sustained a lot of damage, but when it comes to team fight, we saw how Aero 404 just go for the objective just in one straight line, giving a lot more potential burst coming in for that Xavier with the Dawning Light, just push away a lot more damage and force away the ultimate coming in forward.
Yeah, and not to mention that they also had that double down protection. Yes, you have the Dawning Light, but you also had the Blazing Duet to ensure that these kills would stick and gain them that gold. I don't know, I'm concerned. Aero 404 going to be taking the blue side this time compared to Tiger Wong on the red side. Let's see how this goes with Estes being banned out by the side of Aero 404. Maybe they understand. Maybe they're flipping the script, you know?
This is what we want to see.
We want to see people flip the script.
Yeah, flip the DNA, flip the script, just give whatever you got. Because this is the last game could be played for Aero 404.
Yep. They gotta throw everything at this wall and hope that it breaks down. Tiger Wong gonna be banning out the Kaja this time around. Aero 404, let's see what else they're gonna be thinking about. Wan on their side.
They ban on their own heroes though. Aero 404 onto the Estes, Tiger Wong onto the Kaja. First pick Kaja, yes, notable for.
Oh man, I really hope that they don't pick Florin again. The Florin just had such low base healing. It's so sad. I would argue that even a Matilda would probably be better.
I think Arrow just want to scoop away the Arlott pick here. I think it's okay if they want to.
You know what? I respect that. I can respect an Arlott pick here, Arlott first pick here, unless Tiger Wong read this.
Yeah, if they want to ban out the Arlott, but still they can ban out the Glue or the Fredrin if they want to. So it's a lot here. But Eve is still open though for Sire Aero 404. They still can play the same type of composition in game number 1, and as well as the damage if you want to go for Esmeralda. But I don't think the first pick will be Esmeralda, but Arlott may be the one that they need.
Ah, you can see the faces. They're like, they got us. We got them, boys. We got their Arlott. Oh boy, that's a little unfortunate that they weren't. That Air 404 will not have access to Arlott for the time of being. Well, I don't know. I'm really stressed out. I'm thinking about this Florin and I'm like, please, 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 do not pick up this Florin once more.
We've seen Saber's support though in series number 1.
And yeah, arguably Saber's support probably would have done better there. That's the worst part.
Either you go damage or no heal at all.
Oh no. Oh no. Well, hopefully we'll see how that plays out. Glue first.
Tiger Wong was on blue.
That makes so much more sense. Thank goodness. Thank you, production, for correcting that for us. And now we are seeing again a bit of a. Even though we were saying before that we were flipping the script, I didn't expect Arrow 404 to be like, you know what? I'm getting Xavier now.
Yeah, because Xavier played by Reigns is too much of a to be handled coming in for the side of Aero 404. They cannot give that Xavier on the hands of Tiger Wong. So if they take down the Xavier, Farsa as well as Lolita. Yes, you had the Melissa, but Lolita could play much more aggressive in that early game phase with the Farsa range. So if Aero 404 brings a late composition jungle, it could be such of a hassle to play in that early game.
I think the worst part is the fact that even though Aero 404 prioritized, I'm going to get the Melissa, I'm going to get the Xavier, that Dawning Light is going to get blocked by the Lolita.
Yep.
That's just, it's the worst feeling in the world when it happens. It looks, visually, it looks like it goes right through the shield. Damage-wise, not the case. Aero 404 though, at least they started thinking ahead. If the shield's gonna block it, at least we have a Kai to push it aside.
Or maybe if it brings something like a Kufra support though. Just want to, you know, bring
even more displacement effects.
Move the Lolita away.
Get her out of there. That's why Arlott had to be banned, you know? Just in case. Just in case. But for now, with the first phase already done, we go into the second phase of the bans, right? What are we missing here?
I think for the side of Tiger Wong, they have the damage, they have the sustainability. They need something that could shut down the members of Aero 404 because they still doesn't have the jungle. Maybe they go for assassin jungle. Like a Fanny is still open though. If they want to play aggressive for the side of Tiger Wong, Fanny, Hayabusa, maybe Ling could happen to be the best pick here. So Fedrin is still open for the side of Tiger Wong if they want to go for Gugun Shishiro again. But Tiger Wong is the one to ban out Brock. Wait a minute. If they printed out Grok for the side of Aero 404,
look, I'm just waiting for production to pull down the jab, pull it back up, and you know, Aero 404 is on the opposite side, and Tiger Wong is on the other side.
It makes much sense.
I don't know. Both teams are taking a lot. They're learning a lot from that previous game, and especially for Aero 404, I think they understand. They want to make Tiger Wong Esports feel as uncomfortable as possible, and I think it's good that they're banning out the Claude specifically. The Brody, that's not too bad as well. They want to make sure that Melissa is going to be winning the lane no matter what. But the one thing they might not have considered is a potential Harith.
A Dingy Man? Could be it. No. I think if they want to go for Harith silence, I think it's okay. I'll go Harith go late though. They have
Harith
much
go late is fine.
Yeah, they have much more damage, but still, if they want to prolong the team fights, they need to worry about the dashes that need to block the Hurricane Dance though. So if Tiger Wong goes for that kind of composition, maybe they want to flex a little bit. Hayabusa on the sides. Come on.
I suppose. That's one way of doing it. If Aero 404 really wants to make Tiger Wong Esports feel super uncomfortable, they're going to take Fredrin into EXP lane.
Oh.
Right? Like, just take away the jungle. Just throw him in an EXP lane. It's not that bad.
A little bit of spice.
Little bit of spice. But I like this. Aero 4-4 still has their head on straight. Yu Zhong going to be a really good way to actually stop the feathered airstrike.
Yeah, they can start with the airstrike 1, but they can disrupt onto the glue rotation. But Martis has been picked away by Tiger Wong. Still a good kind of composition with the Lolita pick. Now the question is, who's going to go for the Beatrix?
Okay, so really, okay, so Tiger Wong Esports, they have a team fight composition, but it's really about choosing where they fight, because it's all about controlling the space, right?
Yeah.
They want to make sure that Farsa is in a good spot with Beatrix relatively nearby to hopefully respond to the aggression and the hard engagements that should be coming out of Aero 404.
I think that the only vulnerable targets that coming for Aero 404 is maybe the Black Dragon coming for Yuzo. They need to chase it. And one more thing is the Xavier. If they can take down the Xavier, no more long range damage, no more burst damage coming in, as well as stuns. So Tiger Wong could possibly doing that. But it depends on what are the last hero could be picked by Aero 404. They have the AXP lane, they have the jungle Akai, and now the Natalia rumor.
Okay. You know what? We haven't seen Natalia in a hot second here. I can appreciate the idea going behind this because, again, we're thinking about rotations. Tiger Wong needs to be very careful with how they take fights on the map. Fights should go in their favor, but if Natalia can disrupt the feathered airstrike, allowing Yu Zhong to jump on top of people like Beatrix. Vice versa, Natalia can get on top of Beatrix to force out the feathered airstrike, which gets countered by the Black Dragon form. It all comes full circle.
But you have to answer this question though. Aero 404, their team is resolved around team fights.
Yep.
Can they do this? A 4v5.
I mean, they're very niche conditions here. They're very, very niche conditions. And a lot of it has to do with the information that this Natalia can actually provide the team. Don't forget that they don't necessarily have to take full-on team fights. They can start messing around with the side lanes because Natalia is that devastating in the early game.
Yeah, Natalia can just disrupt a lot more possession coming in for Tiger Wong, but Tiger Wong holds onto the momentum in game number 1. Game number 2, low bracket round 2 match. The last match for today. Maybe.
Well, you're making big assumptions here. Who knows? Aero 404 might be able to reverse sweep this. Let's see how they perform, though. Natalia is going to spot 2. He's going to stop Rince almost straight away, being super annoying with the claw dash. Well done as the bottom side. Melissa is struggling as well, but they've chunked them out. And Natsu, he's all right. He's like, okay. A lot of support coming up here.
3-man members coming in for Tiger Wong. Just want to go for a couple of disrupt onto the top side. Aero 404 a little bit aggressive in this matchup. I think I kind of like it. That damage onto Rinzes is kind of perfect because when that Forza goes on top and just disrupt on that movement alone on top side, I think it's exposed Tiger Wong Esports jungle to Natalia to just scout where is Gugu Shishiro at, and the position Gugu Shishiro has been taken away by Denzo on bottom side.
Yeah, and no, here's the thing that's stressing me out the most, right? It's the fact that Tiger Wong, they do this all the time. They send 3 people down bot side, they send the Farsa up to the top side to make sure that they can not only invade at the same time, but affect that side lane. And I think Aero 404, they really understand that, you know, there's so much priority on Rexley's lane. Safril in trouble now. Yamikaze doesn't get him low enough to actually kill him off with the execute, but this is great because Force Secret can actually try and cancel it. No, Yamikaze isn't in time, and Force Secret doesn't make the attempt.
I think Tiger Wong currently just praying that they had the floor in because of the damage coming in. Too much of the hassle for that Natalia. Black Dragon Form.
Yeah, Black Dragon Form coming up from Natsu's side. Does he want to get onto Seishiro at some point here? He's going to go for the 50-50. Akai still gets it. Dawning Light is out. Daddy Dude know is in trouble. He ends up dying to Yamikaze as they run. Rexley, unfortunately, not in the right place at the right time, but the split to zone him off.
They doesn't have anything for side of Tiger Wong. They go for a members of retake onto the turtle, but it's not much of a hassle for the side of Arrow.
Oh, he's so low. But luckily, Yamikaze doesn't actually have the execute. Dachi Judedo actually walks it in towards the lane brush to cover him. Yamikaze doesn't care. He tries to make the attempt with the Assassin's Instinct, and now he's trapped into all 3. Feathered Airstrike being exploited as well. But where's the rest of the team? What are they doing? they can't do anything. Waves have been pushed, and nobody has the farm, and especially for Denzel, he knows he won't be able to get the kill onto Safra without that dawning light.
I think that is an overconfidence coming in for the Natalia because of how For Secret cannot go in because no damage at all in that early game. Because yes, we know the Beatrix has more cooldown at that moment because of how the clearance for Beatrix is much more faster than Melissa. So if Yamikaze just goes in, I don't think that For Secret can just provide support. None of the members of Arrow realize that Yamikaze on the mid lane.
I mean, we're talking about support, but mid lane instantly getting punished there. Yamikaze, I failed once, but I won't fail a second time, finds his kill.
Arrow 4 early game dominance coming in. Pushing away the momentum of Tiger Wong out of the window here. 2 kills, but I don't think the Tiger Wongs really know what they're doing in this early game because they are focusing too much on Yamikaze instead of the jungles that Akai could be just pulled away from the jungle itself. Because Tiger Wong could not play aggressive because they doesn't know where the Yamikaze is.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's the problem with Natalia. She has so much kill pressure even if she doesn't show up. Safril, unfortunately, is going to fall into the hands of Yamikaze. Gets hit by the dawning light as well. Man, this has got to suck. The snipe does not land, but here comes the Numenon Blast onto Yamikaze. Renzi wants to get his free kill. Feather Airstrike comes on. Out Denso. Tries to cancel, but not in time. Lolita somehow takes that kill, and Natsu is taking on his 1v1 while Lord Riki is going to keep Rexley aside. He's going to be able to get this. Did he get it? Yes, he did. He was able to secure the turtle in time.
The problem for the side of Arrow 4, they cannot cope with the damage coming in from Waze. Bottom side, Safril still alive.
Oh, he's alive. Safril actually lives that. Okay. Like, nicely played for Secret. Like, that was a stressful situation indeed. Ah, the dawning light doesn't even connect. They didn't know. They didn't have the information on Safril before. Secret playing that perfectly without Rince having his ultimate. It's hard to make this dive work.
I think if Arrow 4 just want to bring us to game number 3, they need to shut down Rins. They need to shut down that Farsa because of how many kills that Farsa could farm. 2 kills for the side of Tiger Wong is on the hands of Farsa.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I think at this point in time, Arrow 4 has to be. Ooh, they're right on top of the Martis. They have the information that they need. They even open the gates on them, Dawning Light to ensure that nothing else is coming their side, but there's no objectives to fight over for, and they want to get this mid lane. They're forcing it out. Riz is in trouble. Yamikaze, he finds it, and he's going to get that kill as well. That's going to be the execute as Rexy tries his best, but For Secret is kind of low. Good. He knows what he wants. He's trying to get close, but it's going to be Rexley who picks up that kill. He backs off, and now Natsu in the middle of 2 with the help of Yamikaze finds Nadi Dudejo. He's trying to run, gets knocked up. He's dead, and Rexley splits again, but really, he's just there for show.
Yeah, I think Safril a little bit scared in terms of damage what Arrow 4 could deal right now because too tanky, too much damage, and also with the absence of Yamikaze in that mid lane itself, Safril cannot do anything. He cannot show himself in that team fight. He's just, okay, I have to wait for the Natalia to just happen to be here in that minimap because of how Tiger, if they lose Safril, they doesn't have damage output. They only can focus on Gugu Shishiro as well as Rince. If Rince died early in that team fight, so they only have Gugu and Shishiro.
Yep.
So Tiger Wong really need to play this safe. He can,
Dade Dudino, he's able to tank the damage for now, but Safril and Rince is nearby for their airstrike comes out. For Secret is in so much pain and so much trouble. Nibiru's Passion as well as the Feather airstrike. Dawning Light doesn't have enough damage. It's not in power just yet, but Yamikaze, he wants it. Rince, he's nearby, but doesn't know when he's coming from. Safril ends up dying to the claw dash anyways, and Dadi Judedo, oh no, he doesn't realize Yamikaze actually has executed. It's a double kill for Yamikaze. Bottom side, Natsu is going to be pushing out the rest of their team members. A 2v2 once again. Doesn't have the shot residue. Will proc it off of Rexley straight away to keep himself topped up. But Gungun knows for a fact he doesn't stand a chance in this retribution battle against Lord Riki, who's a level up.
Tiger Wong, they are caught off guard with the switch coming in for Arrow 4. Played really aggressive with the pickoff. Game number 1, full-on team fight calm. Game number 2, 1 by 1, bodies has been taken away for Tiger Wong Esports. They cannot live with the damage they bring by Yamikaze as well as the constant fear to realize that Yamikaze is near you but you don't know where. Gugu Shishiro spotted out Yamikaze but still doesn't know he's there.
Yep, yeah, he sees the exclamation mark, but he's not 100% sure where he is. Yamikaze quickly touches him and backs off, but yes, bottom side is getting shoved out. So they're just trying to control the space, and even Denso flickering forward for the kill onto Glue is already good, but down by the purple buff jungle, it's not looking great at all as Gungun is able to peel off the rest of the members. Daddy Do with the conceal already, tier 1 falls into the hands of Error 404.
When Tiger Wong really seems that they are crumbling down in terms of this matchup, but the goal lead coming in for Error 404 is not that much, only 1,700 gold, and still can be catch up for the side of Tiger Wong with a couple of kills. But in terms of kill, we say Natsu is a really bit hard to kill because of that Black Dragon form could run at any time now. Natsu focusing on bottom side, it rains as well.
Oh, wait, hold on. Natsu getting full comboed here. Black Dragon form coming out way too late. He ends up dying, but For Secret is able to pick up a turn on his side, so his death wasn't completely wasted. And you're absolutely right. I think Tiger Wong at this point are just trying to maintain that lead until Sofril is, as well as Rins, are in a good position to actually carry the fights.
I think Sofril really needs to force down the Wind of Nature though. Early one is really needed for side of Tiger Wong. Yeah, because they're on the back line.
Huh? He gets out of that somehow. They don't secure the kill. Yamikaze does, however. He's unstoppable. Feathered airstrike, more than enough damage this time. Don't kill our jungler without getting a shutdown.
A little bit late here for the side of Tiger Wong to realize that Yamikaze is always on the back line, just trying to just go for the kill and make it possible to side of Arrow 4-4, just launching the goal lead that they had. 1,300, a little bit too little for the side of Tiger Wong could chase down. They force down the Lord here. The members of Tiger Wong is really here.
Yep, Numenal Blast is coming on bot side. It falls at the same time. Melissa's already dead to this Numenal Blast, and now the rest of the team has already won it. Tiger Wong were able to secure the Lord. This could be the turnaround that they've been looking for. Dawning Light is already out, and Yamikaze is nowhere to be found.
A little bit late here for Arrow 4-4 because they deal onto the bottom side here. Fight goes on.
Natsu, he's in so much trouble. He's trying to hold on. Dragon Tail comes out, but Yamikaze should be able to get a kill onto literally anybody here. Ooh, Renzi actually sees the exclamation mark. Good as well. He has to choose Claw Dash out of there, and finally, this is what they've been waiting for. The turnaround that Tiger Wong Esports has been amounting to.
I think they had the idea for the Dawning Light as well as the damage coming in for Yamikaze, but I think if Yamikaze could just go along with a couple more damage and the Dawning Light connects, I think that is a kill. But remember, Tiger Wong, they know what to expect coming in for Arrow 4-4. They can't just take objectives and just go back. They know that Yamikaze is on the back line. Look at Farsa position right now. Is still in the middle of Rexley. They know.
They know. Rins, he's just holding on. He's got the babysitter Rexley by his side to ensure that Yamikaze doesn't get that free jump. But now with the Lord on their side, let's see how much Tiger Wong is able to swing in their favor. Rins takes a little bit of damage from the Claw Dash. Dawning Light is already gone. Tier 2 will fall. But now the Feather Airstrike on that top side onto For Secret. It's going to chunk him, but it's not enough to really deter him as the waves fully crash into the inhibitor turrets. We don't see Tiger Wong actually being able to pick up any of these objectives.
As we can see, Arrow 44, before this, at 9th minute of the game, they had a lead of 1,300. In terms of right now, it's 2,900 for the side of Tiger Wong. They already broken the code. What is the code for the side of Arrow 44? Because none of the tactics works right now because of Yamikaze. Yes, you have the damage, but when Tiger Wong just put some objectives to the side of Risley, just guard down Rins, make it possible if Yamikaze shows itself out front of that Farsa, just ultimate coming in for Riz. Just go for it.
Yep, just go for it. Don't hesitate. But you can see the Arrow 4-4, especially with Yamikaze, just looking for these off angles to get behind Tiger Wong, who are splitting up their resources together. Gungun, he's making his way over to the Tribrush side. Yamikaze does spot him out. They have a little bit of information to go off of, but does Arrow 4-4 want to pounce on this? No, there's nothing to fight for, right? Even the buffs might not necessarily be worth it, especially since Rexley and as well as Gungun are the only people showing on the map. And finally, they see Beatrix on that top side. They're slowly making their way to the purple buff.
Yeah, they go for it because of the members of Arrow 4-4. They could not take the buff a little bit early because of 30 seconds of that Lord before this, but they know the information on that bottom side here. They know that Gugun Shishiro as well as Risley is on bottom. They can take a lot more rain check on bottom side, but in terms of Aero 404, they cannot kill that tankiness that Resley has, as well as the damage that Gogo Shishiro provide. The damage from Rins is too much to be handled. They need to shut down the damage coming in for Rins.
Oh, we could try, but Dade Judino got that fight, but Natsu with the Black Dragon form preemptively now spots all 4 members. Yamikaze is on his way to cut them off with the members of Air 404. This could be the fight we've been looking for. Here we go. They jump right into the middle of the fight. Lorky with the heavy spin already finds Rins, instantly taking him out. Yamikaze is just waiting patiently as the Numenor Blast is already down to get away from me. He's going to keep Dade Judino off of him, and Zafril as well goes down. Wind Chant ain't enough. Black Dragon still available. He ends up dying to the Decimate regardless, but it's still a 3-for-3 trade, 2-for-2 now, and now Riki and Yamikaze, the only ones left, cannot deal with the raw damage coming in from Seishiro as they keep on chasing. They're so tanky. The slam into the Assurance Aura. It's going to be a 3-for-4 trade in favor of Tiger Wong.
This is what happened for Aero 404 at that bottom side. They cannot go to kill Gogo Shishiro. Too much damage, too tanky to deal with. Aero 404, he knows that he just can't take that team fight, but Tiger Wong, they made a lot more mistakes on top side. They gave out Rinsley, they gave out Softrail, the output damage is not there for Tiger Wong. Aero 404 coming for retake.
Oh, he's gonna try 50-50. Who wins this retry battle? It's going to be Aero 404 who steals it away. Unfortunate feather airstrike already come out. Lord Ricky should be the first to fall here as we see the Black Dragon form the counter engage. Dawning Light Rex sees low. He goes down. Fourth Secret disrespecting the space, taking them down one by one. Dashes forward. Gun's next. Dives over to Xavier as the Mirror's Passion unable to get a kill back. Lord Ricky, the only one to fall, but 4 kills in the hands of Aero 404.
Tiger Wong, they commit into that lore. He doesn't know that Akai is still alive on the side of Aero 404. I think they know, but doesn't know the position is. Tiger Wong takes the fight on that choke point inside of the jungle. That is not a point for the side of Tiger Wong to take away. The damage is there for Softrail. The members of Tiger Wong is not here to defend this core.
No, they're looking to break it. Oh, and Imperial's Passion's already up, but Softrail is taking so much damage, it's way too late. There's nothing they can do about it. They're going to push through without the minions. GG, well played! Huge game coming out from Yamikaze and the rest of his team. Lord Ricky saves it right at the very end.
We are going to game number 3, boys. Game number 3 is going to be much more harder. Do they want to ban down the Natalia? Is the question for Tiger Wong. A lot more meta picks could be released if the Natalia has been picked away.
I don't know, man. Aero 404, they clutched it. They absolutely clutched it. It was... man, this game was so back and forth, right? It was looking so dominant in the beginning, and then all of a sudden Tiger Wong decides, nope, we're done playing games with you. We're going to try and dominate from the mid-game. And even after the mid-game, when we get to the later stages, Aero 404 have been winning these coin flips.
Yeah, I think the problem this Tiger Wong Esports has been looking is that Natalia, as well as the Black Dragon form coming in for Natsu. That attack, the last attack possible coming in for Aero 404 is too much of a damage, as well as the surprise coming in. Because yes, you can see the dragon flying, but where is the damage coming in for Yamikaze? And as well, give credit to the Akai, Lord Ricky. The retry, man, is on point. Tiger Wong retry game is not good today.
What an absolute save there by Lord Ricky. So insane. You can just see the amount of excitement and relief coming out from Aero 404. Give it to them as they tie things up against Tiger Wong here in the lower bracket. Round 2, match number 1. My God.
Game number 3, Tiger Wong versus Aero 404 is going to be something that we are looking for. It is worth the wait, man. Because of that, game number 2 is back and forth, like you said. We happen to see a lot more mistakes made by 2 of this team that can be revolved in game number 3.
I mean, it's clear that Tiger Wong Esports, as you mentioned before, we're focusing so much on the position of Yamikaze that they started to let a lot of holes happen in the lane. A lot of that early game fell into the hands of Aero 404, but Tiger Wong, their composition is really good at fighting. But Lord Ricky is just a little bit better at making these plays.
Objective-centric coming in for Lord Ricky itself. And I said that Tiger Wong is living in the dark because they are too afraid to make plays.
You can see how uncomfortable they are with Yamikaze. They really don't like dying in that particular fashion. Mid-rotation, all of a sudden, I lose 50% of my HP. I have to flicker. I lose my passive. So many resources lost just because of Yamikaze.
Yeah, I think the game number 3, Tiger Wong really needs to invest the time to take down that 1-1 if they want to lose that Natalia on the side of 4-4.
Yeah, and again, look at that hero damage. Arrow 4-4 taking a massive lead there, and overall, just the damage. Denzo himself, again, most amount of damage he was able to pump out, as well as the most amount of assists.
Yeah, a little bit too much, I can say, because of how the game number 2, 4-4 is literally on fire, because they know that game itself is a do-or-die moment, and they make it possible for them.
Yeah, I mean, with the Xavier, the amount of times that Denzo is just spamming that Dawning Light. Absolutely. Off cooldown, use it. Don't care who it's at, as long as you're getting some kind of value, whether it be information or free kills. But at the end of the day, the man of the hour who clutched this game for the team is Lord Ricky.
I will call him Lord Retri.
Lord Retri, I mean, that's the perfect nickname for this guy. Lord Retri. If he wins this game because of that and crushes Tiger Wong's mentality, oh my goodness, what a story this would be.
Yeah, a player this caliber for Lord Ricky plays really well because of how he knows that Akai is tanky. He can just go wait in front of the objective to just snipe away the objective really, really good. And Arrow 4-4, if not for Lord Ricky, they cannot push away towers. They cannot push away the members of Tiger Wong, and it make it possible for them.
Yeah, it really. Oh, that was what a game! What a game! I would have never expected the game to turn out like the way it did just now. Natalia bans. We were mentioning it. I think it might just be worth it, but I don't think Tiger Wong is going to do it.
I think we have two concerns right now, because if Natalia will going to be banned or pick, number 2 is, can we say who's get Xavier is going to win?
Maybe that could be the secret sauce that's making it all meld together. But with that being said, we're going to go on a very short break so that the teams can recuperate. And when we come back, an epic conclusion of Tiger Wong versus Arrow 404. We'll see you then.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Number one in the streets, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Number one in the streets, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang. Bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang,
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls.
And we're already back here, the lower bracket round 2, match number 1, game number 3, with a huge turnaround coming in from Aero 404. Let's see whether Tiger Wong Esports' mentality is still in that game, because it came down to one retribution, one mistake, big mistake even, in the late stage of the game.
I think at that moment of point when they know how to, how to negate that Natalia at that point, but they seems to realize that the Akai is the main problem.
Oh, dude, Lord Rechi killing it right now. Let's see if he can do it one more time in this game number 3 to complete. I don't want to say full circle anymore, because this is ridiculous. I would have not expected Aero 404 to win in that fashion.
I think this is kind of like a loop that we've been doing here.
We're stuck in the Matrix.
Yeah. I don't have comments on that.
We live in a society.
Yeah.
That's the one. That's what I was hoping for. But with 40 seconds left on the clock, what are we expecting here in the draft? If you're in Tiger Wong's position, you're the coach. What's the bans here? We taking out Xavier? We taking out Natalia as well?
I think we need to bait out the Xavier out for ourselves.
Oh,
I think because we win the game number 1. Oh, it's we. Tiger Wong win the game number 1 is the Xavier damage. Because of how the Dowling Light plays a lot more range and just cut off guard anybody that coming in for that long, for the long circle. For that long range. I think the shot is circle though.
Look. Okay, you've been playing a lot of the Gojo Satoru skin. It is technically, the Purple Haze is technically a really big ball, but the Dawning Light is just, well, I mean,
it's a straight line.
It's a straight line. It's a straight line, and the skin wasn't used in the previous game, so I can definitely see the relationship there. But I will say that I do hope that Tiger Wong actually change up their draft a little bit. In terms of the ban section, I think it's good, but the Estes, understandably so, but maybe they should let something through, or maybe consider what the mid lane matchup needs to be.
I think for Tiger Wong, they want to just define in the mid lane, maybe they go for Farsa again versus Eve. I think for their side, just open up the Estes.
I think what their matchup is going to be for the jungle, because I think Akai is something that they both Tiger Wong didn't really take into account with how confident Lord Ricky is walking in with a heavy spin and forcing these 50-50s. It should not be close, but in the ultra late games where you're both level 15, the red tree doesn't get bigger at that point.
Yeah, I think if they want to fight out Akai, if they want to let go Akai once again, they need to force down the Fredrin pick.
That's a good point.
Maybe a Grok again for the side of support though?
It could be. I can't really blame Tiger Wong for game number 2's draft. I definitely think they had all the tools necessary, just weren't able to completely close out the game as cleanly as they should. But then again, with this newfound momentum, if you were in Aero 404's position, are we thinking, hey, Natalia kind of good?
Yeah, because you cannot kill when you can't see it. That is a good point, but when in that late game potential, when they know where Natalia is, yes, at that point Natalia already has much more damage, and we see how Natalia just go into the jungle with side of Tiger Wong, just go there, just wait and wait. Because of how Natalia movement speed is ridiculous, he can go to the team fight, just I think 4 or 3 seconds, just make it out live and just kill whoever just tried to back down for the team fight.
Not to mention that Natalia actually bought the rapid boot, so it's even more movement speed, just zipping across the map. And I mean, again, a lot of these positions we've seen many times across like international, in not only international tournaments, but even local tournaments in the recent MPLs, like Loiski from Geekfam Slate? One or the other, you know what I'm talking about. But essentially, just being that pioneer of high-quality positions to get maximum value out of Natalia.
I think if Natalia at that point, if he uses the items that, I think the wings, the new kind of passive, he gives 30% movement speed with the shield.
That's a good point. That's true. That's true. It's true. We didn't get to see too much of that in this particular game. We saw it being purchased in game number 1, but not as much as game number 2. That could have been a difference maker here, actually, now that you mention it.
2 seconds into the team fights, I think with the shields,
the extra 50% movement speed as well. Okay, we're theory crafting here, but at the end of the day, it's these players who are going to be the ones who make it that hard decision. What are they going to do with their economy? What are they going to do with their gold? First off, it's going to be the draft. Tiger Wong Esports deciding to stay on the blue side. Arrow 404 taking the red.
Do we want to believe that Tiger Wong's taking the red side? In the blue
don't play with my feelings like that, man. Don't play with my feelings like that. Let's look at the bans here. Okay,
it's Tiger Wong.
Definitely Tiger Wong. Imagine if it was Arrow 404 banning out the Natalia. That'd be so funny.
Yeah,
that would be so funny.
If we can win this, we can win with this kind of matchup. We definitely need to ban it because it's broken though.
I think Tiger Wong Esports, you got to give him credit where credit is due. They're playing around the Natalia, but it's a factor that you shouldn't need to be thinking about. Let's simplify the game even more. Get rid of the Natalia, but that means something has to be let through. And previously, we saw Wan, we saw Kaja as well getting banned out.
Because the Tiger Wong ban out did too, and maybe a Farmist could be let out as well, because they need to farm that Arrow 404. They need to hope that Arrow 404 ban out maybe the 1-1 or the Farmist. Neither one can be taken away. So if Tiger Wong needs to take the glue again, I don't think it would be the first pick here.
I really hope Tiger Wong Esports don't go with the glue opener here. I think it's very, very clear that glue is decent, but at the end of the day, the rest of the teams, they're suffering from it. And now, maybe they're going to go with the glue opener again, but something has to be led through it. In this case, it just might be the Estes. We'll see once we see Arrow 404 lock in their second ban.
If they want to ban them down the Estes, they need to hope that Arrow 404, if they doesn't ban down the 1-1, maybe the Kaja as well, because they had a lot. Arrow 404 really needs to ban Arlot, Kaja, Fedrin, and as well as one more major damage. Farmist, yeah. Farmist is already banned by Tiger Wong though.
That's true. So again, the picks that you mentioned just now are out in the open. It's anybody's game here. Tiger Wong Esports, they ban out the 1-1. Okay, so they themselves get rid of it. Kaja is open. They might go for the Kaja opening here unless Arrow 404 decide, no, we're deviating from our plan. Let's get rid of it.
I think for the side of Tiger Wong, in their kind of playbook, they doesn't have the 1-1 to be playing with. I think because of either if they want a 1-1, maybe the Kaja to be picked here, they need to bait out the release coming in for Arrow 404. They need to ban something that is not on the meta, but Tiger Wong really needs, okay, maybe you want to go for glue first pick here. Fedrin maybe, because if they go for the glue first pick, they open up Fedrin, Akai, and again, maybe the Estes is not been banned by Tiger Wong.
If I was in Arrow 404's position, I don't think I mind the Fredrin too much, considering how well Lord Riki was actually winning out at least 60 to 65% of the coin flips on the Lord or Turtle. Arrow 404, they ban out the Kaja this time. So now Tiger Wong Esports, they could be forced to go with the glue opener once more.
I just want to see Arrow 404 just go for a Akai as well as the Barats, and the support will be an Estes. You know, last game possible, make it real for the side of Arrow 404.
Honestly, you might not be wrong about it, and I hate that could be true. But Arrow 404 locking the Xavier has been doing well for them for either side, honestly, at this point. But let's see what's the next pick. Is it going to be an early Fredrin? Is it going to be the Akai once more?
Melissa again.
Melissa. Ooh, let me think about this. Sure, yeah, Melissa isn't too bad here. Air 404 can start off with their previous opening.
Yeah, because of the... Oh, okay. They have the ass test, though.
Look, you asked for it in game number 2, you got it in game number 3. Delayed praise, but it eventually came.
Hey, might as well bring out the Barats as well as the Archive. Leave the damage to Xavier.
More like living the dream. As long as he's alive, Tiger Wong Esports probably are going to have a bit of a tough time in these 50-50s. So let's see. Maybe Tiger Wong Esports are going to be the ones who are like, you know what? I'm going to take the Akai. I'm going to disrupt the formation of your team comp.
Yeah, Tiger Wong could take the Akai, or maybe they want to force down the Valentina first. Oh, okay. Respect pick coming in for the side of Tiger Wong.
And they also take the Melissa as well, if I've seen that correctly. Yes! I like it. Tiger Wong Esports adapting accordingly.
Yeah, welcome to the best draft ever.
This is great. Great. It's nice to see that both teams are really getting accustomed to each other's playstyle.
Yeah, I think, okay, now the question is, if Tiger Wong already have the getaway and as well as the Hurricane Dance, okay, he can just push away the members of... he can push Estes away from the members of Air 404. That's one point. But in terms of damage, they need to deal with the Melissa. He doesn't have the mid lane just yet. He needs to fight up the Xavier. Maybe a Valentina could be a good way for Tiger Wong. Air 404, they have the damage in mid. They have the healing coming in for Estes. And now they need some more damage in the XP lane like they did in game number 2 versus a glue again.
I like this a lot. I mean, we've seen it coming out of Natsu. He is confident on this Lapu Lapu, and Lapu Lapu, especially with Bravest Fighter, with the anti-CC, the get away from you loses so much of its value overall. And when you have an Estes, even better. Just keep him alive. He was just gonna keep on punishing the Melissa time and time again.
Yeah, I think the only point that for Lapu Lapu is he needs to just save his flicker though.
Oh, for sure.
That early game in game number 1 is not making for him, but if he can save it at the moment of time, he could make the game for Air 404.
All right, let's see what else they're going for. Air 404 decide to get rid of the Lolita. I like that a lot because, again, we're expecting Air 404 to stick very close to each other, like uncomfortably close.
I think if they go, Tiger Wong has Melissa, Akai as well as Glue. Only the question is the mid lane. Valentina or Farsa is one to be picked. But I think if Tiger Wong just want to play in the turf of Air 404, might as well take Dorfela.
Personally, I think Air 404, if anything, they ban out I mean, Yves is still available. Actually, yeah, Yves is probably the better option here. I think Valentina or Farsa both kind of do the exact same thing. I think Farsa is a little bit more high priority, but with Lapu Lapu, it can be a bit tough. But what ultimate do you really want to steal with the Valentina other than Lapu Lapu at this stage of the game? So, I don't know. It's a bit of a toss-up here.
I think if they steal the Estes ultimate, it could be daring for a team fight.
You can, dude, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work the way you think it does.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't work the
bad.
way you think it does.
Bad.
But Tiger Wong Esports here, do they ban out the Claude? Do they just get rid of the Claude, say no more Battle Mirror image, you can't get in and out of the fights?
I think the Claude ban here, maybe not so much because of how the damage already been picked. Because Air 404, they are confident with the jungle, with the tank jungle, so they doesn't have the Akai. Maybe they want to force out the Mortis again, or maybe, you know, a couple more jungle that is maybe the Barat's jungle to be placed for Air 404.
That's the thing. That's why I'm thinking about anti-CC. I'm thinking about people who can actually block it, and in this case, that only leaves Martis and as well as the Barats. So why ban out the Frederick this time when you've seen how effective these 50-50s are? I guess they just don't want that extra guarantee with the appraisals wrap. But this means that Air 404 are going to lean towards that Martis, and now we're going to see the full composition from Tiger Wong Esports.
Martis on jungle beside Air 404 now opens for a... Yes, he has a movement speed with the damage for side of that jungle. Tiger Wong really needs a burst damage here. They want to go for a crowd control over burst damage in the mid lane.
Personally, I think that Tiger Wong Esports, they're probably going to pick the Farsa, and I don't think it's that bad, but I do hope that they either decide, in terms of their supports, I'm thinking about Atlas here. I'm thinking about people with big AoE, turn the tables in these overall team fights. I would also argue, Lilia. Oh, that's even better. That's actually even better. They go for the Ruby. They also go for the Lilia. Now they can actually set the line in the sand to say, this is where we're going to fight. This is the barrier that we don't want you to cross.
Yeah, because of if the members of Aero 404 doesn't want to cross, he can just steal away. So with that Ruby pick, he can just force the crossing over for the side of Tiger Wong. So maybe this is the idea for Tiger Wong. What is the counter attack coming in for Aero 404? Because support as well, they already have the S-Test. It doesn't have the marksman just yet. Doesn't have the Melissa, 1-1, net 10. Claude is the only option for the side of Aero 404.
Yep, the Claude is the only option, and it gets locked in coming in from Aero 404. We done nicely here in predicting this draft. I didn't expect that last 2 picks. I would have expected something else instead of that Ruby, but I think that that the Lilia is such a smart idea for the side of Tiger Wong Esports.
Let me see how much damage the Tiger Wong could give, and as well with the Estes healing coming in for Aero 404 combination, as well as their comfort pick in game number 3 with the Claude for Force Secret. We've seen a lot more games coming in for Force Secret, played a little bit underwhelmed, but can he step up a little bit to win this matchup?
I think this is a really important game. If Force Secret wants to step up, really get the blood boiling, this is his moment here. This best of 3 is finally coming down to this one last game at match point. Oh boy, get ready for it. For the lower bracket round 2 match number 1, game 3 between Tiger Wong Esports and Aero 404.
Look at how the draft has been made. One team, Tiger Wong Esports, has a lot of burst damage. They had a rewatch time coming in. Reckley, 3 games playing on the glue. So if Tiger Wong has a comfort pick, it's especially Rexley played really well in game number 1, but game number 2 a little bit hard because of the mistakes that have been made into the draft with the Natalia pick. Aero 404, we haven't seen a lot more aggressive gameplay. They're back into the game number 1 composition with this sustainable as well as defense mechanism.
I mean, look at Safro here. He is trading hard. Yamikaze, he might be in some trouble here. He slows them down. Lord Ricky, can you do anything about this? Assurance Aura here comes out, but Denzo finds Rince in the back. I didn't expect him to have that much damage here, and especially with Rince, he shouldn't have died there.
I don't think the Tiger Wong is ready with the game number 3 because the damage coming in for Aero 404 a little bit too much here to be handled with. Aero 404 with the momentum brings for game number 2. Really make Tiger Wong Esports afraid in the dark.
Yeah. Oh, instantly finds the wall. Lord Ricky, there's no way he's getting out of this alive. But the rest of Tiger Wong Esports punishing him for walking up too far as Seishiro is able to hit level 4. Yamikaze going to help out in Force Secret's lane. After that bad trade, he is a little bit behind, but now to catch up 10 more seconds until Little Turtle comes back up.
Yeah, in terms of early first blood coming in for Aero 404, but still Tiger Wong has the momentum and the goal lead coming in this early game because they trade a kill on bottom side. But Tiger Wong, can they go for a total retake here because they lost a lot of objective in game number 2?
Yeah, but again, Lord Ricky is getting chunked out pretty hard here by Rince so far. Dawning Light is out, but the Black Shoes is still up. Let's see how they play this out. Seishiro needs to be able to beat Lord Ricky here, but again, we're seeing that Rexley, he's trying his best to zone them off. They need to pull the turtle to their side of the map. Yamikaze still has his ultimate yet to be unlocked here, and it's going to be, once again, Akai. He gets the Lord just in time, but unfortunately, it does mean that Ruby loses her life in the middle of that fight, and instantly a double. Lord Ricky working with the momentum, chasing down his opponents, and there you have it, a 2-for-0 trade in favor of Aero 404.
Yeah, to be fair, Tiger Wong gets the total itself, but the members of Tiger Wong has been fallen down with a cleanup made by Lord Ricky. A little bit late here in terms of retribution, but I think Aero 404 really managed to take that team fight into their hands with the retake in terms of their kills, and also the goal has been handed to Aero 44. That team fight is really scary, and Tiger Wong really need to realize that they need to do something with that Estes pick, because Estes gives a lot of momentum as well as health to Lord Ricky.
And even for Secret, he's trying to farm, but again, Tiger Wong making it difficult for him, trying to cut off as many resources as possible here. I don't know. There's one thing that I know is that Cambodians are very scary when they have momentum on their side. So Tiger Wong need to minimize the mistakes here and stop this aggressive push, stop Aero 44 from getting that monumental moment.
Tiger Wong really needs to find a way here to shut down the momentum coming in for Aero 44 because of how Lord Ricky is a little bit too aggressive here. I don't think that Daddy Dudido could force away one ulti, just want to force the members of Aero 44 into a team fight. But Safril here, he knows that Tiger Wong plays a little bit of a goal lane, a little bit savior currently, so Aero 44 really needs to force something here. We see a lot more aggressive coming in for Lord Ricky rather than Google Shishiro, just focusing on objective, because I know he is pissed in game number 2.
Yeah, he's definitely not happy here with 4 members hovering around the top side of the map. We're seeing that Aero 404 aren't really responding. They don't need to necessarily, especially when Yamikaze is so nearby to make sure that Force Secret is guaranteed to live. Now, the Turtle, they're finding that position, and Tiger Wong is going to be the first to make it there, but reinforcements from Aero 404, wait a minute, no, they're moving to the top side of the map. They want to punish these 3 members here. The doll is already out. Denzo, here it comes. Not 2 flickers forward to get away from me. Is pulled up, and it's going to be the bravest fighter who cuts right through. The Blazing Duet is already good, but on the bottom side, we see that Lord Ricky does not win that Retry battle. Melissa gets a kill off her own as Yamikaze unable to top him up in time.
That is a good reflex coming in for Tiger Wong. They take 2 objectives. They take the turtle on bottom. They repent fight onto the top side. Tiger Wong's really on the aggressive side here. Gugun Shishiro played really well on bottom side here. I think they will force it.
Well, let's see whether or not they do. Ooh, good, nicely done. The stun coming in from the Xavier, locking all 3 members, and Rin still alive even though the Dawning Light was expanded. It was enhanced as well, so well done. Aero 404 don't find anything just yet.
I think the most kind of chemistry the side of Tiger Wong has when Gugun Shishiro played really well with Rexley on bottom side. Just want to push down Natsu. I think Natsu currently has been pinned down into the EXP lane a little bit too much here, because he cannot help down Aero 404 to make a fight in the mid lane.
Yep, and again, the disrespect from space from Lord Ricky. He knows he wants to open up an opportunity, but Tiger Wong are making sure that their defense is airtight, not leaving too many holes here, and not to mention that Seishiro is 1 full level ahead of Lord Ricky.
A little bit late here for Aero 404 because they know they need to find a way to find a goal lead in soft rail. Trying to force in the top side here with Rins. Lord Ricky on the back.
Yep, Rins, he might be in some trouble, but black shoes to get him out of that situation. Not even close as Lord Ricky gets pulled back into the middle of all 5 members of Tiger Wong. If they're not going to make any mistakes and play a clean game, Aero 404 have no room to breathe. Mid lane going to get attacked by Natsu here. Is he going to die for this? He might die for this. Yep, he's going to try and make his attempt to crush mid-tier 1, giving up his life for it and putting it down to 1 HP.
It's unfortunate for Aero 404 because they knew they can take a team fight for 5v fight with the Estes pick. But now, game number 3, Tiger Wong just said, okay, Yamikaze, you make me mad in game number 2. Now game number 3, we will not give you any heals for your teammate. We need to kill you first, and it is going to be really, really painful for the side of your Aero 404.
Yep, Daddy Judejo taking a brutal amount of damage. He's finally dead. Doesn't make it to Safril in time. Dawning Light and Blazing Duet being committed for that kill. But look at topside, right? We're seeing that Seishiro is stealing away the jungle from Lord Riki to make sure that his lead is always on top. But Denzo is about to interfere up by Rinzi's side, but he realizes, you know what, this isn't worth it. This isn't worth my time. Look at the mid lane. Rins is already hard shoving it in. Force Secret is like a little too far here, but nobody is there to really punish him.
But I think if Daddy Dudido is there, maybe for the side of Force Secret, he will be dead because of the ultimate just negates a lot more potential for the side of Aero 404. But in terms of how desperate the Aero 404 really needs to win, we can see from For Secret because he needs that damage. He needs the kill to win this matchup. But Tiger Wong Esports said, no, this is our game. We dictate this tempo. We need to win this. You only can fight onto objective with Eternal Lord, but Tiger Wong cannot make this mistake. Same as well as Arrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, Arrow 404 are trying their best, trying to look for gold anywhere across the map, but Tiger Wong, as you mentioned before, are dictating that tempo. Where they fight, how they fight, when they fight is decided by Tiger Wong. Seishiro, unfortunately, doesn't find the right angle just yet, doesn't utilize his ultimate, but you can see that all 5 members of Arrow 404, they're done with this. Let's 5v5 right now.
I think this is 5v2 in the mid lane because 2 members of Tiger Wong is on bottom side, so trying to push onto 2 turrets, and top side as well. We're actually doing his own game. He's just playing away with Natsu, leaving Natsu hard to just reconcile on the team fight.
Yep. Oh, Yamikaze flickers forward to try and heal him back up. Rins unfortunately can't do much about it. Has to take the black shoes out. They lose the Akai, but take the tier 2. It looks like Tiger Wong Esports could be, well, taking an objective, losing out their jungler. This could be an opportunity for Lord Riki to actually catch back up. They're running for this Lord.
Yeah, I think we actually really need to do something here because of how ambitious is Tiger Wong Esports on bottom side to try to kill away that Estes a little bit too much of a hard. No.
Oh, they're pulling back Yamikaze. He's done for, and now Lord Riki needs to get into the middle of this fight. Decimation. It's too late. They've lost so many members to the Melissa side as well as the Lilia. One by one they fall. Lord Riki hasn't even gotten enough work done on this Lord. Well done as Tiger Wong Esports hold that lead. Big ultimates being wasted on Akai will make sure his death ain't worthless.
Holy smoke, Tiger Wong Esports. 3 members only can just defend 5 members from Arrow 404. Takes away the Estes first. That is the code. That is the cheat. The cheat that Tiger Wong really needed, because if Estes cannot provide heals, they can't win this team fight.
Yep, they absolutely can. Mid-tier 1 finally falling here. Can they actually pick this up? Does he have the black shoes? No, he does not. He ends up dying here. And Gungun, it's a little too late. Seichiro can't do much as Danidude is on the opposite side trying to slow them down. Rexley into that split. Can they get the kill onto Natsu? No, they cannot, as he walks back to Yamikaze and gets topped up.
Yeah, it looks how Yamikaze is just shield away Natsu, just giving a lot more health into 1 members only because he knows Natsu is disrupt the position coming in for Tiger Wong. That team fight itself, I do see that Guga Shishiro is not happy with that team fight collapse because of Tiger Wong Esports. Really needs to back down for the choke point that Redsley and as well Rins happened to use the black shield a little bit too early because of how damage he is for Secret, too much damage.
Of course, Secret, he tries his best, but Sofreal has Inspire and instantly wins out on that trade. It's so unfortunate for Secret. He was very confident, but again, Winchan, such a powerful ability. They find an actual clay onto Denzo. He's in trouble. He's dead. Now they have nobody who can actually protect them from this high ground defense. An inhibitor might fall into the hands of Tiger Wong as they slowly push up forward. Look at that. Seisuro is already so far up front, tanking the waves. They will get top inhibitor after this. And Arrow 404 are unfortunately just watching. They clear out that waves, but it's so very low. It's basically done for.
And the position coming in for Arrow 404, they got caught up a little bit too much here because we saw how For Secret a little bit too aggressive on top side, and as well as Denzo is the first one to be taken away. Yes, we saw a lot more ambitious coming in for Gugu Shishiro to just want to Hurricane Dance onto the face of Yamikaze. Yes, Yamikaze is the healer coming in for Arrow 404, but if he can take on the damage, only have health, doesn't have the damage to take a team fight, Tiger Wong could win this matchup. For Arrow 404, they need to realize Tiger Wong could just dive into the backline to find anything that suit their palette.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Arrow 404, they have to play around Denzo and Natsu, right? Lord Riki, he needs that space. The only people who can create that or set up for him is Denzo. Natsu is able to jump into the backline, no problem. But Denzo and Yamikaze with For Secret have to work together here. They cannot be seen as separate entities. They need to be seen as one singular profile. Rins will get that Divine Glaive for himself. So again, these Shadow Balls are going to hurt a lot.
Yeah, Rexley on bottom side trying to push a little bit here, trying to secure into the possession onto the Lord himself on bottom side here. But if Arrow 404, they need to pray they can steal this with the red tree. If they steal this, they need to balance out the game.
Okay, Gungun, he's 3 levels up. There's no way he misses this. There's no way.
You don't know that.
I know that. I know that. I feel it. I feel the level lead. I feel the level lead, and Lord Ricky is nowhere close. Come on, don't hesitate here. This could be the make it or break it. Lord Ricky, he's walking up. He wants to do this, but look at that top side. They're threatening at the exact same time, and this time it's going to be Rexley who's trying to zone him away. They get this for free as mid lane is under attack for Secret, purposely putting himself as bait. Namikaze forced to flicker at the same time. They get it. They have a guaranteed Luminous Lord here.
Yeah, Tiger Wong really aggressively trying to push away the members of Aero 44 because they know if they take the 50-50 on the Lord, Aero 44 could win. So Tiger Wong is like, okay, I'm not feeling confident with my Retribution. We need all of you to just push away, make Aero 44 defend, retreat at this moment to try and find a way to win that straight on top, mid, and as well as bottom. So Lord Ricky, it's just unfortunate he cannot 50-50 with Google Shashiro.
Yep. I can attest to that, and I think, you know, a lot of teams in this position with the lead 44.3k compared to 37.3k. Aero 44 are only 5k away to their power spike, but they're not going to be able to get there in time with this Luminous Lord about to knock on their inhibitor doors to guarantee topside. But let's see, Tiger Wong with the majority of their members down by the bottom side for Secret, now getting his Corrosion side. He will be able to chase down his opponents. Rexley must not disrespect that space, but Safril losing 50% of his HP to a Dawning Light. Topside falls, and here we go. We see Aero 404, high ground defense is looking impeccable. Gungun finds an opportunity, gets Yamikaze, he's down, no more sustainability. Rexley zones off the rest, and now the last inhibitor will fall as Tiger Wong are knocking on the doors. Victory is at hand. Natsu tries his best, he's slowed down, he flickers away. Blazing Duet into the wind chant, but Safra wind chants off his own. He's still alive, get away from me, he's alive, and now Lord Ricky ends up falling 3 for 1 in favor of Tiger Wong. They just need a wave.
Yeah, they just need a wave. Aero 44, only 2 members left to win this matchup or to defend this crystal. It'll be too much damage coming in for Tiger Wong.
And it's over. Tiger Wong finally do it, playing the best game we've seen out of them, and only Aero 44 can get this level of competition out of them. Congratulations, GG, well played. Tiger Wong Esports wins this round.
Confident win in game number 2 for the side of Aero 404. They managed to get us to game number 3, and confident as well for Tiger Wong Esports. As we see, they cannot fight onto the Retribution game.
Oh, dude. I mean, nicely done. I think Tiger Wong has played one of the cleanest games here against Aero 404. I will say, yes, there were a couple of overextensions, but at the end of the day, Tiger Wong kept on trading up, whether it be in gold or EXP. They made sure that the jungle was the focus. They knew that Aero 404 wanted to punish Melissa, but they just couldn't get it done. Tiger Wong, with their airtight defense in the early to mid game, really profited of them here at the end of the road.
Yeah, I think for the side of Aero 44, when we see a lot more, you know, overconfident and desperate is for Secret played with the Blazing Duet, then he needs to try to win and take the kill. I feel sorry for Aero 44 because only person that we see desperate enough to make the plays is for Secret, rather than the Denzo as well as Lord Ricky. Yes, Lord Ricky has been denied into the possession of the Lord. That is a macro game coming in for Tiger Wong. But the micro is for Secret played really, really well. But in terms of that desperateness has been punished by Tiger Wong.
Absolutely. That early game momentum from Aero 404 went to waste as Tiger Wong made sure that their macro was impeccable, playing the most efficient game of their lives to make sure that Aero 404 had no way back from that deficit. They're just playing chess while Aero 404 are trying to be cool in checkers.
I think more like snakes and ladders though.
Look, it's not a roll of a dice, to be fair.
Ah, yeah. Wait a minute.
I don't know what kind of childhood you had, but your snakes and ladders is very different from mine right now. But well done once again to Tiger Wong, and our hearts and minds go out to the Cambodian fans supporting Aero 404. They had an incredible showing here. Definitely a team to keep your eyes out for in the future.
Yeah, I think Aero 404 plays it really well with the draft and also with the cheese pick coming in game number 2. Make Tiger Wong the team that we are known to like because of its powers, but with that Natalia pick, not even in the meta, could just scare down Tiger Wong.
I definitely think it's more of a pocket pick. It's definitely a pocket pick that fits certain types of situations and forces a particular style. Would I say it's, the top of the line meta? Absolutely not, but it's definitely a good situational pick, especially if you want to catch your opponents off guard.
Yeah, I think if it works for the side of 4-4, but yeah, it lives in the name, man. Arrow 4-4. Any code could be played for the side of them.
It could be a random full stop, switching out your semicolons for regular colons. That's just the smallest mistakes. Just a little bit of momentum is all Arrow 4-4 needed. They just couldn't snowball it out of control.
Yeah, I think if 4-4 plays and they train a lot onto the micros itself, I think the next season will be a much greater team.
Honestly, again, give your hands up to the man, the myth, the legend, Safril, playing one hell of a game. He's got a KDA of 7.33, a really nice kill participation with damage through the roof, breaking the 4,244 mark. The Inspire with Melissa is such a powerful tool.
I think this is the time that we saw how Xavier will be taken away and lost a game in the final game possible for today. But I think in terms of how Tiger Wong just, he still away Melissa as well as Akai. So it's shown that Akai and Melissa could be played in the meta side by side.
I mean, they absolutely can. It's really pick your poison. What do you want to do? And I think that, Xavier had his moments in this game. Denzo was trying his hardest. But man, when Akai caught Denzo, that was it. That was it. Yamikaze ended up dying. Denzo was already gone. Man, so brutal.
But I think if Akai caught down Denzo, maybe a trade of 2 or 4. But in terms of if Yamikaze die, it would be a massacre, a cleanup coming in.
That's
just
true.
No heal, no more.
You're absolutely right here. But with that being said, that means we've concluded the rest of our games and our bracket has been updated. Again, our hearts and minds go out to the teams that were eliminated today. Arrow 4-4 and the Drift. Again, thank you so much. But looking at the upper bracket, it's GPX up against Euphoria Esports, ALVA 8 against GameLab. Once again, it's Indonesia versus the Philippines up in the upper brackets.
Ooh, this is going to be really, really hard. The two nations collide again in the upper bracket. It's just happy to see who's going to go for the grand finals. On the lower bracket as well, it's a lot more complicated. Tiger Wong will forcing down Maharlika. We saw a good game for Maharlika. Tiger Wong as well, but a little bit choke point. PBN Strike versus A8 Esport.
Yep, only the strongest will survive. The lower brackets is definitely daunting, but looking at that upper brackets, maybe a sigh of relief.
I would say yes.
Maybe because we're Malaysian, so we're like lower bracket meta, lower bracket meta.
But I think all the Malaysian team on the lower bracket could not make the meta up. I think the Malaysian has too much ambitions on the lower bracket. Just stay on the upper bracket, though.
Brother, maybe before the next time the series happens. But for the schedule for play day number 7, it's going to be A8 up against PBN Strike, Maharlika against Tiger Wong, and GPX versus Euphoria. Oh boy, 2 lower bracket rounds, 2 more teams leaving us, and an upper bracket match between 2 powerhouses, GPX and Euphoria.
This is going to be really hard for the next week because of how we're going to see 2 more teams, like you just said, is going home in this tournament because of this. We already go for a long journey, man.
This
so
has been
much.
a very long journey.
Yeah, we only need 4 teams for the next stage.
Right? And I don't know. I honestly don't have a prediction on. Usually I have an idea of who I want to see. I'm guessing GameLab, but like other than that, who's going to fill up the other 3 slots?
Oh,
that's tough, right?
Oh,
now
yeah.
that you think about it, it's like, man, I really don't know.
It's going to be really hard, man, because of how all of this team has their own DNA. Some of them play early, some of them is really ultra late. But in terms of we see a lot more is a chaos in mid-game.
Oh, mid-game is always such a hard point to keep control over. Controlling that tempo can be difficult, but it's also a big pain point for literally all of these teams. They lose tempo, all of a sudden the game is not going in their favor unless they're GameLab, and I think they're like the one exception.
Yeah, I think I want to see GameLab versus Maharlika again.
Okay, you're getting ahead of yourself there. But with that being said, that's going to be enough for us. My name is Getting Q. This is, once again, Amigos, as we're going to be ending out the day here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Got brought to you by ESL and powered by the Samsung Galaxy. Thank you to everybody who's been watching the Snapdragon Pro Series so far. We'll catch you guys next week.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Stop going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look.